Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Plutarch's Rules for the Preservation of Health. A Dialogue. Part 1. Moschio. And you, Zeuxippus, diverted Glaucus the physician from entering into philosophical discourse with you yesterday. Zeuxippus. I did not hinder him in the least, friend Moschio. It was he that would not discourse in philosophy. But I feared and avoided giving so contentious a man any opportunity of discourse. For though in physic the man has, as Homer expresses it, an excellency before most of his profession, yet in philosophy he is not altogether so candid, but indeed so rude in all his disputations, that he is hardly to be borne with, flying as it were at us open-mouthed; so that it is neither an easy nor indeed a just thing that we should bear those confusions in terms he makes, when we are disputing about a wholesome diet. Besides, he maintains that the bounds of philosophy and medicine are as distinct as those of the Mysians and Phrygians, and taking hold of some of those things we were discoursing of, perhaps not with all exactness, yet not without some profit, he made scurrilous reflections on them. Moschio. But I am ready, Zeuxippus, to hear those and the other things you shall discourse of with a great deal of pleasure. Zeuxippus. You have naturally a philosophical genius, Moschio, and are troubled to see a philosopher have no kindness for the study of medicine. You are uneasy that he should think it concerns him more to study geometry, logic, and music, than to be desirous to understand what in his house is well or ill designed, his house being his own body. You shall see many spectators at that play, where their charges are defrayed out of the public stock, as they do at Athens. Now, among all the liberal arts, medicine not only contains so neat and large a field of pleasure as to give place to none, but she pays plentifully the charges of those who delight in the study of her by giving them health and safety, so that it ought not to be called transgressing the bounds of a philosopher to dispute about those things which relate to health, but rather, all bounds being laid aside, we ought to pursue our studies in the same common field, and so enjoy both the pleasure and the profit of them. Moschio. But to pass by Glaucus, who with his pretended gravity would be thought to be so perfect as not to stand in need of philosophy, do you, if you please, run through the whole discourse, and first those things which you say were not so exactly handled, and which Glaucus carped at. A friend of ours then heard one alleging that to keep one's hands always warm and never suffer them to be cold did not a little conduce to health, and on the contrary, keeping the extreme parts of the body cold drives the heat inward, so that you are always in a fever or the fear of one. But those things which force the heat outwards do distribute and draw the matter to all parts, with advantage to our health. If in any work we employ our hands, we are able to keep in them that heat which is induced by their motion. But when we do not work with our hands, we should take all care to keep our extreme parts from cold. This was one of those things he ridiculed. The second, as I remember, was touching the food allowed the sick, which he advises us sometimes both to touch and taste when we are in good health, so that we may be used to it, and not be shy of it like little children, or hate such a diet, but by degrees make it natural and familiar to our appetite, that in our sickness we may not nauseate wholesome diet as if it were physic, nor be uneasy when we are prescribed any insipid thing that lacks both the smell and taste of a kitchen. Wherefore we need not squeamishly refuse to eat before we wash, or to drink water when we may have wine, or to take warm drink in summer when there is snow at hand. We must, however, lay aside all foppish ostentation and sophistry as well as vainglory in this abstinence, and quietly by ourselves accustom our appetite to obey reason with willingness, that thus we may wean our minds long beforehand from that dainty contempt of such food which we feel in time of sickness, and that we may not then effeminately bewail our condition, as if we were fallen from great and beloved pleasures into a low and sordid diet. It was well said, choose out the best condition you can, and custom will make it pleasant to you. And this will be beneficial in most things we undertake, but more especially as to diet, if in the height of our health we introduce a custom whereby those things may be rendered easy, familiar, and, as it were, domestics of our bodies, remembering what some suffer and do in sickness, who fret and are not able to endure warm water or gruel or bread when it is brought to them, calling them dirty and unseemly things, and the persons who would urge them to them base and troublesome. The bath hath destroyed many whose distemper at the beginning was not very bad, only because they could not endure to eat before they washed, among whom Titus the emperor was one, as his physicians affirm. This also was said, that a thin diet is the healthfullest to the body, but we ought chiefly to avoid all excess in meat or drink or pleasure, when there is any feast or entertainment at hand, or when we expect any royal or princely banquet, or solemnity which we cannot possibly avoid. Then ought the body to be light and in readiness to receive the winds and waves it is to meet with. It is a hard matter for a man at a feast or collation to keep that mediocrity or bounds he has been used to, so as not to seem rude, precise, or troublesome to the rest of the company. Lest we should add fire to fire, as the proverb is, or one debauch or excess to another, we should take care to imitate that ingenious droll of Philip, which was this. He was invited to supper by a countryman, who supposed he would bring but few friends with him. But when he saw him bring a great many, there not being much provided, he was much concerned at it. Which when Philip perceived, he sent privately to every one of his friends that they should leave a corner for cake. They believing this, and still expecting, ate so sparingly that there was supper enough for them all. So we ought beforehand to prepare ourselves against all unavoidable invitations, that there may be room left in our body, not only for the meal and the dessert, but for drunkenness itself, by bringing in a fresh and a willing appetite along with us. But if such a necessity should surprise you when you are already loaded or indisposed, in the presence either of persons of quality or of strangers that come in upon you unawares, and you cannot for shame but go and drink with them that are ready for that purpose, then you ought to arm yourself against that modesty and prejudicial shamefacedness with that of Creon in the tragedy, who says, "'Tis better, sirs, I should you now displease, than by complying next day lose my ease." He who throws himself into a pleurisy or frenzy to avoid being censured as an uncivil person is certainly no well-bred man, nor has he sense of understanding enough to converse with men, unless in a tavern or a cook-shop. Whereas an excuse ingeniously and dexterously made is no less acceptable than compliance. He that makes a feast, though he be as unwilling to taste of it himself as if it was a sacrifice, yet if he be merry and jocund over his glass at table, jesting and drolling upon himself, seems better company than they who are drunk and gluttonized together. Among the ancients, he made mention of Alexander, who, after hard drinking, was ashamed to resist the importunity of Mestrius, who invited him afresh to the drinking of wine, of which he died. And of our time, of Regulus the wrestler, who, being called by break of day by Titus Caesar to the bath, went and washed with him, and drinking but once, as they say, was seized with an apoplexy, and died immediately. These things Glaucus in laughter objected to as pedantic. He was not over fond of hearing farther, nor indeed were we of discoursing more. But do you give heed to everything that was said? First, Socrates advises us to beware of such meats as persuade a man to eat them though he be not hungry, and of those drinks that would prevail with a man to drink them when he is not thirsty. Not that he absolutely forbade us the use of them, but he taught that we might use them where there was occasion for it, suiting the pleasure of them to our necessity, as cities converted the money which was designed for the festival into a supply for war. For that which is agreeable by nature, so long as it is a part of our nourishment, is proper for us. He that is hungry should eat necessary food and find it pleasant, but when he is freed from his common appetite, he ought not to raise up a fresh one. For as dancing was no unpleasant exercise to Socrates himself, so he that can make his meal of sweetmeats or a second course receives the less damage. But he that has taken already what may sufficiently satisfy his nature ought by all means to avoid them. And concerning these things, indecorum and ambition are no less to be avoided than the love of pleasure or gluttony. For these often persuade men to eat without hunger or drink without thirst, possessing them with base and troublesome fancies, as if it were indecent not to taste of everything which is either a rarity or of great price, as udder, Italian mushrooms, Samian cakes, or snow in Egypt. Again, these often incite men to eat things rare and much talked of, they being led to it, as it were, by the scent of vainglory, and making their bodies to partake of them without any necessity of it, that they may have something to tell others, who shall admire their having eaten such rare and superfluous things. And thus it is with them in relation to fine women: when they are in bed with their own wives, however beautiful and loving they may be, they are no way concerned; but on frine or lace they bestow their money, inciting an infirm and unfit body, and provoking it to intemperate pleasures, and all this out of a vainglorious humour. Phryne herself said in her old age that she sold her lees and dregs the dearer because she had been in such repute when she was young. It is indeed a great and miraculous thing that, if we allow the body all the pleasures which nature needs and can bear, or rather, if we struggle against its appetites on most occasions and put it off, and are at last brought with difficulty to yield to its necessities, or, as Plato saith, give way when it bites and strains itself, after all we should come off without harm. But on the other hand, those desires which descend from the mind into the body, and urge and force it to obey and accompany them in all their motions and affections, must of necessity leave behind them the greatest and severest ills, as the effects of such infirm and dark delights. The desire of our mind ought no ways to incite our bodies to any pleasure, for the beginning of this is against nature. And as the tickling of one's armpits forces a laughter, which is neither moderate nor merry, nor indeed properly a laughter, but rather troublesome and like convulsions, so those pleasures which the molested and disturbed body receives from the mind are furious, troublesome, and wholly strangers to nature. Therefore, when any rare or noble dish is before you, you will get more honor by refraining from it than partaking of it. Remember what Simonides said, that he never repented that he had held his tongue, but often that he had spoken. So we shall not repent that we have refused a good dish or drunk water instead of Falernian, but the contrary. We are not only to commit no violence on nature, but when any of those things are offered to her, even if she has a desire for them, we ought oftentimes to direct the appetite to a more innocent and accustomed diet, that she may be used to it and acquainted with it. For, as the Theban said, though not over honestly, if the law must be violated, it looks best when it is done for an empire. But we say better, if we are to take pride in any such thing, it is best when it is in that moderation which conduces to our health. But a narrowness of soul and a stingy humour compel some men to keep under and defraud their genius at home, who, when they enjoy the costly fare of another man's table, do cram themselves as eagerly as if it were all plunder. Then they are taken ill, go home, and the next day find the crudity of their stomachs the reward of their unsatiableness. Wherefore Crates, supposing that luxury and prodigality were the chief cause of seditions and insurrections in a city, in a droll advises that we should never go beyond a lentil in our meals, lest we bring ourselves into sedition. But let every one exhort himself not to increase his meal beyond a lentil, and not to pass by cresses and olives, and fall upon pudding and fish, that he may not by his overeating bring his body into tumults, disturbances, and diarrheas. For a mean diet keeps the appetite within its natural bounds, but the arts of cooks and confectioners, with their elaborate dishes and aromatic sauces, do, according to the comedian, push forward and enlarge the bounds of pleasure, and entrench upon those of our profit. I know not how it comes to pass that we should abominate and hate those women that either bewitch or give philters to their husbands, and yet give our meat and drink to our slaves and hirelings, to all but corrupt and poison them. For though that may seem too severe which was said by Arcesilaus against lascivious and adulterous persons, that it signifies little which way one goes about such beastly work, yet it is not much from our purpose. For what difference is there, to speak ingeniously, whether Satyrion moves and whets my lust, or my taste is irritated by the scent of the meat or the sauce, so that, like a part infected with itch, it shall always need scratching and tickling? But we shall perhaps discourse against pleasures in another place, and show the beauty and dignity that temperance has within itself. But our present discourse is in praise of many and great pleasures. For diseases do not either rob or spoil us of so much business, hope, journeys, or exercise, as they do of pleasure, so that it is no way convenient for those who would follow their pleasure to neglect their health. There are diseases which will permit a man to study philosophy and to exercise any military office, nay, to act the kingly part. But the pleasures and enjoyments of the body are such as cannot be borne alive in the midst of a distemper, or if they are, the pleasures they afford are not only short and impure, but mixed with much alloy, and they bear the marks of that storm and tempest out of which they rise. Venus herself delights not in a gorged, but in a calm and serene body, and pleasure is the end of that, as well as it is of meat and drink. Health is to pleasure as still weather to the halcyon, giving it a safe and commodious birth and nest. Plutarchus seems elegantly enough to have said, that of all sauces fire was the best, but most true it is to say that health gives things the most divine and grateful relish. For meat, whether it be boiled, roasted, or stewed, has no pleasure or gusto in it to a sick, surfeited, or nauseous stomach, but a clean and undebauched appetite renders every thing sweet and delightful to a sound body, and, as Homer expresses it, devourable. As Demades told the Athenians, who unseasonably made war, that they never treated of peace but in mourning, so we never think of a moderate and slender diet but when we are in a fever or under a course of physic. But when we are in these extremities, we diligently conceal our enormities, though we remember them well enough. Yet, as many do, we lay the blame of our illness now upon the air, now upon the unhealthfulness of the place or the length of a journey, to take it off from that intemperance and luxury which was the cause of it. As Lysimachus, when he was among the Scythians and constrained by his thirst, delivered up himself and his army into captivity, but afterwards, drinking cold water, cried out, O ye gods, for how short a pleasure have I thrown away a great felicity! So in our sickness we ought to consider with ourselves that, for the sake of a draught of cold water, an unseasonable bath, or good company, we spoil many of our delights, as well as our honourable business, and lose many pleasant diversions. The remorse that arises from these considerations wounds the conscience and sticks to us in our health like a scar, to make us more cautious as to our diet. For a healthful body does not breed any enormous appetite, or such as we cannot prevail with or overcome. But we ought to put on resolution against our extravagant desires or efforts towards enjoyment, esteeming it a low and childish thing to give ear to their complaints and murmurings. For they cease as soon as the cloth is taken away, and will neither accuse you of injustice, nor think you have done them wrong. But on the contrary, you will find them the next day pure and brisk, no way clogged or nauseating. As Timotheus said, when we had a light philosophic dinner the other day with Plato in the Academy, they who dine with Plato never complain the next morning. It is reported that Alexander said, when he had turned off his usual cooks, that he carried always better with him, for his journeys by night recommended his dinner to him, and the slenderness of his dinner recommended his supper. I am not ignorant that fevers seize men upon a fatigue or excess of heat or cold, but as the scent of flowers, which in itself is but faint, if mixed with oil, is more strong and fragrant, so an inward fullness gives, as it were, a body and substance to external causes and beginnings of sickness. For without this they could do no hurt, but would vanish and fade away if there were lowness of blood and pureness of spirit to receive the motion, which in fullness and superabundance, as in disturbed mud, makes all things polluted, troublesome, and hardly recoverable. We ought not to imitate the good mariner, who out of covetousness loads his ship hard, and afterwards labours hard to throw out the salt water, by first clogging and overcharging our bodies, and endeavouring afterwards to clear them by purges and clysters. But we ought to keep our bodies in right order, that if at any time they should be oppressed, their lightness may keep them up like a cork. We ought chiefly to be careful in all predispositions and forewarnings of sickness. For all distempers do not evade us, as Hesiod expresses it, in silence, for the gods have struck them dumb. But the most of them have ill digestion and a kind of laziness, which are the forerunners and harbingers that give us warning. Sudden heaviness and weariness tell us a distemper is not far off, as Hippocrates affirms, by reason, it seems, of that fullness which doth oppress and load the spirit and the nerves. Some men, when their bodies all but contradict them and invite them to a couch and repose, through gluttony and love of pleasure, throw themselves into a bath, or make haste to some drinking meeting, as if they were laying in for a siege, being mightily in fear lest the fever should seize them before they have dined. Those who pretend to more elegance are not caught in this manner, but foolishly enough, for, being ashamed to own their qualms and debauch, or to keep house all day, when others call them to go with them to the gymnasium, they arise and pull off their clothes with them, doing the same things which they do that are in health. Intemperance and effeminacy make many fly for patronage to the proverb, wine is best after wine, and one debauch is the way to drive out another. This excites their hopes, and persuades and urges them to rise from their beds, and rashly to fall to their wonted excesses. Against which hope he ought to set that prudent advice of Cato, when he says that great things ought to be made less, and the lesser to be quite left off, and it is better to abstain to no purpose and be at quiet, than to run ourselves into hazard by forcing ourselves either to bath or dinner. For if there be any ill in it, it is an injury to us that we did not watch over ourselves and refrain. But if there be none, it is no inconvenience to your body to have abstained and be made more pure by it. He is but a child who is afraid lest his friends and servants should perceive that he is sick either of a surfeit or a debauch. He that is ashamed to confess the crudity of his stomach today will tomorrow with shame confess that he has either a diarrhea, a fever, or the griping in the guts. You think it is a disgrace to want, but it is a greater disgrace to bear the crudity, heaviness, and fullness of your body when it has to be carried into the bath, like a rotten and leaky boat into the sea. As some seamen are ashamed to live on shore when there is a storm at sea, yet when they are at sea lie shamefully crying and retching to vomit, so in any suspicion or tendency of the body to any disease, they think it an indecorum to keep their bed one day and not to have their tables spread, yet most shamefully for many days together are forced to be purged and plastered, flattering and obeying their physicians, asking for wine or cold water, being forced to do and say many unseasonable and absurd things by reason of the pain and fear they are in. Those therefore who cannot govern themselves on account of pleasures, but yield to their lusts and are carried away by them, may opportunely be taught and put in mind that they receive the greatest share of their pleasures from their bodies. And as the Spartans gave the cook vinegar and salt, and bade him look for the rest in the victim, so in our bodies the best sauce to whatsoever is brought before us is that our bodies are pure and in health. For anything that is sweet or costly is so in its own nature and apart from anything else, but it becomes sweet to the taste only when it is in a body which is delighted with it and which is disposed as nature doth require. But in those bodies which are foul, surfeited, and not pleased with it, it loses its beauty and convenience. Wherefore we need not be concerned whether fish be fresh or bread fine, or whether the bath be warm or your she-friend a beauty, but whether you are not squeamish and foul, whether you are not disturbed and do not feel the dregs of yesterday's debauch. Otherwise it will be as when some drunken revellers break into a house where they are mourning, bringing neither mirth nor pleasure with them, but increasing the lamentation. So Venus, meats, baths, and wines, in a body that is crazy and out of order, mingled with what is vitiated and corrupted, stir up phlegm and choler, and create great trouble, neither do they bring any pleasure that is answerable to their expectations, or worth either enjoying or speaking of. A diet which is very exact and precisely according to rules puts one's body both in fear and danger. It hinders the gallantry of our soul itself, makes it suspicious of everything, or of having to do with anything, no less in pleasures than in labors, so that it dares not undertake anything boldly and courageously. We ought to do by our body as by the sail of a ship in fair and clear weather. We must not contract it and draw it in too much, nor be too remiss or negligent about it when we have any suspicion upon us, but give it some allowance, and make it pliable, as we have said, and not wait for crudities and diarrheas, or heat or drowsiness, by which some, as by messengers and apparitors, are frighted and moderate themselves when a fever is at hand, but we must long beforehand guard against the storm, as if the north wind blew at sea. It is absurd, as Democritus says, by the croaking of ravens, the crowing of a cock, or the wallowing of a sow in the mire, carefully to observe the signs of windy or rainy weather, and not to prevent and guard ourselves against the motions and fluctuations of our bodies, or the indication of a distemper, nor to understand the signs of a storm which is just ready to break forth within ourselves. So that we are not only to observe our bodies as to meat and exercise, whether they use them more sluggishly or unwillingly than their wont, but whether we be more thirsty and hungry than we used to be, but we are also to take care as to our sleep, whether it be continued and easy, or whether it be irregular and convulsive. For absurd dreams and irregular and unusual fantasies show either abundance or thickness of humours, or else a disturbance of the spirits within. For the motions of the soul show that the body is nigh a distemper. For there are despondencies of mind and fears that are without reason or any apparent cause, which extinguish our hopes on a sudden. Some there are that are sharp and prone to anger, whom a little thing makes sad, and these cry and are in great trouble when ill vapors and fumes meet together and, as Plato says, are intermingled in the ways and passages of the soul. Wherefore those to whom such things happen must consider and remember that even if there be nothing spiritual, there is some bodily cause which needs to be brought away and purged. Besides, it is profitable for him who visits his friends in their sickness to enquire after the causes of it. Let us not sophistically or impertinently discourse about lodgments, eruptions of blood, and common places, merely to show our skill in the terms of art which are used in medicine. But when we have with diligence heard such trivial and common things discoursed of as fullness or emptiness, weariness, lack of sleep, and above all, the diet which the patient kept before he felt sick, then, as Plato used to ask himself after the miscarriage of other men he had been with, am not I also such a one? So ought we to take care by our neighbors' misfortunes, and diligently to beware that we do not fall into them, and afterwards cry out upon our sick bed, how precious above all other things is health. When another is in sickness, let it teach us how valuable a treasure health is, which we ought to keep and preserve with all possible care. Neither will it be amiss for every man to look into his own diet. If therefore we have been eating, drinking, laboring, or doing anything to excess, and our bodies give us no suspicion or hint of a distemper, yet ought we nevertheless to stand upon our guard and take care of ourselves, if it be after a venery and labor, by giving ourselves rest and quiet, if after drinking of wine and feasting, by drinking of water, but especially after we've fed on flesh or solid meats, or eaten divers things, by abstinence, that we may leave no superfluity in our bodies. For these very things, as they are the cause of many diseases, likewise administer matter and force to other causes. Wherefore it was very well said, that to eat, but not to satiety, to labor, but not to weariness, and to keep in nature, are of all things the most healthful. For intemperance in venery takes away that by which vigor our nourishment is elaborated, and causes more superfluity and redundance. End of Section 19. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Plutarch's Rules for the Preservation of Health, a Dialogue, Part 2. But we shall begin and treat of each of these, and first we shall discourse of those exercises which are proper for a scholar. And as he that said he should prescribe nothing for the teeth to them that dwelt by the seaside, taught them the benefit of the sea water, so one would think that there was no need of writing to scholars concerning exercise. For it is wonderful what an exercise the daily use of speech is, not only as to health, but even to strength. I mean not fleshly and athletic health, or such as makes one's external parts firm, like the outside of a house, but such as gives a right tone and inward vigour to the vital and noble parts. And that the vital spirit increases strength is made plain by them who anointed the wrestlers, who commanded them, when their limbs were rubbed, to withstand such frictions in some sort, in holding their wind, observing carefully those parts of the body which were smeared and rubbed. Now the voice, being a motion of the spirit, not superficially but firmly seated in the bowels, as it were in a fountain, increases the heat, thins the blood, purges every vein, opens all the arteries, neither does it permit the coagulation or condensation of any superfluous humour, which would settle like dregs in those vessels which receive and work our nourishment. Wherefore we ought by much speaking to accustom ourselves to this exercise, and make it familiar to us. And if we suspect that our bodies are weaker or more tired than ordinary, by reading or reciting. For what riding in a coach is compared with bodily exercise, that is reading compared with disputing, if you carry your voice softly and low, as it were in the chariot of another man's words. For disputes bring with them a vehemence and contention, adding the labour of the mind to that of the body. All passionate noise, and such as would force our lungs, ought to be avoided, for irregular and violent strains of our voice may break something within us, or bring us into convulsions. But when a student has either read or disputed, before he walks abroad, he ought to make use of a gentle and tepid friction to open the pores of his body as much as is possible, even to his very bowels, that so his spirits may gently and quietly diffuse themselves to the extreme parts of his body. The bounds that this friction ought not to exceed are, that it be done no longer than it is pleasant to our sense and without pain. For he that so allays the disturbance which is within himself and the agitation of his spirits will not be troubled by that superfluity which remains in him, and if it be unseasonable for it to walk, or if his business hinder him, it is no great matter, for nature has already received satisfaction. Whether one be at sea or in a public inn, it is not necessary that he should be silent, though all the company laugh at him. For where it is no shame to eat, it is certainly no shame to exercise yourself, but it is worse to stand in awe of and be troubled with seamen, carriers, and innkeepers, that laugh at you, not because you play at ball or fight a shadow, but because in your discourse you exercise yourself by teaching others, or by enquiring and learning something yourself, or else by calling to mind something. For Socrates said, he that uses the exercise of dancing had need have a room big enough to hold 7 beds, but he that makes either singing or discourse his exercise may do it either standing or lying in any place. But this one thing we must observe, that when we are conscious to ourselves that we are too full, or have been concerned with Venus, or labored hard, we do not too much strain our voice, as so many rhetoricians and readers in philosophy do, some of whom out of glory and ambition, some for reward or private contentions, have forced themselves beyond what has been convenient. Our Niger, when he was teaching philosophy in Galatia, by chance swallowed the bone of a fish, but a stranger coming to teach in his place, Niger, fearing he might run away with his repute, continued to read his lectures, though the bone still stuck in his throat, from whence a great and hard inflammation arising, he, being unable to undergo the pain, permitted a deep incision to be made, by which wound the bone was taken out, but the wound growing worse and rheum falling upon it, it killed him. But this may be mentioned hereafter in its proper place. After exercise to use a cold bath is boyish, and has more ostentation in it than health. For though it may seem to harden our bodies and make them not so subject to outward accidents, yet it does more prejudice to the inward parts by hindering transpiration, fixing the humours, and condensing those vapours which love freedom and transpiration. Besides, necessity will force those who use cold baths into that exact and accurate way of diet they would so much avoid, and make them take care they be not in the least extravagant, for every such error is sure to receive a bitter reproof. But a warm bath is much more pardonable, for it does not so much destroy our natural vigor and strength as it does conduce to our health, laying a soft and easy foundation for concoction, preparing those things for digestion which are not easily digested without any pain, if they be not very crude and deep lodged, and freeing us from all inward weariness. But when we do sensibly perceive our bodies to be indifferent well, or as they ought to be, we should omit bathing, and anoint ourselves by the fire, which is better if the body stand in need of heat, for it dispenses a warmth throughout. But we should make use of the sun more or less, as the temper of the air permits. So much may suffice to have been said concerning exercises. As for what has been said of diet before, if any part of it be profitable in instructing us how we should allay and bring down our appetites, there yet remains one thing more to be advised, that if it be troublesome to treat one's belly like one broke loose, and to contend with it though it has no ears, as Cato said, then ought we to take care that the quality of what we eat may make the quantity more light, and we should eat cautiously of such food as is solid and most nourishing, for it is hard always to refuse it, such as flesh, cheese, dried figs, and boiled eggs, but more freely of those things which are thin and light, such as moist herbs, fowl, and fish, if it be not too fat, for he that eats such things as these may gratify his appetite and yet not oppress his body. But ill digestion is chiefly to be feared after flesh, for it presently very much clogs us and leaves ill relics behind it. It would be best to accustom oneself to eat no flesh at all, for the earth affords plenty enough of things fit not only for nourishment, but for delight and enjoyment, some of which you may eat without much preparation, and others you may make pleasant by adding divers other things to them. But since custom is almost a second nature, we may eat flesh, but not to the cloying of our appetites, like wolves or lions, but only to lay as it were a foundation and bulwark for our nourishment, and then come to other meats and sauces, which are more agreeable to the nature of our bodies, and do less dull our rational soul, which seems to be enlivened by a light and brisk diet. As for liquids, we should never make milk our drink, but rather take it as food, it yielding much solid nourishment. As for wine, we must say to it what Euripides said to Venus: Thy joys with moderation I would have, and that I ne'er may want them humbly crave. For wine is the most beneficial of all drinks, the pleasantest medicine in the world, and of all dainties the least cloying to the appetite, provided more regard be given to the opportunity of the time of drinking it, than even to its being properly mixed with water. Water, not only when it is mixed with wine, but also if it be drunk by itself between mixed wine and water, makes the mingled wine less hurtful. We should accustom ourselves, therefore, in our daily diet to drink 2 or 3 glasses of water, which will allay the strength of the wine, and make drinking of water familiar to our body, that so in a case of necessity it may not be looked on as a stranger, and we be offended at it. It so falls out that some have then the greatest inclination for wine, when there is most need they should drink water. For such men, when they have been exposed to great heat of the sun, or have fallen into a chill, or have been speaking vehemently, or have been more than ordinarily thoughtful about anything, or after any fatigue or labor, are of the opinion that they ought to drink wine, as if nature required some repose for the body and some diversion after its labors. But nature requires no such repose, if you would call pleasure repose, but desires only such an alteration as shall be between pleasure and pain, in which case we ought to abate of our diet, and either wholly abstain from wine, or drink it allayed with very much mixture of water. For wine, being sharp and fiery, increases the disturbances of the body, exasperates them, and wounds the parts affected, which stand more in need of being comforted and smoothed, which water does the best of any thing. If, when we are not thirsty, we drink warm water after labor, exercise, or heat, we find our inward parts loosened and smoothed by it. For the moisture of water is gentle and not violent, but that of wine carries a great force in it, which is no ways agreeable in the forementioned cases. And if any one should be afraid that abstinence would bring upon the body that acrimony and bitterness which some say it will, he is like those children who think themselves much wronged because they may not eat just before the fit of a fever. The best mean between both of these is drinking of water. We oftentimes sacrifice to Bacchus himself without wine, doing very well in accustoming ourselves not to be always desirous of wine. Minos made the pipe and the crown be laid aside at the sacrifice when there was mourning, and yet we know an afflicted mind is not at all affected by either the pipe or crown, but there is no body so strong to which, in commotion or a fever, wine does not do a great deal of injury. The Lydians are reported in a famine to have spent one day in eating and the next in sports and drollery. But a lover of learning and a friend to the Muses, when at any time he is forced to sup later than ordinary, will not be so much a slave to his belly as to lay aside a geographical scheme when it is before him, or his book, or his lyre, but strenuously turning himself and taking his mind off from eating, he will in the Muses' name drive away all such desires, as so many harpies, from his table. Will not the Scythian in the midst of his cups oftentimes handle his bow and twang the string, thereby rousing up himself from that drunkenness in which he was immersed? Will a Greek be afraid, because he is laughed at, by books and letters gently to loosen and unbend any blind and obstinate desire? The young men in Menander, when they were drinking, were trepanned by a bawd, which brought in to them a company of handsome and richly attired women, but every one, as he said, cast down his eyes and fell to junketing, not one daring to look upon them. Lovers of learning have many fair and pleasant diversions, if they can no other way keep in their canine and brutish appetites when they see the table spread. The bawling of such fellows as anoint wrestlers, and the opinion of pedagogues that it hinders our nourishment and dulls one's heads to discourse of learning at table, are indeed of some force then, when we are called upon to solve a fallacy like the Indus, or to dispute about the Kyrion at a feast. For though the pith of the palm tree is very sweet, yet they say it will cause the headache. To discourse of logic at meals is not indeed a very delicious banquet, is rather troublesome and pains one's head. But if there be any one who will not give us leave to discourse philosophically, or ask any question or read anything at table, though it be of those things which are not only decent and profitable, but also pleasantly merry, we will desire them not to trouble us, but to talk in this style to the athletes in the Xystem and the Palestra, who have laid aside their books and are wont to spend their whole time in jeers and scurrilous jests, being, as Aristo wittily expresses it, smooth and hard like the pillars in the gymnasium. But we must obey our physicians, who advise us to keep some interval between supper and sleep, and not to heap up together a great deal of victuals in our stomachs, and so shorten our breath, lest we presently by crude and fermenting aliment overcharge our digestion, but rather to take some space and breathing time before we sleep. As those who have a mind to exercise themselves after supper do not do it by running or wrestling, but rather by gentle exercise, such as walking or dancing, so when we intend to exercise our minds after supper, we are not to do it with anything of business or care, or with those sophistical disputes which bring us into a vainglorious and violent contention. But there are many questions in natural philosophy which are easy to discuss and to decide. There are many disquisitions which relate to manners which please the mind, as Homer expresses it, and do no way discompose it. Questions in history and poetry have been by some ingeniously called a second course to a learned man and a scholar. There are discourses which are no way troublesome, and besides, fables may be told. Nay, it is easier to discourse of the pipe and lyre, or hear them discoursed of, than it is to hear either of them played on. The quantity of time allowed for this exercise is till our meat be gently settled within us, so that our digestion may have power enough to master it. Aristotle is of opinion that to walk after supper stirs up our natural heat, but to sleep, if it be soon after, chokes it. Others again say that rest aids digestion, and that motion disturbs it. Hence some walk immediately after supper, others choose rather to keep themselves still. But that man seems to obtain the design of both, who cherishes and keeps his body quiet, not immediately suffering his mind to become heavy and idle, but, as has been said, gently distributing and lightening his spirits by either hearing or speaking some pleasant thing, such as will neither molest nor oppress him. Medicinal vomits and purges, which are the bitter reliefs of gluttony, are not to be attempted without great necessity. The manner of many is to fill themselves because they are empty, and again, because they are full, to empty themselves contrary to nature, being no less tormented with being full than being empty, or rather they are troubled at their fullness, as being a hindrance of their appetite, and are always emptying themselves that they may make room for new enjoyment. The damage in these cases is evident, for the body is disordered and torn by both these. It is an inconvenience that always attends a vomit, that it increases and gives nourishment to this insatiable humour, for it engenders hunger as violent and turbulent as a roaring torrent, which continually annoys a man and forces him to his meat, not like a natural appetite that calls for food, but rather like inflammation that calls for plasters and physic. Wherefore his pleasures are short and imperfect, and in the enjoyment are very furious and unquiet. Upon which there come distensions and affections of the pores, and retentions of the spirits, which will not wait for the natural evacuations, but run over the surface of the body, so that it is like an overloaded ship, where it is more necessary to throw something overboard than to take anything more in. Those disturbances in our bellies which are caused by physic corrupt and consume our inward parts, and do rather increase our superfluous humours than bring them away, which is as if one that was troubled at the number of Greeks that inhabited the city should call in the Arabians and Scythians. Some are so much mistaken that, in order that they may void their customary and natural superfluities, they take Cnidian berries, or scaminy, or some other harsh and incongruous physic, which is more fit to be carried away by purge than it is able to purge us. It is best therefore by a moderate and regular diet to keep our body in order, so that it may command itself as to fullness or emptiness. If at any time there be a necessity, we may take a vomit, but without physic or much tampering, and such a one as will not cause any great disturbance, only enough to save us from indigestion by casting up gently what is superfluous. For as linen cloths, when they are washed with soap and nitre, are more worn out than when they are washed with water only, so physical vomits corrupt and destroy the body. If at any time we are costive, there is no medicine better than some sort of food which will purge you gently and with ease, the trial of which is familiar to all, and the use without any pain. But if it will not yield to those, we may drink water for some days, or fast, or take a clyster, rather than take any troublesome purging physic, which most men are inclined to do, like that sort of women which take things on purpose to miscarry, that they may be empty and begin afresh. But to be done with these, there are some on the other side who are too exact in enjoining themselves to periodical and set fasts, doing amiss in teaching nature to want coercion when there is no occasion for it, and making that abstinence necessary which is not so, and all this at times when nature requires her accustomed way of living. It is better to use those injunctions we lay upon our bodies with more freedom, even when we have no ill symptom or suspicion upon us, and so to order our diet, as has been said, that our bodies may be always obedient to any change, and not be enslaved or tied up to one manner of living, nor so exact in regarding the times, numbers, and periods of our actions. For it is a life neither safe, easy, politic, nor like a man, but more like the life of an oyster or the trunk of a tree, to live so without any variety, and in restraint as to our meat, abstinence, motion, and rest, casting ourselves into a gloomy, idle, solitary, unsociable, and inglorious way of living, far remote from the administration of the state, at least, I may say, in my opinion. For health is not to be purchased by sloth and idleness, for those are chief inconveniences of sickness, and there is no difference between him who thinks to enjoy his health by idleness and quiet, and him who thinks to preserve his eyes by not using them, and his voice by not speaking. For such a man's health will not be any advantage to him in the performance of many things he is obliged to do as a man. Idleness can never be said to conduce to health, for it destroys the very end of it. Nor is it true that they are the most healthful that do least. For Xenocrates was not more healthful than Phocion, or Theophrastus than Demetrius. It signified nothing to Epicurus or his followers, as to that so much talked of good habit of body, that they declined all business, though it were never so honourable. We ought to preserve the natural constitution of our bodies by other means, knowing every part of our life is capable of sickness and health. The contrary advice to that which Plato gave his scholars is to be given to those who are concerned in public business. For he was wont to say, whenever he left his school, Go to, my boys, see that you employ your leisure in some honest sport and pastime. Now to those that are in public office our advice is, that they bestow their labor on honest and necessary things, not tiring their bodies with small or inconsiderable things. For most men upon accident torment themselves with watchings, journeyings, and running up and down, for no advantage and with no good design, but only that they may do others an injury, or because they envy them, or are competitors with them, or because they hunt after unprofitable and empty glory. To such as these I think Democritus chiefly spoke, when he said, that if the body should summon the soul before a court on an action for ill treatment, the soul would lose the case. And perhaps on the other hand Theophrastus spoke well, when he said metaphorically, that the soul pays a dear house rent to its landlord the body. But still the body is very much more inconvenienced by the soul when it is used beyond reason and there is not care enough taken of it. For when it is in passion, action, or any concern, it does not at all consider the body. Jason, being somewhat out of humour, said, that in little things we ought not to stand upon justice, so that in greater things we may be sure to do it. We, and that in reason, advise any public man to trifle and play with little things, and in such cases to indulge himself, so that in worthy and great concerns he may not bring a dull, tired, and weary body, but one that is the better for having lain still, like a ship in the dock, that when the soul has occasion again to call it into business, it may run with her like a sucking colt with the mare. Upon which account, when business gives us leave, we ought to refresh our bodies, grudging them neither sleep nor dinner, nor that ease which is the medium between pain and pleasure, not taking that course which most men do, who thereby wear out their bodies by the many changes they expose them to, making them like hot iron thrown into cold water, by softening and troubling them with pleasures, after they have been very much strained and oppressed with labor. And on the other side, after they have opened their bodies and made them tender either by wine or venery, they exercise them either at the bar or at court, or enter upon some other business which requires earnest and vigorous action. Heraclitus, when he was in a dropsy, desired his physician to bring a draught upon his body, for it had a glut of rain. Most men are very much in the wrong who, after being tired or having labored or fasted, moisten, as it were, and dissolve their bodies in pleasure, and again force and distend them after those pleasures. Nature does not require that we should make the body amends at that rate. But an intemperate and slavish mind, so soon as it is free from labor, like a sailor, runs insolently into pleasures and delights, and again falls upon business, so that nature can have no rest or leave to enjoy that temper and calmness which it does desire, but is troubled and tormented by all this irregularity. Those that have any discretion never so much as offer pleasure to the body when it is laboring, for at such times they do not require it at all, nor do they so much as think of it, their minds being intent upon that employ they are in, either the delight or diligence of the soul getting the mastery over all other desires. Epaminondas is reported wittily to have said of a good man that died about the time of the battle of Leuctra, How came he to have so much leisure as to die, when there was so much business stirring? It may truly be asked concerning a man that is either of public employ or a scholar, what time can such a man spare, either to debauch his stomach, or be drunk or lascivious? For such men, after they have done their business, allow quiet and repose to their bodies, reckoning not only unprofitable pains, but unnecessary pleasures to be enemies to nature, and avoiding them as such. I have heard that Tiberius Caesar was wont to say, that he was a ridiculous man, that held forth his hand to a physician after 60. But it seems to me to be a little too severely said. But this is certain, that every man ought to have skill in his own pulse, for it is very different in every man, neither ought he to be ignorant of the temper of his own body, as to heat and cold, or what things do him good and what hurt. For he has no sense, and is both a blind and lame inhabitant of his body, that must learn these things from another, and must ask his physicians whether it is better with him in winter or summer, or whether moist or dry things agree best with him, or whether his pulse be frequent or slow. For it is necessary and easy to know such things by custom and experience. It is convenient to understand more what meats and drinks are wholesome than what are pleasant, and to have more skill in what is good for the stomach than in what seems good to the mouth, and in those things that are easy of digestion than in those that gratify our palate. For it is no less scandalous to ask a physician what is easy and what is hard of digestion, and what will agree with your stomach and what not, than it is to ask what is sweet and what bitter and what sour. They nowadays correct their cooks, being able well enough to tell what is too sweet, too salt, or too sour, but themselves do not know what will be light or easy of digestion and agreeable to them. Therefore in the seasoning of broth they seldom err, but they do so scurvily pickle themselves every day as to afford work enough for the physician. For that pottage is not accounted best that is the sweetest, but they mingle bitter and sweet together. But they force the body to partake of many and those cloying pleasures, either not knowing or not remembering that to things that are good and wholesome nature adds a pleasure unmingled with any regret or repentance afterward. We ought also to know what things are cognate and convenient to our bodies, and be able to direct a proper diet to any one upon any change of weather or other circumstance. As for those inconveniences which sordidness and poverty bring upon many, as gathering of fruit, continual labor and running about, and want of rest, which fall heavy upon the weaker parts of the body and such as are inwardly infirm, we need not fear that any man of employ or scholar, to whom our present discourse belongs, should be troubled with them. But there is a severe sort of sordidness as to their studies, which they ought to avoid, by which they are forced many times to neglect their body, oftentimes denying it a supply when it has done its work, making the mortal part of us do its share in work as well as the immortal, and the earthly part as much as the heavenly. But as the ox said to his fellow servant the camel, when he refused to ease him of his burthen, "It won't be long before you carry my burthen and me too," which fell out to be true when the ox died. So it happens to the mind when it refuses that little relaxation and comfort which it needs in its labor. For a little while after, a fever or vertigo seizes us, and then reading, discoursing, and disputing must be laid aside, and it is forced to partake of the body's distemper. Plato therefore rightly exhorts us not to employ the mind without the body, nor the body without the mind, but to drive them equally like a pair of horses, and when at any time the body toils and labors with the mind, then to be the more careful of it, and thus to gain its well-beloved health, believing that it obliges us with the best of things, when it is no impediment to our knowledge and enjoyment of virtue, either in business or discourse. End of section 20.
The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. How a man may receive advantage and profit from his enemies. Not to mention, Cornelius Pulcher, your gentle as well as skilful administration of public affairs, for which goodness and humanity you have gotten an interest in mankind, we clearly perceive that in your private conversation you have made a quiet and peaceable way of living your choice and continual practice. By this means you are justly esteemed a useful member of the commonwealth in general, and also a friendly, affable companion to those who familiarly converse with you, as being a person free from all sour, rough, and peevish humours. For as it is said of Crete, we may by great chance discover one single region of the world that never afforded any dens or coverts for wild beasts. But through the long succession of ages, even to this time, there scarce ever was a state or kingdom that hath not suffered under envy, hatred, emulation, the love of strife, fierce and unruly passions, of all others the most productive of enmity and ill will among men. Nay, if nothing else will bring it to pass, familiarity will at last breed contempt, and the very friendship of men doth frequently draw them into quarrels that prove sharp and sometimes implacable, which that wise man Chilo did well understand, who, when he heard another assert that he had no enemy, asked him very pertinently whether he had no friend. In my judgment, therefore, it is absolutely necessary that a man, especially if he sit at the helm and be engaged to steer the government, should watchfully observe every posture and motion of his enemy, and subscribe to Xenophon's opinion in this case, who hath set it down as a maxim of the greatest wisdom, that a man should make the best advantage he can of him that is his adversary. Wherefore, having lately determined to write somewhat on this argument, I have now gathered together all my scattered thoughts and meditations upon it, which I have sent to you, digested into as plain a method as I could, forbearing all along to mention those observations I have heretofore made and written in my political precepts, because I know you have that treatise at your hand and often under your eye. Our ancestors were well satisfied and content if they could safely guard themselves from the violent incursions of wild beasts, and this was the end and object of all their contests with these creatures. But their posterity have laid down their weapons of defense, and have invented a quite contrary use of them, making them serviceable to some of the chief ends of human life. For their flesh serves for food, and their hair for clothing, medicines and antidotes are devised out of their entrails, and their skins are converted into armor, so that we may upon good grounds fear that, if these supplies should fail, their manner of life would appear savage, destitute of convenient food and raiment, barbarous and naked. Although we receive these benefits and comforts from the very beasts, yet some men suppose themselves happy and secure enough, provided they escape all harm from enemies, not regarding Xenophon's judgment, whom they ought to credit in this matter, that every man endowed with common sense and understanding may, if he please, make his opposites very useful and profitable to him. Because then we cannot live in this world out of the neighborhood of such as will continually labor to do us injury or oppose us. Let us search out some way whereby this advantage and profit from enemies may be acquired. The best experienced gardener cannot so change the nature of every tree that it shall yield pleasant and well-tasted fruit. Neither can the craftiest huntsman tame every beast. One therefore makes the best use he can of his trees, the other of his beast, although the first perhaps are barren and dry, the latter wild and ungovernable. So sea-water is unwholesome and not to be drunk, yet it affords nourishment to all sorts of fish, and serves as it were for a chariot to convey those who visit foreign countries. The satyr would have kissed and embraced the fire the first time he saw it, but Prometheus bids him take heed, else he might have cause to lament the loss of his beard, if he came too near that which burns all it touches. Yet this very fire is a most beneficial thing to mankind. It bestows upon us the blessings of both light and heat, and serves those who know how to use it for the most excellent instrument of mechanic arts. Directed by these examples, we may be able to take right measures of our enemies, considering that by one handle or other we may lay hold of them for the use and benefit of our lives, though otherwise they may appear very untractable and hurtful to us. There are many things which, when we have obtained them by much labor and sweat, become nauseous, ungrateful, and directly contrary to our inclinations. But there are some, you know, who can turn the very indispositions of their bodies into an occasion of rest and freedom from business. And hard pains that have fallen upon many men have rendered them only the more robust through vigorous exercise. There are others who, as Diogenes and Crates did, have made banishment from their native country and loss of all their goods a means to pass out of a troublesome world into the quiet and serene state of philosophy and mental contemplation. So the Stoic Zeno welcomed the good fortune, when he heard the ship was broken wherein his adventures were, because she had reduced him to a torn coat, to the safety and innocence of a mean and low condition. For as some creatures of strong constitutions eat serpents, and digest them well, nay, there are some whose stomachs can by a strange powerful heat concoct shells or stones, while on the contrary there are the weak and diseased, who loathe even bread and wine, the most agreeable and best supports of human life. So the foolish and inconsiderate spoil the very friendships they are engaged in, but the wise and prudent make good use of the hatred and enmity of men. To those then who are discreet and cautious, the most malignant and worst part of enmity becomes advantageous and useful. But what is this you talk of all this while, An enemy is ever diligent and watchful to contrive stratagems and lay snares for us, not omitting any opportunity whereby he may carry on his malicious purposes. He lays siege to our whole life, and turns spy into the most minute action of it, not, as Lucius is said, to look into oaks and stones, but by arts of insinuation he gets to the knowledge of our secrets, by our bosom friend, domestic servant, and intimate acquaintance. As much as possibly he can, he inquires what we have done, and labors to dive into the most hidden counsels of our minds. Nay, our friends do often escape our notice, either when they die or are sick, because we are careless and neglect them. But we are apt to examine and pry curiously almost into the very dreams of our enemies. Now our enemy, to gratify his ill will towards us, doth acquaint himself with the infirmities both of our bodies and mind, with the debts we have contracted, and with all the differences that arise in our families, all which he knows as well, if not better, than ourselves. He sticks fast to our faults, and chiefly makes his invidious remarks upon them. Nay, our most depraved affections, that are the worst distempers of our minds, are always the subjects of his inquiry, just as vultures pursue putrid flesh, noisome and corrupted carcasses, because they have no perception of those that are sound and in health. So our enemies catch at our failings, and then they spread them abroad by uncharitable and ill-natured reports. Hence we are taught this useful lesson for the direction and management of our conversations in the world, that we be circumspect and wary in everything we speak or do, as if our enemy always stood at our elbow and overlooked every action. Hence we learn to lead blameless and inoffensive lives. This will beget in us vehement desires and earnest endeavors of restraining disorderly passions. This will fill our minds with good thoughts and meditations, and with strong resolutions to proceed in a virtuous and harmless course of life. For as those commonwealths and cities know best how to value the happiness of having good and wholesome laws, and most admire and love the safety of a quiet and peaceable constitution of things, which have been harassed by wars with their neighbors, or by long expeditions, so those persons who have been brought to live soberly by the fear and awe of enemies, who have learned to guard against negligence and idleness, and to do everything with a view to some profitable end, are by degrees, they know not how, drawn into a habit of living so as to offend nobody, and their manners are composed and fixed in their obedience to virtue by custom and use, with very little help from the reason. For they always carry in their minds that saying of Homer, if we act anything amiss, Priam will laugh at us and all his brood. Our enemies will please themselves and scoff at our defects. Therefore we will do nothing that is ridiculous, sinful, base, or ignoble, lest we become a laughing-stock to such as do not love us. In the theatre we often see great artists in music and singing very supine and remiss, doing nothing as they should, whilst they play or sing alone. But whenever they challenge one another and contend for mastery, they do not only rouse up themselves, but they tune their instruments more carefully, they are more curious in the choice of their strings, and they try their notes in frequent and more harmonious consorts. Just so a man who hath an adversary perpetually to rival him in the well-ordering of his life and reputation is thereby rendered more prudent in what he does, looks after his actions more circumspectly, and takes as much care of the accurateness of them as the musician does of his lute or organ. For evil hath this peculiar quality in it, that it dreads an enemy more than a friend. For this cause, Nasica, when some thought the Roman affairs were established forever in peace and safety after they had razed Carthage and enslaved Greece, declared that even then they were in the greatest danger of all, and most likely to be undone, because there were none left whom they might still fear and stand in some awe of. And here may be inserted that wise and facetious answer of Diogenes to one that asked him how he might be revenged of his enemy. The only way, says he, to gall and fret him effectually, is for yourself to appear a good and honest man. The common people are generally envious and vexed in their minds, as oft as they see the cattle of those who they have no kindness for, their dogs or their horses, in a thriving condition. They sigh, fret, set their teeth, and show all the tokens of a malicious temper, when they behold their fields well tilled, or their gardens adorned and beset with flowers. If these things make them so restless and uneasy, what dost thou think they would do? What a torment would it be to them, if thou shouldst demonstrate thyself in the face of the world to be in all thy carriage a man of impartial justice, of sound understanding, unblameable integrity, of a ready and eloquent speech, sincere and upright in all your dealings, sober and temperate in all that you eat or drink. While from the culture of a prudent mind harvests of wise and noble thought you reap. Those that are conquered, saith Pindar, must seal up their lips. They dare not open their mouths, no, not even to mutter. But all men in these circumstances are not so restrained, but such chiefly as come behind their opposites in the practice of diligence, honesty, greatness of mind, humanity, and beneficence. These are beautiful and glorious virtues, as Demosthenes says, that are too pure and great to be touched by an ill tongue, that stop the mouths of backbiters, choke them, and command them to be silent. Make it thy business, therefore, to surpass the base, for this surely thou canst do. If we would vex them that hate us, we must not reproach our adversary for an effeminate and debauched person, or one of a boorish and filthy conversation, but instead of throwing this dirt, we ourselves must be remarkable for a steady virtue and a well-governed behavior. We must speak the truth, and carry ourselves civilly and justly towards all who hold any correspondence or maintain any commerce with us. But if at any time a man is so transported by passion as to utter any bitter words, he must take heed that he himself be not chargeable for those crimes for which he upbraids others. He must descend into himself, examine and cleanse his own breast, that no putrefaction nor rottenness be lodged there. Otherwise he will be condemned, as the physician is by the tragedian. Wilt thou heal others, thou thyself being full of sores? If a man should jeer you and say that you are a dunce and illiterate, upon this motive you ought to apply your mind to the taking of pains in the study of philosophy and all kinds of learning. If he abuses you for a coward, then raise up your mind to a courageous manliness and an undaunted boldness of spirit. If he tells you you are lascivious and wanton, this scandal may be wiped off by having your mind barred up against all impressions of lust, and your discourse free from the least obscenity. These are allowable returns, and the most cutting strokes you can give your enemy, there being nothing that carries in it more vexation and disgrace than that scandalous censures should fall back upon the head of him who was the first author of them. For as the beams of the sun reverberated do most severely affect and punish weak eyes, so those calumnies are most vexatious and intolerable, which truth retorts back upon their first broachers. For as the northeast wind gathers clouds, so does a vicious life gather unto itself opprobrious speeches. Insomuch that Plato, when he was in company with any persons that were guilty of unhandsome actions, was wont thus to reflect upon himself, and ask this question: Am I of the like temper and disposition with these men? In like manner, whosoever passes a hard censure upon another man's life should presently make use of self-examination, and inquire what his own is, by which means he will come to know what his failings are, and how to amend them. Thus the very censures and backbitings of his enemy will redound to his advantage, although in itself this censorious humor is a very vain, empty, and useless thing. For everyone will laugh at and deride that man who is humpbacked and bald-pated, while at the same time he makes sport with the natural deformities of his brethren, it being a very ridiculous, unaccountable thing to scoff at another for those very imperfections for which you yourself may be abused. As Leo Byzantinus replied upon the humpbacked man who in drollery reflected on the weakness of his eyes, "You mock me for a human infirmity, but you bear the marks of divine vengeance on your own back. Wherefore no man should arraign another of adultery when he himself is addicted to a more bestial vice. Neither may one man justly accuse another of extravagance or looseness when he himself is stingy and covetous." Alcmaeon told Adrastus that he was near akin to a woman that killed her husband, to which Adrastus gave a very pat and sharp answer: "Thou with thy own hands didst murder thy mother." After the same sarcastical way of jesting did Domitius ask Crassus whether he did not weep for the death of the lamprey that was bred in his fish-pond, to which Crassus makes this present reply: But have I not heard that you did not weep when you carried out 3 wives to their burial? Whence we may infer that it behooves every man who takes upon him to correct or censure another not to be too clamorous or merry upon his faults, but to be guilty of no such crime as may expose him to the chastisement and reproach of others. For the great God seems to have given that commandment of "know thyself" to those men more especially who are apt to make remarks upon other men's actions and forget themselves. So, as Sophocles hath well observed, they often hear that which they would not, because they allow themselves the liberty of talking what they please. This is the use that may be lawfully made of censuring and judging our enemies, that we may be sure we are not culpable for the same misdemeanors which we condemn in them. On the contrary, we may reap no less advantage from our being judged and censured by our enemies. In this case Antisthenes spake incomparably well, that if a man would lead a secure and blameless life, it was necessary that he should have either very ingenuous and honest friends, or very furious enemies, because the first would keep him from sinning by their kind admonitions, the latter by their evil words and vehement invectives. But forasmuch as in these times friendships is grown almost speechless, and hath left off that freedom it did once use, since it is loquacious in flattery and dumb in admonition, therefore we must expect to hear truth only from the mouths of enemies. As Telephus, when he could find no physician that he could confide in as his friend, thought his adversary's lance would most probably heal his wound, so he that hath no friend to give him advice and to reprove him in what he acts amiss must bear patiently the rebukes of an enemy, and thereby learn to amend the errors of his ways, considering seriously the object which these severe censures aim at, and not what the person is who makes them. For as he who designed the death of Prometheus, the Thessalian, instead of giving the fatal blow, only lanced a swelling that he had, which did really preserve his life, and free him from the hazard of approaching death, just so may the harsh reprehensions of enemies cure some distempers of the mind that were before either unknown or neglected, though these angry speeches do originally proceed from malice and ill will. But many, when they are accused of a crime, do not consider whether they are guilty of the matter alleged against them, but are rather solicitous whether the accuser hath nothing that may be laid to his charge. Like the combatants in a match at wrestling, they take no care to wipe off the dirt that sticks upon them, but they go on to besmear one another, and in their mutual strugglings they wallow and tumble into more dirt and filthiness. It is a matter of greater importance and concern to a man when he is lashed by the slanders of an enemy, by living virtuously to prevent and avert all objections that may be made against his life, than it is to scour the spots out of his clothes when they are shown him. And even if any man with opprobrious language object to you crimes you know nothing of, you ought to inquire into the causes and reasons of such false accusations, that you may learn to take heed for the future, and be very wary, lest unwittingly you should commit those offenses that are unjustly attributed to you, or something that comes near them. Lycides, king of the Argives, was abused as an effeminate person, because he wore his hair long, used to dress himself neatly, and his mien was finical. So Pompey, though he was very far from any effeminate softness, yet was reflected upon and jeered for being used to scratch his head with one of his fingers. Crassus also suffered much in the like kind, because sometimes he visited a Vestal virgin, and showed great attention to her, having a design to purchase of her a little farm that lay conveniently for him. So Postumia was suspected of unchaste actions, and was even brought to trial, because she would often be very cheerful and discourse freely in men's company. But she was found clear of all manner of guilt in that nature. Nevertheless, at her dismission, Spurius Minucius the Pontifex Maximus gave her this good admonition, that her words should be always as pure, chaste, and modest as her life was. Themistocles, though he had defended in nothing, yet was suspected of treachery with Pausanias, because he corresponded familiarly with him, and used every day to send him letters and messengers. Whenever then anything is spoken against you that is not true, do not pass it by or despise it because it is false, but forthwith examine yourself, and consider what you have said or done, what you have ever undertaken, or what converse you have ever had, that may have given likelihood to the slander. And when this is discovered, decline for the future all things that may provoke any reproachful or foul language from others. For if troubles and difficulties into which some men fall either by chance or through their own inadvertency and rashness may teach others what is fit and safe for them to do, as Merope says, Fortune hath taken for her salary my dearest goods, but wisdom she hath given. Why should not we take an enemy for our tutor, who will instruct us gratis in those things we knew not before? For an enemy sees and understands more in matters relating to us than our friends do, because love is blind, as Plato says, in discerning the imperfections of the thing beloved. But spite, malice, ill will, wrath, and contempt talk much, are very inquisitive and quick-sighted. When Hiero was upbraided by his enemy for having a stinking breath, he returned home and demanded of his wife why she had not acquainted him with it. The innocent good woman makes this answer, I thought all men's breath had that smell. For those things in men that are conspicuous to all are sooner understood from the information of enemies than from that of friends and acquaintance. Furthermore, an exact government of the tongue is a strong evidence of a good mind, and no inconsiderable part of virtue. But since every man naturally is desirous to propagate his conceits, and without a painful force cannot smother his resentments, it is no easy task to keep this unruly member in due subjection, unless such an impetuous affection as anger be thoroughly subdued by much exercise, care, and study. For such things as saying let fall against our will, or a word flying by the range of our teeth, or a speech escaping us by accident, are all likely to happen to those whose ill-exercised minds, as it were, fall and waste away, and whose course of life is licentious, and we may attribute this to a hasty passion or to unsettled judgment. For divine Plato tells us that for a word, which is the lightest of all things, both gods and men inflict the heaviest penalties. But silence, which can never be called to account, doth not only, as Hippocrates hath observed, extinguish thirst, but it bears up against all manner of slanders with the constancy of Socrates and the courage of Hercules, who was no more concerned than a fly at what others said or did. Now it is certainly not grander or better than this for a man to bear silently and quietly the revilings of an enemy, taking care not to provoke him, as if he were swimming by a dangerous rock, but the practice is better. For whosoever is thus accustomed to endure patiently the scoffs of an enemy will, without any disturbance or trouble, bear with the chidings of a wife, the rebukes of a friend, or the sharper reproofs of a brother. When a father or mother corrects you, you will not be refractory or stubborn under the rod. Xanthippe, though she was a woman of a very angry and troublesome spirit, could never move Socrates to a passion. By being used to bear patiently this heavy sufferance at home, he was ever unconcerned, and not in the least moved by the most scurrilous and abusive tongues he met withal abroad. For it is much better to overcome boisterous passions and to bring the mind into a calm and even frame of spirit by contentedly undergoing the scoffs, outrages, and affronts of enemies, than to be stirred up to choler or revenge by the worst they can say or do. Thus we may show a meek and gentle temper, and a submissive bearing of evil in our enmities, and even integrity, magnanimity, and goodness of disposition are also more conspicuous here than in friendship. For it is not so honorable and virtuous to do a friend a kindness, as it is unworthy and base to omit this good office when he stands in need. But it is an eminent piece of humanity, and a manifest token of nature truly generous, to put up with the affronts of an enemy, when you have a fair opportunity to revenge them. For if any one sympathizes with his enemy in his affliction, relieves him in his necessities, and is ready to assist his sons and family if they desire it, any one that will not love this man for his compassion and highly commend him for his charity must have a black heart made of adamant or iron, as Pindar says. When Caesar made an edict that the statues of Pompey, which were tumbled down, should be rebuilt and restored to their former beauty and magnificence, Tully tells him that by setting up again Pompey's statues, he has erected one for himself, an everlasting monument of praise and honor to after ages. So that we must give to every one his due, to an enemy such respect and honor as he truly deserves. Thus a man that praises his enemy for his real deserts shall himself obtain the more honor by it. And whenever he shall correct or censure him, he will be credited in what he does, because everyone will believe that he does it out of a dislike and just abhorrence of his vice, and not of his person. By this practice we shall be brought at length to perform the most honorable and worthy actions, for he who is wont to praise and speak the best things of his enemies will never repine at the prosperity or success of his friends and acquaintance. He is never troubled, but rather rejoices when they thrive and are happy. And what virtue can any man exercise that will be more profitable and delightful to him than this, which takes away from him the bitterness of malice, and doth not only break the teeth of envy, but by teaching him to rejoice at another man's felicity, doth double his own enjoyment and satisfaction? As in war, many things, although they are bad and evil in themselves, yet have become necessary, and by long custom and prescription have obtained the validity of a law, so that it is not easy to root them out, even by those who thereby suffer much harm. Just so doth enmity usher in the mind a long train of vices, meagre envy coupled with grim hatred, restless jealousy and suspicion, unnatural joy at other men's miseries, and a long remembrance of injuries. Fraud, deceit, and snares, joined to these forces of wickedness, work infinite mischief in the world, yet they appear as no evils at all when they are exerted against an enemy. By this means they make a deep entrance into the mind, they get fast hold of it, and are hardly shaken off, so that, unless we forbear the practice of these ill qualities towards our enemies, they will by frequent acts become so habitual to us, that we shall be apt to make use of them to the manifest wrong and injury of our friends. Wherefore, if Pythagoras was highly esteemed for instructing his disciples to avoid all manner of cruelty against beasts themselves, so that he himself would redeem them out of their captivity in either the fowler's or the fisherman's net, and forbade his followers to kill any creature, it is surely much better and more manly in our differences with men to show ourselves generous, just, and detesters of all falsehood, and to moderate and correct all base, unworthy, and hurtful passions, that in all our conversation with our friends we may be open-hearted, and that we may not seek to overreach or deceive others in any of our dealings. For Scaurus was a professed enemy and open accuser of Domitius, whereupon a treacherous servant of Domitius comes to Scaurus before the cause was to be heard, and tells him that he has a secret to communicate to him in relation to the present suit, which he knows not of, and which may be very advantageous on his side. Yet Scaurus would not permit him to speak a word, but apprehended him, and sent him back to his master. And when Cato was prosecuting Murena for bribery, and was collecting evidence to support his charge, he was accompanied, according to custom, by certain persons in the interest of the defendant, who watched his transactions. These often asked him in the morning whether he intended on that day to collect evidence or make other preparation for the trial, and so soon as he told them he should not, they put such trust in him that they went their way. This was a plain demonstration of the extraordinary deference and honor they paid to Cato, but a far greater testimony, and one surpassing all the rest, is it to prove that if we accustom ourselves to deal justly and uprightly with our enemies, then we shall not fail to behave ourselves so towards our friends. Simonides was wont to say that there was no lark without its crest. So the disposition of men is naturally pregnant with strife, suspicion, and envy, which last, as Pindar observes, is the companion of empty-brained men. Therefore no man can do anything that will tend more to his own profit and the preservation of his peace than utterly to purge out of his mind these corrupt affections, and cast them off as the very sink of all iniquity, that they may create no more mischief between him and his friends. This Onomademus, a judicious and wise man, understood well, who, when he was of the prevailing side in the civil commotion at Chios, gave this counsel to his friends, that they should not quite destroy or drive away those of the adverse party, but let some abide there, for fear they should begin to fall out among themselves as soon as their enemies were all out of the way. Therefore, if these uneasy dispositions of the mind be spent and consumed upon enemies, they would never molest or disquiet our friends. Neither doth Hesiod approve of one potter or one singer's envying another, or that a neighbor or relation or brother should resent it ill that another prospers and is successful in the world. But if there be no other way whereby we may be delivered from emulation, envy, or contention, we may suffer our minds to vent these passions upon the prosperity of our enemies, and whet the edge and sharpen the point of our anger upon them. For as gardeners that have knowledge and experience in plants expect their roses and violets should grow the better by being set near leeks and onions, because all the sour juices of the earth are conveyed into these, so an enemy, by attracting to himself our vicious and peevish qualities, may render us less humorsome and more candid and ingenuous to our friends that are in a better or more happy state than ourselves. Wherefore let us enter the lists with our enemies, and contend with them for true glory, lawful empire, and just gain. Let us not so much debase ourselves as to be troubled and fret at any possessions they enjoy more than we have. Let us rather carefully observe those good qualities wherein our enemies excel us, so that by these motives we may be excited to outdo them in honest diligence, indefatigable industry, prudent caution, and exemplary sobriety. As Themistocles complained, that the victory Miltiades got at Marathon would not let him sleep. But whosoever views his adversary exalted far above him in dignities, in pleading of great causes, in administration of state affairs, or in favor and friendship with princes, and doth not put forth all his strength and power to get before him in these things, this man commonly pines away, and by degrees sinks into the sloth and misery of an envious and inactive life. And we may observe that envy and hatred do raise such clouds in the understanding, that a man shall not be able to pass a right judgment concerning things which he hates. But whosoever with an impartial eye beholds, and with a sincere mind judges, the life and manners, discourses, and actions of his enemy, will soon understand that many of those things that raise his envy were gotten by honest care, a discreet providence, and virtuous deeds. Thus the love of honorable and brave actions may be kindled and advanced in him, and an idle and lazy course of life may be contemned and forsaken. But if our enemies arrive at high places in the courts of princes by flattery or frauds, by bribery or gifts, we should not be troubled at it, but should rather be pleased in comparing our undisguised and honest way of living with theirs, which is quite contrary. For Plato, who was a competent judge, was of opinion that virtue was a more valuable treasure than all the riches above the earth or all the mines beneath it. And we ought evermore to have in readiness this saying of Solon, "But we will not give up our virtue in exchange for their wealth." So will we never give up our virtue for the applause of crowded theatres, which may be won by a feast, nor for the loftiest seats among eunuchs, concubines, and royal satraps. For nothing that is worth anyone's appetite, nothing that is handsome or becoming a man, can proceed from that which is in itself evil and base. But, as Plato repeats once and again, the lover cannot see the faults of the thing or person that he loves, and we apprehend soonest what our enemies do amiss. Therefore we must let neither our joy at their miscarriages, nor our sorrow at their successes be idle and useless to ourselves, but we are bound to consider in both respects how we may render ourselves better than they are, by avoiding what is faulty and vicious in them, and how we may not prove worse than they, if we imitate them in what they do excel. End of section 21.
Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Consolation to Apollonius, Part 1. As soon, Apollonius, as I heard the news of the untimely death of your son, who was very dear to us all, I fell sick of the same grief with you, and shared your misfortune with all the tenderness of sympathy. For he was a sweet and modest young man, devout towards the gods, obedient to his parents, and obliging to his friends, indeed, doing all things that were just. But when the tears of his funeral were scarcely dry, I thought it a time very improper to call upon you and put you in mind that you should bear this accident like a man. For when this unexpected affliction made you languish both in body and mind, I considered then that compassion was more seasonable than advice. For the most skilful physicians do not put a sudden stop to a flux of humours, but give them time to settle, and then foment the swelling by softening and bringing it to a head with medicines outwardly applied. So now that a competent time is past, time which brings all things to maturity, since the first surprise of your calamity, I believed I should do an acceptable piece of friendship if I should now comfort you with those reasons which may lessen your grief and silence your complaints. Soft words alleviate a wounded heart, if you, in time, will mitigate the smart. Euripides hath said wisely to this purpose: Our applications should suited be unto the nature of the malady. Of sorrow we should wipe the tender eyes, but the immoderate weeper should chastise. For of all the passions which move and afflict the mind of man, sorrow in its nature is the most grievous. In some they say it hath produced madness, others have contracted incurable diseases, and some out of the vehemence of it have laid violent hands upon themselves. Therefore to be sad, even to an indisposition, for the death of a son proceeds from a principle of nature, and it is out of our power to prevent it. I dislike those who boast so much of hard and inflexible temper which they call apathy, it being a disposition which never happens and never could be of use to us, for it would extinguish that sociable love we ought to have for one another, and which it is so necessary above all things to preserve. But to mourn excessively and to accumulate grief I do affirm to be altogether unnatural, and to result from a depraved opinion we have of things. Therefore we ought to shun it as destructive in itself, and unworthy of a virtuous man. But to be moderately affected by grief we cannot condemn. It were to be wished, saith Crantor the academic, that we could not be sick at all. But when a distemper seizeth us, it is requisite we should have sense and feeling in case any of our members be plucked or cut off. For that talked of apathy can never happen to a man without great detriment. For as now the body, so soon the very mind would be wild and savage. Therefore in such accidents it is but reasonable that they who are in their right senses should avoid both extremes, of being without any passion at all, and of having too much. For as the one argues a mind that is obstinate and fierce, so the other doth one that is soft and effeminate. He therefore hath cast up his accounts the best, who, confining himself within due bounds, hath such ascendant over his temper as to bear prosperous and adverse fortune with the same equality, whichsoever it is that happens to him in this life. He puts on those resolutions as if he were in a popular government, where magistracy is decided by lot. If it luckily falls to his share, he obeys his fortune; but if it passeth him, he doth not repine at it. So we must submit to the dispensation of human affairs, without being uneasy and querulous. Those who cannot do this want prudence and steadiness of mind to bear more happy circumstances. For amongst other things which are prettily said, this is one remarkable precept of Euripides: If fortune prove extravagantly kind, above its temper do not raise thy mind. If she disclaims thee like a jilting dame, be not dejected, but be still the same, like gold unchanged amidst the hottest flame. For it is the part of a wise and well-educated man not to be transported beyond himself with any prosperous events, and so, when the scene of fortune changeth, to observe still the comeliness and decency of his morals. For it is the business of a man that lives by rule either to prevent an evil that threatens him, or, when it is come, to qualify its malignity and make it as little as he can, or put on a masculine brave spirit, and so resolve to endure it. For there are 4 ways that prudence concerns herself about anything that is good. She is either industrious to acquire or careful to preserve, she either augments or useth it well. These are the measures of prudence, and consequently those of all other virtues, by which we ought to square ourselves in either fortune. For no man lives who always happy is. And, by Jove, you should not hinder what ought to be done, those things which in their nature ought to be. For, as amongst trees some are very thick with fruit, and some bear none at all, amongst living creatures some are very prolific, and some barren. And as in the sea there is alternate vicissitude of calms and tempests, so in human life there are many and various circumstances which distract a man into divers changes of fortune. One considering this matter hath not said much from the purpose. Think not thyself, O Atreus' son, forlorn, thou always to be happy wast not born. Even Agamemnon's self must be a shade, for thou of frail materials art made. Sorrow and joy alternately succeed, spite of thy teeth the gods have so decreed. These verses are Menander's. If thou, O Trophimus, of all mankind, uninterrupted happiness couldst find, if, when thy mother brought thee forth with pain, didst this condition of thy life obtain, that only prosperous gales thy sails should fill, and all things happen cording to thy will, if any of the gods did so engage, such usage justly might provoke thy rage. Matter for smart resentment might afford, for the false deity did break his word. But if thou unaccepted sawest the light, without a promise of the least delight, I say to thee, gravely in tragic style, thou ought to be more patient all the while. In short, and to say more there's no one can, which is a name of frailty, thou'rt a man. A creature more rejoicing is not found, none more dejected creeps upon the ground. Though weak, yet he in politics refines, involves himself in intricate designs. With nauseous business he himself doth cloy, and so the pleasure of his life destroy. In great pursuits thou never hast been crossed, no disappointments have thy projects lost. Nay, such hath been the mildness of thy fate, hast no misfortune had of any rate. If fortune is at any time severe, serene and undisturbed thou must appear. But though this be the state of all sublunary things, yet such is the extravagant pride and folly of some men, that if they are raised above the common by the greatness of their riches or functions of magistracy, or if they arrive to any eminent charge in the commonwealth, they presently swell with the titles of their honor, and threaten an insult over their inferiors, never considering what a treacherous goddess Fortune is, and how easy a revolution it is for things that are uppermost to be thrown down from their height, and for humble things to be exalted, and that these changes of fortune are performed quickly and in the swiftest moments of time. To seek for any certainty, therefore, in that which is uncertain, is the part of those who judge not aright of things. Like to a wheel that constantly goes round, one part is up, whilst others on the ground. But the most sovereign remedy against sorrow is our reason. and out of this arsenal we may arm ourselves with defense against all the casualties of life. For everyone ought to lay down this as a maxim, that not only is he himself mortal in his nature, but life itself decays, and things are easily changed into quite the contrary to what they are, for our bodies are made up of perishing ingredients. Our fortunes and our passions too are subject to the same mortality. Indeed, all things in this world are in perpetual flux, which no man can avoid with all his care. It is an expression of Pindar that we are held to the dark bottom of hell by necessities as hard as iron. And Euripides says, "No worldly wealth is firm and sure, but for a day it doth endure." And also, "From small beginnings our misfortunes grow, and little rubs our feet do overthrow. A single day is able down to cast some things from height, and others raise as fast." Demetrius Phalereus affirms that this was truly said, but that the poet had been more in the right, if for a single day he had put only a moment of time. For earthly fruits and mortal men's estate turn round about in one and selfsame rate. Some live, wax strong, and prosper day by day, while others are cast down and fade away. And Pindar hath it in another place, "What are we? What are we not? Man is but a shadow's dream." He used an artificial and very perspicuous hyperbole to draw human life in its genuine colors. For what is weaker than a shadow? Or what words can be found out whereby to express a shadow's dream? Crantor hath something consonant to this, when, condoling Hippocles upon the loss of his children, he speaks after this manner: "These are the things which all the old philosophers talk of and have instructed us in, which, though we do not agree to in every particular, yet this hath too sharp a truth in it, that our life is painful and full of difficulties. And if it doth not labor with them in its own nature, yet we ourselves have infected it with that corruption. For the inconstancy of fortune joined us at the beginning of our journey, and hath accompanied us ever since, so that it can produce nothing that is sound or comfortable unto us. And the bitter potion was mingled for us as soon as we were born. For the principles of our nature being mortal is the cause that our judgment is depraved, that diseases, cares, and all those fatal inconveniences afflict mankind. But what need of this digression? Only that we may be made sensible that it is no unusual thing if a man be unfortunate, but we are all subject to the same calamity. For as Theophrastus saith, "Fortune surpriseth us unawares, robs us of those things we have got by the sweat of our industry, and spoils the gaudy appearance of a prosperous condition. And this she doth when she pleaseth, not being stinted to any periods of time. These and things of the like nature it is easy for a man to ponder with himself, and to hearken to the sayings of ancient and wise men, among whom divine Homer is the chief, who sung after this manner: Of all that breathes or grovelling creeps on earth, most man is vain, calamitous by birth. Today with power elate in strength he blooms, the haughty creature on that power presumes. Anon from heaven a sad reverse he feels, untaught to bear, 'gainst heaven the wretch rebels. For man is changeful, as his bliss or woe, too high when prosperous, when distressed, too low. And in another place, what or from whence I am, or who my sire, replied the chief, can Tydeus' son inquire? Like leaves on trees the race of man is found, now green in youth, now withering on the ground. Another race the following spring supplies, they fall successive, and successive rise. So generations in their course decay, so flourish these, when those are passed away. How prettily he managed this image of human life appears from what he has said in another place. For what is man? Calamitous by birth, they owe their life and nourishment to earth. Like yearly leaves, that now with beauty crowned, smile on the sun, now wither on the ground. When Pausanias, the king of Sparta, was frequently bragging of his performances, and bidding Simonides, the lyric poet, in raillery, to give him some wise precept, he, knowing the vainglory of him that spoke, admonished him to remember that he was a man. Philip, the king of Macedon, when he had received 3 dispatches of good news at the same time, of which the first was that his chariots had won the victory in the Olympic games, the second that his general Parmenio had overcome the Dardanians in fight, and the third that his wife Olympias had brought him forth an heir, lifting up his eyes to heaven, he passionately cried out, "Propitious Demon, let the affliction be moderate by which thou intendest to be even with me for this complicated happiness." Theramenes, one of the 30 tyrants of Athens, when he alone was preserved from the ruins of a house that fell upon the rest of his friends as they were sitting at supper, and all came about him to congratulate him on his escape, broke out in an emphatical accent, "Fortune, for what calamity dost thou reserve me?" And not long after, by the command of his fellow tyrants, he was tormented to death. But Homer seems to indicate a particular praise to himself, when he brings in Achilles speaking thus to Priam, who was come forth to ransom the body of Hector: "Rise then, let reason mitigate our care. To mourn avails not, man is born to bear. Such is, alas, the gods' severe decree. They, only they, are blessed and only free. 2 urns by Jove's high throne have ever stood, the source of evil one, and one of good. From thence the cup of mortal man he fills, blessings to these distributes ills. To most he mingles both. The wretch decreed to taste the bad unmixed is cursed indeed. Pursued by wrongs, by meagre famine driven, he wanders, outcast both of earth and heaven." Hesiod, who was the next to Homer both in respect of time and reputation, and who professed to be a disciple of the Muses, fancied that all evils were shut up in a box, and that Pandora, opening it, scattered all sorts of mischiefs through both the earth and seas. The cover of the box she did remove, and to fly out the crowding mischief strove. But slender hope upon the brims did stay, ready to vanish into air away. She with retrieve the haggard in did put, and on the prisoner close the box did shut. But plagues innumerable abroad did fly, infecting all the earth, the seas, and sky. Diseases now with silent feet do creep, torment us waking, and afflict our sleep. These midnight evils steal without a noise, for Jupiter deprived them of their voice. After these the comedian, talking of those who bear afflictions uneasily, speaks consonantly to this purpose. If we in wet complaints could quench our grief, at any rate we'd purchase our relief. With proffered gold would bribe off all our fears, and make our eyes distil in precious tears. But the gods mind not mortals here below, nor the least thought on our affairs bestow, but with an unregarding air pass by, whether our cheeks be moist or whether dry. Unhappiness is always sorrow's root, and tears do hang from them like crystal fruit. And Dictys comforts Danae, who was bitterly taking on after this manner. Dost think that thy repinings move the grave, or from its jaws thy dying son can save? If thou wouldst lessen it, thy grief compare. Consider how unhappy others are, how many bonds of slavery do hold, how many of their children robbed grow old, how sudden fate throws off the usurped crown, and in the dirt doth tread the tyrant down. Let this with deep impression in thee sink, and on these revolutions often think. He bids her consider the condition of those who have suffered equal or greater afflictions, and by such a parallel to comfort up her own distempered mind. And here that opinion of Socrates comes in very pertinently, who thought that if all our misfortunes were laid in one common heap, whence every one must take an equal portion, most people would be contented to take their own and depart. After this manner Antimachus the poet allayed his grief when he lost his wife, Lyde, whom he tenderly loved, for he writ an elegy upon her, which he called by her own name, and in it he numbered up all the calamities which have befallen great men, and so by the remembrance of other men's sorrows he assuaged his own. By this it may appear, that he who comforts another who is macerating himself with grief, and demonstrates to him, by reckoning up their several misfortunes, that he suffers nothing but what is common to him with other men, takes the surest way to lessen the opinion he had of his condition, and brings him to believe that it is not altogether so bad as he took it to be. Aeschylus also doth justly reprimand those who think death to be an evil, declaring after this manner: Some as a thing injurious death do fly, but of all mischiefs 'tis the remedy. And he who spoke thus very nicely imitated him. Come, with impatience I expect thee, Death, and stop with thy obliging hand my breath. To thee as a physician all resort, and we through tempests sail into thy port. And it is great to speak this sentence with courage. Where is the slave who never fears to die? Or this: and shadows never scare me, thanks to hell. But what is it at length in death that is so grievous and troublesome? For I know not how it comes to pass that, when it is so familiar and as it were related to us, it should seem so terrible. How can it be rational to wonder, if that cleaves asunder which is divisible, if that melts whose nature is liquefaction, if that burns which is combustible, and so, by a parity of reason, if that perisheth which by nature is perishable? For when is it that death is not in us? For as Heraclitus saith, it is the same thing to be dead and alive, asleep and awake, a young man and decrepit, for these alternately are changed one into another. For as a potter can form the shape of an animal out of his clay, and then as easily deface it, and can repeat this backwards and forwards as often as he pleaseth, So nature too, out of the same materials, fashioned first our grandfathers, next our fathers, then us, and in process of time will engender others, and again others upon these. For as the flood of our generation glides on without any intermission and will never stop, so in the other direction the stream of our corruption flows eternally on, whether it be called Acheron or Cocytus by the poets. So that the same cause which first showed us the light of the sun carries us down to infernal darkness. And in my mind the air which encompasseth us seems to be a lively image of the thing, for it brings on the vicissitudes of night and day, life and death, sleeping and waking. For this cause it is that life is called a fatal debt, which our fathers contracted and we are bound to pay, which is to be done calmly and without any complaint when the creditor demands it, and by this means we shall show ourselves men of sedate passions. And I believe nature, knowing the confusion and shortness of our life, hath industriously concealed the end of it from us, this making for our advantage. For if we were sensible of it beforehand, some would pine away with untimely sorrow, and would die before their death came. For she saw the woes of this life, and with what a torrent of cares it is overflowed, which if thou didst undertake to number, thou wouldst grow angry with it, and confirm that opinion which hath a vogue amongst some, that death is more desirable than life. Simonides hath glossed upon it after this manner: Our time is of a short and tender length, cares we have many, and but little strength. Labors in crowds push one another on, and cruel destiny we cannot shun. The casting of these lots is very just, for good and bad lie in one common dust. Pindar hath it so: The gods unequal have us mortals vexed, for to one good 2 evils are annexed. They pay a single joy with double care, and fools such dispensations cannot bear. Sophocles so: Why at a mortal's death dost thou complain? Thou knowest not what may be his future gain. And Euripides so: Dost thou not know the state of human things? A faithful monitor thy instruction brings. Inevitable death hangs o'er our head, and threatens falling by a doubtful thread. There's no man can be certain overnight, if he shall live to see tomorrow's light. Life without any interruption flows, and the results of fate there's no man knows. If then the condition of human life is such as they speak of, why do we not rather applaud their good fortunes, who are freed from the drudgery of it, than pity and deplore them, as some men's folly prompts them to do? End of Section 22. Recording by Lucretia B. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Consolation to Apollonius, Part 2. Socrates said that death was like either to a very deep sleep, or to a journey taken a great way and for a long time, or else to the utter extinction of soul and body. And if we examine each of these comparisons, he said, we shall find that death is not an evil upon any account. For if death is sleep, and no hurt happens to those who are in that innocent condition, it is manifest that neither are the dead ill dealt with. To what purpose should I talk of that which is so tritely known amongst all, that the most profound sleep is always the sweetest? Homer particularly attests it. His senses all becalmed, he drew his breath, his sleep was sound, and quiet like to death. And in many places he saith thus: She met death's brother, sleep. And again, twin brothers, sleep and death, thereby representing the similitude, as it were, to the sight, for twins especially indicate similarity. And in another place he saith, Death is brazen sleep, thereby intimating to us that it is insensible. Neither hath he spoken much amiss who calls sleep the lesser mysteries of death, for sleep is really the first initiation into the mysteries of death. Diogenes the Cynic, when a little before his death he fell into a slumber, and his physician rousing him out of it asked him whether anything ailed him, wisely answered, Nothing, sir, only one brother anticipates another, sleep before death. If death be like a journey, neither upon this account is it an evil, but rather the contrary. For certainly it is the emphasis of happiness to be freed from the encumbrances of the flesh, and all those troublesome passions which attend it, which serve only to darken the understanding, and overspread it with all the folly that is incident to human nature. The very body, saith Plato, procures us infinite disquiet only to supply its daily necessities with food. But if any diseases are coincident, they hinder our contemplations, and stop us in our researches after truth. Besides, it distracts us with irregular desires, fears, and vain amours, setting before us so many fantastic images of things, that the common saying is here most true, that on account of the body we can never become wise. For wars, popular seditions, and shedding of blood by the sword are owing to no other original than this care of the body, and gratifying its licentious appetites. For we fight only to get riches, and these we acquire only to please the body, so that those who are thus employed have not leisure to be philosophers. And after all, when we have retrieved an interval of time to seek after truth, the body officiously interrupts us, is so troublesome and importune, that we can by no means discern its nature. Therefore it is evident that, if we will clearly know anything, we must divest ourselves of the body, and behold things as they are in themselves with the mind itself, that at last we may attain what we so much desire, and what we do profess ourselves the most partial admirers of, which is wisdom. And this we cannot consummately enjoy till after death, as reason teacheth us. For if so be that we can understand nothing clearly as long as we are clogged with flesh, one of these things must needs be, either that we shall never arrive at that knowledge at all, or only when we die. For then the soul will exist by itself, separate from the body. And whilst we are in this life, we shall make the nearest advances towards it, if we have no more to do with the body than what decency and necessity require, if we break off all commerce with it, and keep ourselves pure from its contagion, till God shall give us a final release, and then, being pure and freed from all its follies, we shall converse, it is likely, with intelligences as pure as ourselves, with our unaided vision beholding perfect purity. And this is truth itself. For it is not fit that what is pure should be apprehended by what is impure. Therefore, if death only transports us to another place, it is not to be looked upon as an evil, but rather as an exceeding good, as Plato hath demonstrated. The words of Socrates to his judges seem to me to be spoken even with inspiration. To fear death, gentlemen, is nothing else than to counterfeit the being wise, when we are not so. For he that fears death pretends to know what he is ignorant of. For no man is certain whether death be not the greatest good that can befall a man, but they positively dread it, as if they were sure it was the greatest of evils. Agreeably to this said one after this manner: Let no man fear what doth his labors end. And death sets us free even from the greatest evils. The gods themselves bear witness to the truth of this, for many have obtained death as a gratuity from them. The less famous instances I will pass by, that I may not be prolix, and only mention those who are the most celebrated and in all men's mouths. And in the first place, I will relate what befell Biton and Cleobis, 2 young men of Argos. They report that their mother, being the priestess of Juno, and the time being come that she was to go up to the temple to perform the rites of the goddess, and those whose office it was to draw her chariot tarrying longer than usual, these 2 young men harnessed themselves and took it up, and so carried their mother to the temple. She, being extremely taken with the piety of her sons, petitioned the goddess that she would bestow upon them the best present that could be given to men. Accordingly she cast them into that deep sleep out of which they never awoke, taking this way to recompense their filial zeal with death. Pindar writes of Agamedes and Trophonius, that after they had built a temple at Delphi, they requested of Apollo a reward for their work. It was answered them that they should have it within 7 days, but in the meanwhile they were commanded to live freely and indulge their genius. Accordingly they obeyed the dictate, and the 7th night they died in their beds. It is said also of Pindar, that when the deputies of the Boeotians were sent to consult the oracle, he desired them to inquire of it which was the best thing amongst men, and that the priestess of the tripod gave them this answer: that he could not be ignorant of it, if he was the author of those writings concerning Agamedes and Trophonius, but if he desired personally to know, it should in a little time be made manifest to him. And that Pindar, hearing this, prepared himself for the stroke of fate, and died in a short time after. Of Euthynes, the Italian, there is this memorable story, that he died suddenly, without anybody's knowing the cause of his death. His father was Lycius, the Tyrrhenian, who was a man of the first condition for his estate and virtue, being rich and honorable, and this being his only son and heir to all his fortune, which was very great, he had a strong jealousy upon him that he was poisoned, and not knowing how he should come to the information of it, he went into the vault where they invoke the dead, and after having offered sacrifice, as it is enjoined by the law, he slept in the place. When all things were in a midnight silence, he had this vision. His father appeared to him, to whom, after having related his lamentable misfortune, he earnestly desired the ghost that he would assist him in finding out the cause. He answered that he was come on purpose to do it. But first, saith he, receive from this one what he hath brought thee, and thereby thou wilt understand the reason of all thy sorrow. The person that the father meant was very like to Euthynes both for years and stature, and the question being put to him who he was, he answered, I am the genius of thy son, and at the same time he reached out a book to him, which he opened, and found these verses written therein. 'Tis ignorance makes wretched men to err. Fate did to happiness thy son prefer. By destined death Euthenus seized, we see, So 'twas the better both for him and thee. These are the stories which the ancients tell us. But lastly, if death be the entire dissipation of soul and body, which was the third part of Socrates's comparison, even then it cannot be an evil. For this would produce a privation of sense, and consequently a complete freedom from all solicitude and care. And if no good, so no evil would befall us. For good and evil alike must by nature inhere in that which has existence and essence. But to that which is nothing, and wholly abolished out of the nature of things, neither of the two can belong. Therefore, when men die, they return to the same condition they were in before they were born. For as, before we came into the world, we were neither sensible of good nor afflicted with evil, so it will be when we leave it. And as those things which preceded our birth did not concern us, so neither will those things which are subsequent to our death. The dead secure from sorrow safe do lie, 'tis the same thing not to be born and die. For it is the same state of existence after death as it was before we were born, unless perhaps you will make a difference between having no being at all and the utter extinction of it, after the same manner that you make a distinction between an house and a garment after they are ruined and worn out, and at the time before the one was built and the other made. And if in this case there is no difference, it is plain that there is none between the state before we were born and that after we are dead. It is elegantly said by Arcesilaus that death, which is called an evil, hath this peculiarly distinct from all that are thought so, that when it is present it gives us no disturbance, but when remote and in expectation only, it is then that it afflicts us. And indeed, many out of the poorness of their spirit, having entertained most injurious opinions of it, have died even to prevent death. Epicharmus hath said excellently to this purpose: It was united, it is now dissolved, it returns back whence it came, earth to earth, the spirit to regions above. What in all this is grievous? Nothing at all. But that which Cresphontes in Euripides saith of Hercules: For if he dwells below, beneath the earth, with those whose life is gone, his strength is naught. I would have changed into these words: For if he dwells below, beneath the earth, with those whose life is gone, his woes are o'er. This laconic too is very noble. Others before and after us will be, whose age we're not permitted e'er to see. And again: These neither did live handsomely nor die, though both should have been done with decency. But Euripides has spoken incomparably well of those who labor under daily indispositions. I hate the man who studies to defeat the power of death with artificial meat, to baffle and prevent his fate does think, and lengthens out his life with magic drink. Whereas when he a burden doth become, then he should die because he's troublesome. Old age in modesty should then give place, and so make way unto a brisker race. But Merope moved the passion of the theatre with these masculine expressions: My sons by death are ravished from my side, and I'm a widow who was once a bride. I am not thus selected to be crossed, others their sons and husbands too have lost. And we may not incongruously add these. What is become of that magnificence? Where is King Croesus with his opulence? Or where is Xerxes with his mighty pride, who with a bridge did curb the raging tide? Inhabitants of darkness they became, and now are living only in their fame. Their riches have perished with their bodies. Yes, we may say, but an untimely death from many doth extort groans and passionate complaints. But the way to dry up these sorrows is so expedite and easy, that every vulgar poet hath prescribed it. Consider what consolation a comedian puts in the mouth of one who comforts another upon so sad an occasion. If this with certainty thou couldst have known, that fortune always would have kindness shown, that nothing but what's good would him befall, his death thou justly mightst untimely call. But if calamities were imminent, and death the fatal mischief did prevent, to give to things the character that's due, death was the most obliging of the two. It therefore being uncertain whether it was for his advantage that he departed this life, and was freed from all the miseries that attend it, we had thereby lost all that we fancied we could enjoy in him whilst he was living. And Amphiaraus in the poet doth not do amiss when he consoles the mother of Archimerus, who was even sick with grief for the untimely death of her infant son. He speaks: There is no man whom sorrow doth not seize. Our children die while others we beget. At last we die ourselves, and mortals grieve as they give dust to dust. But human life must needs be reaped like a full crop of corn. One man must live, another die. Why weep for this, which by necessity must be? There is no hardship in necessity. In general, every one should meditate seriously with himself, and have the concurrence of other men's opinions with his own, that it is not the longest life which is the best, but that which is the most virtuous. For that musician is not to be commended who plays upon variety of instruments, nor that orator that makes multiplicity of speeches, nor the pilot that conducts many ships, but he of each faculty that doth one of them well. For the beauty of a thing doth not consist in length of time, but in the virtue and seasonable moderation wherewith it is transacted. This is that which is called happy and grateful to the gods. And for this reason it is that poets celebrate those who have died before they have become old, and propose them for examples, as the most excellent men and of divine extraction, as him, for instance, beloved by Jove, and him who gilds the skies, yet short his date of life. And we see in everything that preference is not given so much to age as to maturity. For amongst trees and plants, those are accounted the most generous which bring forth abundance of fruit, and that early ripe. And amongst living creatures too, those are the most valued which supply us with the accommodations of life in a short time. Besides, if we compare the space of our life with eternity, we shall find no difference betwixt long and short. For according to Simonides, thousands and millions of years are but as a point to what is infinite, or rather the smallest part of that point. They report that about Pontus there are some creatures of such an extempore being that the whole term of their life is confined within the space of a day. For they are brought forth in the morning, are in the prime of their existence at noon, grow old at night, and then die. Dost thou not think that if these had the soul and reason of a man, they would be so affected, and that things would happen to them after the same manner as to us? That those who died before the meridian would be lamented with tears and groans, and that we should call them happy who lived their day out? For the measure of a man's life is the well spending of it, and not the length. But such exclamations as this, "The young man ought not to be taken off so abruptly in the vigor of his years," are very frivolous, and proceed from a great weakness of mind. For who is it that can say what a thing ought to be? But things have been, are, and will be done, which somebody or other will say ought not to be done. But we do not come into this life to be dogmatical and prescribe to it, but we must obey the dictates of the gods who govern the world, and submit to the establishments of fate and providence. But when they mourn over those who die so untimely, do they do it upon their own account, or upon that of the deceased? If upon their own, because they have lost that pleasure they thought they should have enjoyed in them, or are deprived of that profit they expected, or that relief they flattered themselves they should receive from them in their old age, then self-love and personal interest prescribe the measures of their sorrow, so that upon the result they do not love the dead so much as themselves and their own interest. But if they lament upon the account of the deceased, that is a grief easily to be shaken off, if they only consider that by their very death they will be out of the sphere of any evil that can reach them, and believe the wise and ancient saying, that we should always augment what is good and extenuate the evil. Therefore, if grief is a good thing, let us enlarge and make it as great as we can. But if it is numbered amongst the evils, as in truth it ought to be, let us endeavor all we can to suppress it, make it as inconsiderable as we can, and at last utterly efface it. How easy this is to be done, I will make appear by an illustrious example of consolation. They say that an ancient philosopher came to the Queen Arsinoe, who was then sorrowful for the death of her son, and discoursed her after this manner: At the time that Jupiter distributed honors amongst his under deities, it happened that Grief was absent, but he came at last when all the dignities were disposed of, and then desired that he might have some share in the promotions. Jupiter, having no better vacancies left, bestowed upon him sorrow and funeral tears. He made this inference from the story: Therefore, saith he, as other demons love and frequent those who give them hospitable reception, so sadness will never come near you if you do not give it encouragement. But if you caress it with those particular honors which it challengeth as its due, which are sighs and tears, it will have an unlucky affection for you, and will always supply you with fresh occasion that the observance may be continued. By this plausible speech he seems in a wonderful manner to have buoyed this great woman out of her tears, and to have made her cast off her veil. In short, I would ask the mourner whether he designs to put an end to his grief, or to allow the anguish to have the same duration with his life. If this thou hast resolved, I must say thou hast cut out for thyself the most bitter infelicity in the world, and all through the stupidity and softness of thy mind. But if thou wilt ever make a change, why dost thou not make it now, and so free thyself from misery? Apply now the same reasons thou must use a great while hence, to unburden thy mind and ease thy afflictions. And as in bodily distempers the quickest remedy is the best, so bestow the advantage thou must otherwise allow to time upon reason and instruction, and so cease to be unhappy. But it is objected, the calamity was sudden, and I did not expect it. But thou oughtest to have done it, and considered the vanity and uncertainty of human affairs, that thy enemies might not have come suddenly upon thee and taken thee unawares. Theseus in Euripides seems to be excellently well prepared for events of this nature, for he saith thus: "This wholesome precept from the wise I learn, to think of misery without concern. My meditating thoughts are always spent either on death or else on banishment. Foresight of evils doth employ my mind, that me without defence they may not find. And though in ambuscade the mischief lies, kill me it may, but shall not me surprise." But those who are of a degenerate and thoughtless spirit never apply their mind to anything that is either useful or becoming, but they grow exorbitant in their sorrows, and afflict the innocent body, making it sick for company, as Achaeus expresseth it. Therefore Plato doth rightly instruct us to acquiesce in cases of this nature, when it is not manifest whether they be good or evil, and when we get nothing by being uneasy under them. For grief is the greatest obstacle to deliberation as to what is best to be done. Therefore he commands us, as in the casting of dice, to accommodate ourselves to what befalls us, in the way which reason shows us to be best. And when anything ails us, not to imitate the folly of children, who presently cry out and clap their hands to the place affected, but to accustom our minds to seek at once for remedies which may restore the part that is diseased to its first tone of health, making lamentation give place to the healing art. He that instituted laws for the Lycians commanded the citizens that when they mourned they should put on women's apparel, intimating thereby that sorrow was an effeminate thing, and therefore was not fit for men of temper and liberal education. For it is indeed a weak and unmanly passion, and women are more subject to it than men, the barbarians more than the Greeks, and the dregs of mankind more than the refined part of them. And even amongst the barbarians, the brave spirited Celts and Gauls have not a propensity to it, or any that have generous sentiments. But the Egyptians, the Syrians, and the Lydians, and those who resemble them in the softness of their disposition. They report that some of these will hide themselves in retirements under ground, and refuse to behold that sun of which their lamented friend is deprived. Ion, the tragedian, who heard something of this extravagance, introduceth a person speaking after this manner: "Your blooming children's nurse, I have come forth a suppliant from the caves where I have mourned." Some of these barbarians have deformed their bodies by cutting off their noses, ears, and other parts of themselves, thinking to gratify the dead by these mutilations, when in doing so they deviated excessively from that moderation which nature prescribes us. And, by Jove, we meet with some persons who affirm that the death of every one is not to be lamented, but only of those who die untimely. For they have not tasted of those things which we call enjoyments in the world, as a nuptial bed, proficiency in learning, the coming up to an height in anything, the honor of magistracy and charges in the government. It is for the sake of these things that we condole with those who lose friends by untimely death, because they were frustrated of their hopes. But in the meanwhile we are ignorant that a sudden death doth not at all differ from any other, considering the condition of human nature. For as when a journey is enjoined into a remote country, and there is a necessity for every one to undertake it, and none hath liberty to refuse, though some go before and others follow, yet all must arrive at the same stage at last. So when we all lie under an obligation of discharging the same debt, it is not material whether we pay sooner or later. But if any one's death may be called untimely, and consequently an evil, that appellation suits only with that of children or infants, and especially of those who are newly born. But this we bear steadfastly and with patience. But when those that are grown up die, we take on heavily, because we fondly hoped that when their years were full blown, they would then have an uninterrupted state of health. Now if the age of man were limited to the space of 20 years, we should not think that he who had arrived to 15 died an untimely death, but that he had filled up a just measure of living. But one that had attained 20, or at least had approached very near it, we should applaud for his good fortune, as if he had enjoyed the most happy and perfect life in the world. So if life were prolonged to 200 years as its fixed period, and any one died at 100, we should howl over him as if he had been hastily cut off. It is manifest then by what hath been said now, and what hath been mentioned before, that the death we call untimely is capable of consolation. And the saying is true, that Troilus wept less than Priam, perishing as he did in his youth, while his father's kingdom flourished and his riches abounded, which Priam afterwards laments as most deplorably lost. For observe what he saith to his son Hector, when he entreats him to decline the battle he was going to fight against Achilles. Yet shun Achilles, enter yet the wall, and spare thyself, thy father, spare us all. Save thy dear life, or if a soul so brave neglect that thought, thy dearer glory save. Pity, while yet I live, these silver hairs, while yet thy father feels the woes he bears, yet cursed with sense, a wretch whom in his rage, all trembling on the verge of helpless age, great Jove has placed, sad spectacle of pain. The bitter dregs of fortune's cup to drain, to fill with scenes of death his closing eyes, and number all his days by miseries. My hero slain, my bridal bed o'erturned, my daughters ravished, and my city burned, my bleeding infants dashed against the floor, these I have yet to see, perhaps yet more. Perhaps even I, reserved by angry fate, the last sad relic of my ruined state, dire pomp of sovereign wretchedness, must fall, and stain the pavement of my regal hall, where famished dogs, late guardians of my door, shall lick their mangled master's spattered gore. But when the Fates, in fullness of their rage, spurn the hoar head of unresisting age, in dust the reverend lineaments deform, and pour to dogs the life-blood scarcely warm, this is misery, the last, the worst that man can feel, man fated to be cursed. He said, and acting what no words can say, rent from his head the silver locks away. With him the mournful mother bears a part, yet all her sorrows turn not Hector's heart. Having then so many examples of this kind before thine eyes, thou oughtest to make thyself sensible that not a few have been saved by death from those calamities they would certainly have fallen into had they lived longer. Contenting myself with those I have related already, I will omit the rest, that I may not seem tedious. And these are sufficient to show that we ought not to abandon ourselves to violent sorrow beyond temper and the bounds of nature. End of Section 23. Recording by Lucretia B. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Consolation to Apollonius, Part 3. Crantor saith, to be innocent is the greatest comfort in afflictions. I assent to him, and affirm that it is the noblest remedy. Besides, the indication of our love to the deceased consists not in grieving ourselves for him, but in paying respect to his fame by honorable remembrance. For no good man deserves elegies, but panegyrics, and we should rather celebrate his loss by an honorable remembrance than lament it, and offer up rather first fruits of joy to the gods, and not tears which sorrow extorts from us. For he who ceaseth to be amongst men becomes partaker of a divine life, is free from the servitude of the body, and all those solicitous cares which they who are embarrassed with a mortal life of necessity must undergo till they have finished the course which Providence hath marked out for them. And this life nature hath not given us as a perpetual possession, but hath clogged it with restrictions and conditions of fate. Those therefore who are the masters of their reason ought not to be transported by the death of friends beyond the limits of nature and a just moderation unto unprofitable and barbarous complaints, and so wait till that comes upon them which hath happened to many, to have their vital moisture exhausted before their tears, and to be carried to their own graves in those mourning weeds they put on for others, where their sorrow must lie buried with those evils they provoked upon themselves by their own imprudence. To whom that of Homer may be appositely applied. Whilst others they lament with weeping eyes, the darkness of the night doth them surprise. Wherefore in this case we should often thus reason with ourselves. Shall we put an end to our sorrow, or shall we grieve all the days of our life? To make it infinite is the last degree of infatuation, for we have seen those who have been in the deepest circumstances of dejection to be so mitigated by time that they have banqueted upon those tombs which before they could not endure the sight of without screeching out and beating their breasts, but which they can now dance round with music and all the postures of jollity. Therefore to be obstinate in our grief is the resolution of madness. If then thou hast purposed within thyself that it shall have an end, join this consideration with it, that time will assuage it too. For what is once done, even the Deity himself cannot unravel. Therefore that which hath happened to us beyond our hope and contrary to our opinion hath palpably shown us what is wont from the same causes to befall others. What's the result then? Cannot any discipline teach us, nor cannot we reason with ourselves that the earth with evils doth abound, as many in the sea are found? And thus likewise, the fates have so encompassed men with ills, that even the wind can find no entrance. For many, as Crantor tells us, and those very wise men, not now but long ago have deplored the condition of human nature, esteeming life a punishment, and to be born a man the highest pitch of calamity. This Aristotle tells us Silenus declared when he was brought captive to Midas. I think it best to quote the expressions of the philosopher himself in his book entitled Eudemus, or of the Soul, wherein he speaks after this manner: Wherefore, thou best and happiest of mankind, if we think those blessed and happy who have departed this life, then it is not only unlawful, but even blasphemy, to speak anything that is false or contumelious of them, since they are now changed into a better and more refined nature, And this my opinion is so old, that the original and author of it is utterly unknown, but it hath been derived down to us even from eternity, so established is the truth of it. Besides, thou seest what is so familiar in men's mouths, and hath been for many years a trite expression. What is that? saith he. He answered him, It is best not to be born at all, and next to that, it is more eligible to die than to live, and this is confirmed even by divine testimony. Pertinently to this they say that Midas, after hunting, asked his captive, Silenus, somewhat urgently, what was the most desirable thing amongst men? At first he would return no answer, but was obstinately silent. At last, when Midas would not give over importuning him, he broke out into these words, though very unwillingly: Thou seed of an evil genius, and precarious offspring of hard fortune, whose life is but for a day, why dost thou compel me to tell thee those things it is better thou wert ignorant of? For those live the least disturbed, who know not their misfortunes, but for men the best for them is not to be born at all, nor to be made partakers of the most excellent nature. Not to be is best for both sexes. This should have the first place in our choice, and the next to this is, when we are born, to die as soon as we can. It is plain, therefore, that he declared the condition of the dead to be better than that of the living. I could bring millions of examples to justify this topic, but I will not be long. We are not, therefore, to lament those who die in the bloom of their years, as if they were spoiled of things which we call enjoyments in a longer life. For it is uncertain, as we have often said, whether they are deprived of good or evil, for the evil in the world far exceeds the good. The good we obtain hardly and with anxious endeavor, but the evil easily befalls us. For they say evils are linked together, and by a mutual dependence of causes follow one another, but the good lie scattered and disjoined, and with great difficulty are brought within the compass of our life. Therefore we seem to have forgot our condition, for not only is it true, as Euripides hath it, that the things we do possess are not our own, but in general no man can claim a strict propriety in anything he hath. When gods do riches lend, it is but just that when they please we should resign our trust. We ought not, therefore, to take it amiss if they demand those things which they lent us only for a small time. For even your common brokers, unless they are unjust, will not be displeased if they are called upon to refund their pawns. And if one of them is not altogether so ready to deliver them, thou mayest say to him without any injury, Hast thou forgot that thou receivedst them upon the condition to restore them? The same parity of reason holds amongst all men. The gods have put life into our hands by a fatal necessity, and there is no prefixed time when what is so deposited will be required of us, as the brokers know not when their pawns will be demanded. If therefore any one is angry when he is dying himself, or resents the death of his children, is it not very plain that he hath forgot that he himself is a man, and that he hath begotten children as frail as himself? For a man that is in his wits cannot be ignorant that he is a mortal creature, and born to this very end, that he must die. If Niobe, as it is in the fable, had had this sentence always at hand, that she must at length die, and could not in the ever flowering bloom of youth remain, nor loaded with children, like a fruitful tree, behold the sun's sweet light, She would never have sunk to such a degree of desperation as to desire to throw off her life to ease the burthen of her sorrow, and call upon the gods to hurry her into the utmost destruction. There are 2 sentences inscribed upon the Delphic oracle, hugely accommodated to the usages of man's life: Know thyself, and Nothing too much. And upon these all other precepts depend, and they themselves accord and harmonize with each other, and each seems to illustrate the energy of the other. For in Know thyself is included Nothing too much, and so again in the latter is comprised Know thyself. And Ion hath spoken of it thus: This sentence, Know thyself, is but a word, but only Jove himself could do the thing. And thus Pindar: This sentence brief, do nothing to excess, wise men have always praised exceedingly. He therefore that hath these impressed upon his mind as the precepts of the Pythian oracle can easily conform himself to all the affairs of life, and bear them handsomely, considering his nature, so that he is neither lifted up to arrogance upon a prosperous event, nor, when an adverse happens, is dejected into complaint through pusillanimity and that fear of death which is so congenial to us, both which proceed from the ignorance of those things which fall out in human life by necessity and fatal decree. The Pythagoreans speak handsomely to this purpose: Against those evils thou shouldest not repine, which are inflicted by the powers divine. Thus the tragedian Aeschylus: He store of wisdom and of virtue hath, whom nothing from the gods provokes to wrath. Euripides thus: He that is passive when the fates command is wise, and all the gods doth understand. In another place so: He that can bear those things which men befall, him wise and modest we may justly call. But many there are who blame all things, and whatsoever unexpectedly happens to them, they think is procured them by the malignity of fortune and the spite of some evil genius. Wherefore they are querulous, and cry out upon every occasion, inveighing against the bitterness of their mishaps. Their complaints we may not unfitly obviate with this expression: The gods do hurt thee not, but thou thyself. Even thou thyself through perverseness and want of good instruction. And by reason of this false and deceiving opinion they accuse any kind of death. For if one die upon his travel, they exclaim after this manner: The wretch, his father being absent, dies, nor did his aged mother close his eyes. If he die in his own country, with his parents about him, they lament that he is ravished out of their hands, and hath left them nothing but regret for his loss. If he die silent, giving them no instructions at parting, they complain thus: His tender dying words I did not hear, which I in my remembrance still should bear. If he spoke anything before he breathed out his soul, they keep those last accents as fuel to maintain their sorrow still kindled. If he die a sudden death, they cry out that he is snatched away. If chronical pains waste him, they will tell you that the slow distemper hath emaciated him to death. Thus every appearance, take it which way you will, is sufficient to stir up your complaints. These things the poets have introduced, and the chiefest among them Homer, who sung after this manner: As a poor father, helpless and undone, mourns o'er the ashes of an only son, takes a sad pleasure the last bones to burn, and pours in tears ere yet they close the urn. And whether these things are justly lamented doth not yet appear. But see what he elsewhere sings. Born in his elder years, his only boy, who was designed his riches to enjoy. Who knows but that the Deity, with a fatherly providence and out of tenderness to mankind, foreseeing what would happen, hath taken some purposely out of this life by an untimely death? So we should think that nothing has befallen them which they should have sought to shun. For naught that cometh by necessity is hard. Neither of those things which fall out by a precedent ratiocination or a subsequent. And many by a timely death have been withdrawn from greater calamities, so that it hath been good for some never to have been born at all, for others, that as soon as life hath been blown in, it should be extinguished, for some that they should live a little longer, and for others again that they should be cropped in the prime of their youth. These several sorts of deaths should be taken in good part, since fate is inevitable. Therefore it becomes men well educated to consider that those who have paid their debt to mortality have only gone before us a little time, that the longest life is but as a point in respect of eternity, and that many who have indulged their sorrow to excess have themselves followed in a small while those that they have lamented, having reaped no profit out of their complaints, but macerated themselves with voluntary afflictions. Since, then, the time of our pilgrimage in this life is but short, we ought not to consume ourselves with sordid grief, and so render ourselves unhappy by afflicting our minds and tormenting our bodies. But we should endeavor after a more manly and rational sort of life, and not associate ourselves with those who will be companions in grief, and by flattering our tears will only excite them the more, but rather with those who will diminish our grief by solemn and generous consolation. And we ought to hear and keep in our remembrance those words of Homer wherewith Hector answers Andromache, comforting her after this manner: Andromache, my soul's far better part, why with untimely sorrows heaves thy heart? No hostile hand can antedate my doom, till fate condemns me to the silent tomb. Fixed is the term to all the race of earth, and such the hard condition of our birth. No force can then resist, no flight can save, all sink alike, the fearful and the brave. Which the poet expresseth in another place thus: The thread which at his birth for him was spun. Having these things fixed in our minds, all vain and fruitless sorrow will be superseded. The time that we have all to live being but very short, we ought to spare and husband it, and not lay it out too prodigally upon sorrow, but rather spend it in tranquillity, deserting the mournful colors, and so take care of our own bodies, and consult the safety of those who live with us. It is requisite that we should call to mind what reasons we urged to our kinsmen and friends when they were in the like calamities, when we exhorted them to suffer these usual accidents of life with a common patience, and bear mortal things with humanity, lest, being prepared with instructions for other men's misfortunes, we reap no benefit ourselves out of the remembrance of those consolations, and so do not cure our minds by the sovereign application of reason. For in any thing a delay is less dangerous than in sorrow. And when by every one it is so tritely said, that he that procrastinates in an affair contests with destruction, I think the character will more fitly sit upon him who defers the removing his troubles and the perturbations of his mind. We ought also to cast our eyes upon those conspicuous examples who have borne the deaths of their sons generously and with a great spirit, such as were Anaxagoras of Clazomenae, Demosthenes of Athens, Dion of Syracuse, King Antigonus, and many others who have lived either in our times or in the memory of our fathers. They report of Anaxagoras that, when he was reading natural philosophy to his pupils and reasoning with them, sudden news was brought him of the death of his son. He presently stopped short in his lecture, and said this to his auditors: "I knew that I begot my son mortal." And of Pericles, who was surnamed Olympius for his wisdom and the strength of his eloquence, when he heard that both his sons were dead, Paralus and Xanthippus, how he behaved himself upon this accident Protagoras tells us in these words: "When his sons," saith he, "being in the first verdure of their youth and handsome lads, died within 8 days, he bore the calamity without any repining, for he was of a pacific temper, from whence there was every day an accession of advantages towards the making him happy, the being free from grief, and thereby acquiring a great reputation amongst his fellow citizens. For every one that saw him bear this calamity with so brave a resolution thought him magnanimous, and indeed entertained an higher opinion of him than he strictly deserved. For he was conscious to himself of some weakness and defects in cases of this nature. Now after he had received the news of the death of his sons, he put on a garland according to the custom of his country, and, being clothed in white, he made an harangue to the people, was the author of safe and rational counsels, and stirred up the courage of his Athenians to warlike expeditions. Chronicles tell us that when an express came out of the field to Xenophon the Socratic as he was sacrificing, which acquainted him that his son perished in the fight, he pulled the garland from his head, and inquired after what manner he fell, and it being told him that he died gallantly, making a great slaughter of his enemies, after he had paused a while to recollect his thoughts and quiet his first emotion of concern with reason, he adorned his head again, finished the sacrifice, and spoke thus to the messengers: "I did not make it my request to the gods that my son might be immortal or long lived, for it is not manifest whether this was convenient for him or not, but that he might have integrity in his principles, and be a lover of his country. And now I have my desire." Dion of Syracuse, as he was consulting with his friends concerning some affairs, heard a great noise, and crying out and asking what was the matter, he was told the accident, that his son was killed with a fall from the top of the house. He was not at all surprised or astonished at the disaster, but commanded the dead body to be delivered to the women, that they might bury it according to custom. But he went on with his first deliberations, and reassumed his discourse in that part where this accident had broken it off. It is said that Demosthenes the orator imitated him upon the loss of his only and dearest daughter, about which Aeschines, thinking to upbraid him, spoke after this manner: "Within 7 days after the death of his daughter, before he had performed the decencies of sorrow, and paid those common rites to the memory of the deceased, he put on a garland, clothed himself in white, and sacrificed, thereby outraging decency, though he had lost his only daughter, the one which had first called him father. Thus did Aeschines, with the strokes of his oratory, accuse Demosthenes, not knowing that he rather deserved a panegyric upon this occasion, when he rejected his sorrow and preferred the love of his country to the tenderness and compassion he ought to have for his relations. King Antigonus, when he heard the death of his son Alcyoneus, who was slain in battle, looking steadily upon the messengers of these sad tidings, after a little interval of silence, and with a modest countenance, spoke thus: O Alcyoneus, thou hast fallen later than I thought thou wouldst, so brisk wast thou to run upon the thickest of thy enemies, having no regard either to thy own safety or to my admonitions. Every one praiseth these men for the bravery of their spirit, but none can imitate what they have done, through the weakness of their minds, which proceeds from want of good instruction. But although there are many examples extant, both in the Greek and Roman stories, of those who have borne the death of their relations not only with decency but courage, I think these that I have related to be a sufficient motive to thee to keep tormenting grief at a distance, and so ease thyself of that labor which hath no profit in it and is all in vain. For that virtuous men die in the prime of their years by the kindness of the gods, to whom they are peculiarly dear, I have already told thee in the former part of my discourse, and will give a short hint of it now, bearing witness to that which is so prettily said by Menander: He whom the gods do love dies young. But perhaps, my dear Apollonius, thou wilt thus object to me: My young Apollonius was blessed by fortune in his life, and I ought first to have died that he might bury me, for this is according to nature. According to our human nature, I confess, but Providence hath other measures, and that supreme order which governs the world is very different. For thy son being now made happy, it was not requisite according to nature that he should tarry in this life longer than the time prefixed him, but that, having consummated the term of his duration, he should perform his fatal journey, nature recalling him to herself. But he died untimely, you may say. Upon that account he is the happier, not having been sensible of those evils which are incident to life. For Euripides said truly, The time of being here we style amiss, we call it life, but truly labor 'tis. Thy Apollonius died in the beautiful flower of his years, a youth in all points perfect, who gained the love and provoked the emulation of all his contemporaries. He was dutiful to his father and mother, obliging to his domestics, was a scholar, and, to comprehend all in a word, he was a lover of mankind. He had a veneration for the old men that were his friends, as if they had been his parents, had an affection for his companions and equals, reverenced his instructors, was hospitable and mild to his guests and strangers, gracious to all and beloved by all, as well for his attractive countenance as for his lovely affability. Therefore, being accompanied with the applauses of thy piety and his own, he hath only made a digression from this mortal life to eternity, as if he had withdrawn from the entertainment before he grew absurd, and before the staggerings of drunkenness came upon him, which are incident to a long old age. Now if the sayings of the old philosophers and poets are true, as there is probability to think, that honors and high seats of dignity are conferred upon the righteous after they are departed this life, and if, as it is said, a particular region is appointed for their souls to dwell in, you ought to cherish very fair hopes that your son stands numbered amongst those blessed inhabitants. Of the state of the pious after death, Pindar discourseth after this manner: There the sun shines with an unsullied light, when all the world below is thick with night. There all the richly scented plants do grow, and there the crimson-colored roses blow, each flower blooming on its tender stalk, and all these meadows are their evening walk. There trees peculiarly delight the sense, with their exhaled perfumes of frankincense. The boughs their noble burdens cannot hold, the weight must sink them when the fruit is gold. Some do the horse unto the manege bring, others unto the tuneful lute do sing. There's plenty to excess of everything. The region always doth serene appear, the sun and pious flames do make it clear, where fragrant gums do from the altars rise, when to the gods they offer sacrifice. And proceeding farther, in another lamentation he spake thus concerning the soul: Just we that distribution may call, which to each man impartially doth fall. It doth decide the dull contentious strife, and easeth the calamities of life. Death doth its efforts on the body spend, but the aspiring soul doth upwards tend. Nothing can damp that bright and subtle flame, immortal as the gods from whence it came. But this sometimes a drowsy nap will take, when all the other members are awake. Fancy in various dreams doth to it show what punishments unto each crime is due, what pleasures are reserved for pious deeds, and with what scourges the incestuous bleeds. Divine Plato has spoken many things of the immortality of the soul, in that book which he calls his Phaedo, not a few in his Republic, his Menon, and his Gorgias, and has some scattered expressions in the rest of his dialogues. The things which are written by him in his dialogue concerning the soul I will send you by themselves, illustrated with my commentaries upon them, according to your request. I will now only quote those which are opportune and to the present purpose, and they are the words of Socrates to Callicles the Athenian, who was the companion and scholar of Gorgias the rhetorician. For so saith Socrates in Plato: Hear then, saith he, a most elegant story, which you, I fancy, will think to be a fable, but I take it to be a truth, for the things which I shall tell you have nothing but reality in them. Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto, as Homer tells us, divided amongst themselves the kingdom which they received by inheritance from their father. But there was a law established concerning men in the reign of Saturn, which was then valid and still remains in force amongst the gods, that mortal which had led a just and pious life should go, when he died, into the fortunate islands of the blessed, and there dwell in happiness, free from all misery. But he that had lived impiously and in contempt of the gods should be shackled with vengeance, and be thrust into that prison which they call Tartarus. In the time of Saturn, and in the first beginning of Jove's empire, the living judged the living, and that the same day that they were to die, whereupon the decisions of the bench were not rightly managed. Therefore Pluto and his curators under him came out of these fortunate islands, and complained to Jupiter that men were sent to both places who were not worthy. I, saith Jupiter, will take care that this thing be not practised for the future. For the reason that the sentences are now unjustly passed is that the guilty come clothed to the tribunal, and whilst they are yet alive. For some of profligate dispositions are yet palliated with a beautiful outside, with riches and titles of nobility. And so, when they come to be arraigned, many will offer themselves as witnesses to swear that they have lived very pious lives. The judges are dazzled with these appearances, and they sit upon them too in their robes, so that their minds are, as it were, covered and obscured with eyes and ears, and indeed with the encumbrance of the whole body. The judges and the prisoners being clothed is thus a very great impediment. Therefore, in the first place, the foreknowledge of death is to be taken away. For now they see the end of their line, and Prometheus has been commanded to see that this be no longer allowed. Next, they ought to be divested of all dress and ornament, and come dead to the tribunal. The judge himself is to be naked and dead too, that with his own soul he may view the naked soul of each one so soon as he is dead, when he is now forsaken of his relations, and has left behind him all his gaieties in the other world. And so justice will be impartially pronounced. Deliberating on this with myself before I received your advice, I have constituted my sons judges, Minos and Rhadamanthus from Asia, and Aeacus from Europe. These therefore, after they have departed this life, shall assume their character, and exercise it in the field, and in the road where two ways divide themselves, the one leading to the Fortunate Islands, and the other to the deep abyss. So Rhadamanthus shall judge the Asians, and Aeacus the Europeans. But to Minos I will grant the authority of a final appeal, that if anything hath escaped the notice of the others, it shall be subjected to his cognizance, as to the last resort of a supreme judge, that so it may be rightly decided what journey every one ought to take. These are the things, Callicles, which I have heard and think to be true, and I draw this rational inference from them, that death in my opinion is nothing else but the separation of two things nearly united, which are soul and body. These collections, my dear Apollonius, I have joined together with all the accuracy I could, and out of them composed this consolatory letter I now send thee, which is very necessary to dispel thy melancholy humor and put a period to thy sighs. I have paid likewise that deference which became me to the ashes of thy son, who is the darling of the gods, such an honor being most acceptable to those whom fame hath consecrated to immortality. Thou wilt therefore do handsomely to believe the reasons I have urged to thee, and gratify thy deceased son by shaking off this unprofitable sorrow, which eats into thy mind and afflicts thy body, and again returning to that course of humor which nature hath chalked out, and the former customs of thy life have made familiar to thee. For as, when thy son lived amongst us, he could not without the deepest regret see thee or his mother sad, so now that he is amongst the gods, enjoying the intimacy of their conversation, such a prospect from thence must be much more displeasing. Therefore take up the resolutions of a good and generous man, and of one who loved his son, and so extricate thyself, the mother of the lad, thy kinsmen and friends, at once from this great infelicity. Betake thyself to a more tranquil sort of life, which, as it will be acceptable to thy son, will also be extremely pleasing to all of us who have that concern for thee that we ought to have. End of Section 24. Recording by Lucretia B.
The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Concerning the Virtues of Women. Part 1. Concerning the virtues of women, O Clea, I am not of the same mind with Thucydides. For he would prove that she is the best woman concerning whom there is the least discourse made by people abroad, either to her praise or dispraise; judging that, as the person, so the very name of a good woman ought to be retired and not gad abroad. But to us Gorgias seems more accurate, who requires that not only the face but the fame of a woman should be known to many. For the Roman law seems exceeding good, which permits due praises to be given publicly both to men and women after death. Wherefore when Leontis, a most excellent woman, departed this life, immediately we made a long oration to thee about her, and truly not devoid of philosophical consolation. And now, as thou didst desire, I send thee in writing the rest of my speech and conversation, carrying with it an historical demonstration that the virtue of a man and woman is one and the same. And although it be not composed for the tickling of the ear, yet if there be jucundity in the nature of an example to him that is persuaded of the truth of it, my narration fails not of that grace which works conviction. Neither is it ashamed of commixing the graces with the muses in the sweetest harmony, as Euripides saith, while it engageth confidence especially through that part of the soul which is studious of grace and beauty. For surely, if whilst we asserted the art of painting to be the same, whether performed by men or women, we produced the same sort of draughts wrought by women which Apelles, Zeuxis, or Nicomachus hath left, is there any one who would reprehend us as attempting rather to humour and cajole men than to convince them? Verily, I do not think it. Moreover, if whilst we go to make appear that the poetic or comic art is not one thing in men and another in women, we compare Sappho's verses with Anacreon's, or the Sibylline oracles with those of Bacchus, can any one justly blame this way of argumentation, because it insinuates a credence into the pleased and delighted hearers? No one surely would say this. Neither can a man truly any way better learn the resemblance and the difference between feminine and virile virtue than by comparing together lives with lives, exploits with exploits, as the products of some great art. Duly considering whether the magnanimity of Semiramis carries with it the same character and impression with that of Sesostris, or the cunning of Tanaquil the same with that of King Servius, or the discretion of Portia the same with that of Brutus, or that of Pelopidas with Timoclea. Regarding that quality of these virtues, wherein lie their chiefest point and force. Moreover, virtues do admit some other differences, like peculiar colours, by reason of men's dispositions, and are assimilated to the manners and temperaments of the bodies wherein they are, yea, to the education and manner of diet. Achilles was courageous in one manner, Ajax in another. The subtlety of Ulysses was not like that of Nestor. Neither were Cato and Agesilaus just after the same manner. Neither was Irene a lover of her husband as Alcestis was. Neither was Cornelia magnanimous in the same way with Olympias. But for all this, we do not say that there are many kinds of fortitude, prudence, and justice specifically distinct, so long as their individual dissimilitudes exclude none of them from the specific definitions. Those things now which are very commonly discoursed of, and of which I know thou hast had the exact history and knowledge from solid books, I will at present omit, unless there be some public and recorded matters worth your hearing, which have escaped the historians of former times. And seeing that many worthy things, both public and private, have been done by women, it is not amiss to give a brief historical account of those that are public in the first place. Example 1. Of the Trojan women. Of those that escaped at the taking of Troy, the most part were exercised with much tempestuous weather, and being inexperienced in navigation and unacquainted with the sea, they were wafted over into Italy. And about the river Tiber they made a very narrow escape by putting into such ports and havens as they could meet with. Whilst the men went about the country to enquire after pilots, there fell out a discourse among the women, that for a people as fortunate and happy as they had been, any fixed habitation on the land was better than perpetual wandering over the sea, and that they must make a new country for themselves, seeing it was impossible to recover that which they had lost. Upon this, complotting together, they set fire on the ships, Roma, as they say, being one of the first in the attempt. But having done these things, they went to meet their husbands, who were running towards the sea to the relief of the ships; and fearing their indignation, they laid hold some of them on their husbands, and some on their kinsfolk, and fell a kissing them soundly; by which carriage they obtained their charitable reception. Wherefore it hath been formerly, and now remains to be a custom among the Romans, for the women to salute their kinsfolk that come unto them by kissing. The Trojans, as it seems, being sensible of the strait they were in, and having also made some experience of the natives entertaining them with much bounty and humanity, applauded the exploit of the women, and sat down by the Latins. Example 2. Of the Phocian women. The action of the women of Phocis hath not fallen under the cognizance of any noted writer of that age, and yet there was never a more memorable deed of virtue wrought by women, the which is attested by those famous sacred rites performed by the Phocians at Hyampolis, and by ancient decrees. The total history of the transaction is particularly recorded in the life of Daiphantus. The story of those women is this: there was an implacable war between the Thessalians and the Phocians; for these, the Phocians, slew all the Thessalian governors and magistrates in the cities of Phocis in one day; whereupon they, the Thessalians, slew 250 Phocian hostages, and with their whole host, marched up against them through Locris, publishing their resolution to spare no men that were of age, and to sell the women and children for slaves. Daiphantus, therefore, the son of Bathylius, a triumvir, governor of Phocis, persuaded the Phocian men themselves to go meet the Thessalians in battle. But as for the women, together with their children, that they should assemble them from all the parts of Phocis into one place, which they should pile round with combustible matter, and should leave a watch, to whom they should give in charge, that if he perceived that the men were conquered, he should immediately set fire to the pile, and burn all the bodies to ashes. The counsels were agreed to by some, but one stands up and saith, it is just that these things be consented to by the women also, and if they do not cheerfully submit to it, they should have no force offered to them. The account of this discourse being come to the women, they assembled together by themselves, and carried it by vote, and applauded Daiphantus as a man that best consulted the affairs of Phocis. They say also that the children meeting together privately voted the same things. These matters being thus settled, the Phocians joining battle at Cleonae, a town of Hyampolis, got the victory. Hence the Grecians call this vote of the Phocian women aponoia, the desperate resolve. And of all the festivals, this of the Elaphebolia is the greatest, which they observe to Diana in Hyampolis to this day, in remembrance of this victory. Example 3. Of the women of Chios. The people of Chios possessed themselves of Leuconia upon this occasion following. A certain famous man of the nobles of Chios was married. Whilst the bride was drawn in her chariot, King Hippoclus, an intimate friend of the bridegroom's, being present with the rest, and also fuddled and merry, leaped into the chariot, not designing any incivility, but only to keep up the usual custom and to make sport. However, the bridegroom's friends slew him. The effects of divine displeasure appearing against the people of Chios, and the oracle commanding them to slay the slayers of Hippoclus, they replied, we have all of us slain Hippoclus. The oracle commanded them all, therefore, to depart the city, if all did partake of the guilt. So that at length the principals, accessories, and abettors of the murder by any means whatsoever, being not a few in number nor feeble for strength, transplanted themselves into Leuconia, which the Chians had once taken from the Coronaeans by the aid of the Erythraeans. Afterward a war arising between them and the Erythraeans, by far the most potent people among the Ionians, when the latter invaded Leuconia, the men of Chios were not able to defend themselves, and came to an agreement to depart upon these terms, that every one should take with him only one cloak and one coat, and nothing else. But the women of Chios upbraided them as mean-spirited men, that they would lay down their weapons and go naked men through their enemies. And when they made answer that they were sworn so to do, they charged them not to leave their weapons behind them, but to say to their adversaries that the spear is a cloak and the buckler a coat, to every man of courage. The men of Chios being persuaded to these things, and emboldening themselves courageously against the Erythraeans, and showing their weapons, the Erythraeans were amazed at their audacity, and none opposed or hindered them, but were glad of their departure. These men, therefore, being taught courage by the women in this manner, made a safe escape. Many years after this there was another exploit, nothing inferior to this in fortitude, performed by the women of Chios. When Philip, the son of Demetrius, besieged the city, he set forth a barbarous and insolent proclamation, inviting the servants to a defection upon promise of liberty and marriage of their mistresses, saying that he would give them their masters' wives into their possession. At this the women were dreadfully and outrageously incensed, and also the servants were no less provoked to indignation, and were ready to assist. Therefore they rushed forth furiously and ascended the wall, bringing stones and darts, encouraging and animating the soldiers; so that in the end these women discomfited and repulsed the enemy, and caused Philip to raise his siege, while not so much as one servant fell off to him. Example 4. Of the Argive women. Of all the renowned actions performed by women, none was more famous than the fight with Cleomenes in the country of Argos, whom Telesilla the poetess by her influence defeated. This woman, they say, was of an honorable family, but had a sickly body. She therefore sent to consult the oracle concerning her health. Answer was made that she must be a servant to the Muses. Accordingly she becomes obedient to the goddess, applying herself to poetry and music. Her distempers left her, and she became the mirror of women in the art of poetry. Now when Cleomenes, king of the Spartans, having slain many Argives, but not so many as some fabulously reported, to wit, 7,777, marched up against the city, the youthful women were, as it were, divinely inspired with desperate resolution and courage to repulse the enemies out of their native country. They take arms under the conduct of Telesilla; they place themselves upon the battlements; they crown the walls, even to the admiration of the enemy. They by a sally beat off Cleomenes, with the slaughter of many of his men. And as for the other king, Demaratus, as Socrates saith, he having entered the city and possessed him of the so-called Pamphyliacum, they beat him out. In this manner the city being preserved, those women that were slain in the engagement they buried by the Argive road. To them that escaped they gave the honor of erecting the statue of Mars, in perpetual memorial of their bravery. Some say this fight was on the 7th day of the month, others say it was on the 1st day of the month, which is now called the 4th, and was anciently called Hermaeus by the Argives; upon which day, even to this time, they perform their hybristica, i.e., their sacred rites of incivility, clothing the women with men's coats and cloaks, but the men with women's veils and petticoats. To repair the scarcity of men, they admitted, not slaves as Herodotus saith, but the best sort of the adjacent inhabitants to be citizens, and married them to the widows, and these the women thought meet to reproach and undervalue at bed and board as worse than themselves; whence there was a law made, that married women should wear beards when they lay with their husbands. Example 5. Of the Persian women. Cyrus, causing the Persians to revolt from King Astyages and the Medes, was overcome in battle; and the Persians retreating by flight into the city, the enemy pursued so close that they had almost fallen into the city with them. The women ran out to meet them before the city, plucking up their petticoats to their middle, saying, Ye vilest varlets among men, whither so fast? Ye surely cannot find a refuge in these parts, from whence ye came forth. The Persians, blushing for shame at the sight and speech, and rebuking themselves, faced about, and renewing the fight, routed their enemies. Hence a law was enacted, that when the king enters the city, every woman should receive a piece of gold; and this law Cyrus made. And they say that Ochus, being in other kinds a naughty and covetous king, would always, when he came, compass the city and not enter it, and so deprive the women of their largesse. But Alexander entered twice, and gave all the women with child a double benevolence. Example 6. Of the Celtic women. There arose a very grievous and irreconcilable contention among the Celts, before they passed over the Alps to inhabit that tract of Italy which they now inhabit, which proceeded to a civil war. The women placing themselves between the armies, took up the controversies, argued them so accurately, and determined them so impartially, that an admirable friendly correspondence and general amity ensued, both civil and domestic. Hence the Celts made it their practice to take women into consultation about peace or war, and to use them as mediators in any controversies that arose between them and their allies. In the league therefore made with Hannibal, the writing runs thus: If the Celts take occasion of quarreling with the Carthaginians, the governors and generals of the Carthaginians in Spain shall decide the controversy. But if the Carthaginians accuse the Celts, the Celtic women shall be judges. Example 7. Of the Melian women. The Melians, standing in need of a larger country, constituted Nymphaeus, a handsome man and marvellously comely, the commander for the transplanting of the colony. The oracle enjoined them to continue sailing till they cast away their ships, and there to pitch their colony. It happened that, when they arrived at Caria and went ashore, their ships were broken to pieces by a storm. Some of the Carians which dwelt at Criassus, whether commiserating their distressed condition or dreading their resolution, invited them to dwell in their neighborhood, and bestowed upon them a part of their country. But then observing their marvellous increase in a little time, they conspired to cut them off by treachery, and provided a feast and great entertainment for that end and purpose. But it came to pass that a certain virgin in Caria, whose name was Caphene, fell in love with Nymphaeus. while these things were in agitation, she could not endure to connive at the destruction of her beloved Nymphaeus, and therefore acquainted him privately with the conspiracy of the citizens against him. When the Cryassians came to invite them, Nymphaeus made this answer: "It is not the custom of the Greeks to go to a feast without their wives." The Carians, hearing this, requested them also to bring their wives, and so explaining the whole transaction to the Melians, he charged the men to go without armor, in plain apparel, but that every one of the women should carry a dagger stuck in her bosom, and that each should take her place by her husband. About the middle of supper their signal token was given to the Carians, the point of time also the Grecians were sensible of. Accordingly the women laid open their bosoms, and the men laid hold of the daggers, and sheathing them in the barbarians, slew them all together. And possessing themselves of the country, they overthrew that city and built another, which they called New Cryassus. Moreover, Caphene being married to Nymphaeus received due honor and grateful acknowledgments becoming her good services. Here the taciturnity and courage of women is worthy of admiration, that none of them among so many did so much as unwittingly, by reason of fear, betray their trust. Example 8. Of the Tyrrhene women. At the time when the Tyrrhenians inhabited the islands Lemnos and Imbros, they violently seized upon some Athenian women from Brauron, on whom they begat children, which children the Athenians banished from the islands as mixed barbarians. But these arriving at Taenarum were serviceable to the Spartans in the Helotic war, and therefore obtained the privilege of citizens and marriage, but were not dignified with magistracies or admitted to the Senate. For they had a suspicion that they would combine together in order to some innovation, and conceived they might shake the present established government. Wherefore the Lacedaemonians, seizing on them and securing them, shut them up close prisoners, seeking to take them off by evident and strong convictions. But the wives of the prisoners, gathering together about the prison, by many supplications prevailed with the jailers that they might be admitted to go salute their husbands and speak with them. As soon as they came in, they required them to change their clothes immediately and leave them to their wives, while the men, apparelled in their wives' habits, should go forth. These things being effected, the women stayed behind, prepared to endure all hard usages of the prison, but the deluded keepers let out the men as if they had been their wives. Whereupon they seized upon Taygeta, exciting the Helotic people to revolt, and taking them to their aid. But the Spartans, alarmed by these things into a great consternation, by a herald proclaimed a treaty of peace. And they were reconciled upon these conditions, that they should receive their wives again, and, furnished with ships and provisions, should make an expedition by sea, and possessing themselves of a land and a city elsewhere, should be accounted a colony and allies of the Lacedaemonians. These things did the Pelasgians, taking Polus for their captain, and Cratidas his brother, both Lacedaemonians, and one part of them took up their seat in Melos. but the most part of them which were shipped with Polis sailed into Crete, trying the truth of the oracles, by whom they were told that when they should lose their goddess and their anchor, then they should put an end to their roving, and there build a city. Wherefore, putting into harbour on that part of Crete called Chersonesus, panic fears fell upon them by night, at which coming under a consternation, they leaped tumultuously on board their ships, leaving on shore for haste the statue of Diana, which was their patrimony brought from Brauron to Lemnos, and from Lemnos carried about with them wherever they went. The tumult being appeased, when they had set sail, they missed this statue. And at the same time Polus, finding that his anchor had lost one of its beards, for the anchor having been dragged, as appeared, through some rocky place, was accidentally torn, said that the oracular answer of the Pythia was accomplished. Therefore he gave a sign to tack about, and accordingly made an inroad into that country, conquered those that opposed him in many battles, sat down at Lictus, and brought many other cities to be tributary to him. And now they repute themselves to be akin to the Athenians on their mother's side, and to be Spartan colonies. Example 9. Of the Lycian women. That which is reported to have fallen out in Lycia, although it be fabulous, hath yet common fame attesting it. Amisodarus, as they say, whom the Lycians call Isaras, came from a colony of the Lycians about Zelea, bringing with him pirate ships, which Chimarus, a warlike man, who was also savage and brutish, was commander of. He sailed in a ship which had a lion carved on her head and a dragon on her stern. He did much mischief to the Lycians, so that they could not sail on the sea, nor inhabit the towns nigh the sea-coast. This man Bellerophon pursued with his Pegasus, and slew him, and also defeated the Amazons, for which he obtained no due requital, but Iobates the king was most unjust to him. Upon which Bellerophon went to the seashore, and made earnest supplication by himself to Neptune that he would render that country barren and unfruitful. And having said his prayers, he faced about. Upon which the waves of the sea arose and overwhelmed the land, and it was a dreadful sight to behold the lofty billows following Bellerophon and drowning the plain. And now, when the men by their deprecation, laboring to put a stop to Bellerophon, availed nothing at all, the women, plucking up their petticoats, met him full butt, upon which, confounded with shame, he turned back again, and the flood, as they say, returned with him. But some unriddle the fabulous part of this story by telling us that it was not by execrations that he brought up the sea, but the fattest part of the plain lying lower than the sea, and a certain ridge extending itself all along the shore which beat off the sea, Bellerophon broke through this, so that the sea forcibly flowed in and overwhelmed the plain. And when the men by their humble addresses obtained nothing, the women, assembling about him in multitudes, gained respect from him and pacified his wrath. Some tell us that the celebrated Chimera was a mountain opposite to the sun, which caused reflections of the sun's beams, and in summer ardent and fiery heats, which spread over the plain and withered the fruits. And Bellerophon, finding out the reason of the mischief, cut through the smoothest part of the cliff, which especially caused these reflections. But on seeing that he was treated ungratefully, his indignation was excited to take vengeance on the Lycians, but was appeased by the women. The reason which Nymphis, in the 4th book concerning Heraclea, doth assign is to me not at all fabulous. For he saith, when Bellerophon slew a certain wild boar, which destroyed the cattle and fruits in the province of the Xanthians, and received no due reward of his service, he prayed to Neptune for vengeance, and obtained that all the fields should cast forth a salt dew, and be universally corrupted, the soil becoming bitter; which continued till he, condescendingly regarding the women suppliants, prayed to Neptune, and removed his wrath from them. Hence there was a law among the Xanthians, that they should not for the future derive their names from their fathers, but from their mothers. Example 10. Of the women of Salmantica. When Hannibal, the son of Barca, besieged the great city Salmantica in Spain, before he fought against the Romans, at the first assault the besieged citizens were surprised with fear, insomuch that they consented to grant him his demands, and to give him 300 talents of silver and 300 hostages. Upon which he raised his siege, when they changed their minds, and would not perform anything that they had promised. Wherefore, returning again to his siege, he gave command to his soldiers to take the city by storm, and fall to the plundering their goods. At this the barbarians, struck universally into a panic fear, came to terms of composition, for the free citizens to depart the city with their clothes to their backs, but to leave their weapons, goods, slaves, and city behind them. Now the women supposed that although the enemies would strictly search every man as he departed, yet the women would go untouched. Accordingly, taking scimitars and hiding them under their coats, they fell in with the men as they marched out. When they were all gone out of the city, Hannibal sets a guard of Massicilian soldiers, fixing their post without the gate, but the rest of his army fell promiscuously into the city to plunder. But the Massicilians, seeing them busy in carrying away much spoil, were not able any longer to refrain or to mind the charge of their watch, taking it heinously that was their lot, and therefore left their post and went to take their share of the booty. Upon this the women raised a shout to animate their husbands, and delivered the scimitars into their hands, and they themselves some of them fell upon the sentinels, insomuch that one of them, snatching away the spear of Banon the interpreter, smote him with it, though he was armed with a breastplate. And as for the rest, the men routed and put some to flight, and slew others, making their escape by charging through them in a great body together with the women. Hannibal, being made acquainted with these things, pursued them, and those he took he slew; but some, betaking themselves to the mountains, easily made their escape, and afterwards, sending in their humble supplications, were admitted by him into the city, obtaining indemnity and civil usage. Example 11. Of the women of Milesia. A certain dreadful and monstrous distemper did seize the Milesian maids, arising from some hidden cause. It is most likely the air had acquired some infatuating and venomous quality that did influence them to this change and alienation of mind. For all on a sudden an earnest longing for death, with furious attempts to hang themselves, did attack them, and many did privily accomplish it. The arguments and tears of parents and the persuasion of friends availed nothing, but they circumvented their keepers in all their contrivances and industry to prevent them, still murdering themselves. And the calamity seemed to be an extraordinary divine stroke and beyond human help, until by the counsel of a wise man a decree of the Senate was passed, enacting that those maids who hanged themselves should be carried naked through the market-place. The passage of this law not only inhibited but quashed their desire of slaying themselves. Note what a great argument of good nature and virtue this fear of disgrace is. For they who had no dread upon them of the most terrible things in the world, death and pain, could not abide the imagination of dishonor and exposure to shame even after death. Example 12. Of the women of Chios. It was a custom among the maids of Chios to assemble together in the public temples, and to pass the day together in good fellowship. And there their sweethearts had the felicity to behold how prettily they sported and danced about. In the evening this company went to the house of every particular maid in her turn, and waited upon each other's parents and brethren very officiously, even to the washing of their feet. It oftentimes so fell out that many young men fell in love with one maid, but they carried it so decently and civilly that, when the maid was espoused to one, the rest presently gave off courting of her. The effect of this good order among the women was that no mention was made of any adultery or fornication among them for the space of 700 years. Example 13. Of the Phocian women. When the tyrants of Phocis had taken Delphi, and the Thebans undertook that war against them which was called the Holy War, certain women devoted to Bacchus, which they call Thyades, fell frantic and went a-gadding by night, and mistaking their way they came to Amphissa. And being very much tired, and not as yet in their right wits, they flung down themselves in the market-place, and fell asleep as they lay, scattered up and down here and there. But the wives of the Amphisseans, fearing, because that city was engaged to aid the Phocians in the war, and abundance of the tyrant's soldiery were present in the city, the Thyades might have some indignity put upon them, ran forth all of them into the market-place, and stood silently round about them, neither would offer them any disturbance whilst they slept. But when they were awake, they attended their service particularly, and brought them refreshments; and, in fine, by persuasions obtained leave of their husbands to accompany them and escort them in safety to their own borders. Section 25. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Concerning the Virtues of Women. Part 2. Example 14. Valeria and Cloelia. The injury done to Lucretia and her great virtue were the causes of banishing Tarquinius Superbus, the seventh Roman king, from Romulus, she being married to an illustrious man, one of the royal race. She was ravished by one of Tarquin's sons, who was in a way of hospitality entertained by her. And after she had acquainted her friends and family with the abuse offered her, she immediately slew herself. Tarquinius, having fallen from his dominion, after many battles that he fought in attempting to regain his kingly government, at last prevailed with Porsena, prince of the Etrurians, to encamp against Rome with a powerful army. Whereupon the Romans, being pressed with war and famine at the same time, likewise knowing that Porsena was not only a great soldier, but a just and civil person, resolved to refer the matters against Tarquinius to him as a judge. This proposal Tarquinius obstinately refused to consent unto, saying that Porsena could not be a just arbitrator if he did not remain constant to his military alliance. Whereupon Porsena left him to himself, and made it his endeavor to depart a friend to the Romans, on condition of having restored to him the tracts of land they had cut off from the Etrurians and the captives they had taken. Upon these accepted conditions, hostages being given, 10 male children and 10 females, among whom was Valeria, the daughter of Publicola the consul, he immediately ceased his warlike preparations before the articles of agreement were quite finished. Now the virgin hostages going down to the river, as if they intended only to wash themselves a little further than ordinary from the camp, there, by the instigation of one of them, whose name was Cloelia, wrapping their garments about their heads, they cast themselves into that great river Tiber, and assisting one another, swam through those vast depths with much labor and difficulty. There are some who say that Cloelia, compassing a horse, got upon him, and passing over gently before, the rest swimming after her, conducted, encouraged, and assisted them. The argument they use for this we shall declare anon. As soon as the Romans saw the maids had made such a clever escape, they admired indeed their fortitude and resolution, but did not approve of their return, not abiding to be worse in their faith than any one man. Therefore they charged the maids to return back, and sent them away with a safe conduct. Tarquinius laid wait for them as they passed the river, and wanted but little of intercepting the virgins. But Valeria, with 3 of her household servants, made her flight to the camp of Porsena, and as for the rest, Aruns, Porsena's son, gave them speedy help, and delivered them from the enemies. When they were brought, Porsena, looking upon them, commanded them to tell him which of them advised and first attempted this enterprise. All of them being surprised with fear, except Cloelia, were silent, but she said that she was the author of it. At which Porsena, mightily surprised, commanded a horse curiously adorned with trappings should be brought, which he gave to Cloelia, and dismissed them all with much generosity and civility. And this is the ground which many make of saying that Cloelia passed through the river on horseback. Others deny this story, but yet say that Porsena, admiring the undauntedness and confidence of the maid, as being beyond what is commonly in a woman, bestowed a present on her becoming a man champion. It is certain that there is the statue of a woman on horseback by the side of the Sacred Way, which some say represents Cloelia, others Valeria. Example 15. Of Mica and Megisto. Aristotimus, having usurped tyranny over the people of Elis in Peloponnesus, against whom he prevailed by the aid of King Antigonus, used not his power with any meekness or moderation; for he was naturally a savage man, and being in servile fear of a band of mixed barbarians who guarded his person and his government, he connived at many injurious and cruel things which his subjects suffered at their hands, among which was the calamity of Philodemus. This man had a beautiful daughter, whose name was Mica. This maid one of the tyrant's captains of auxiliaries, called Lucius, attempted to lie with, more out of a design to debauch her than for any love he had to her, and for this end he sent to fetch her to him. The parents, verily seeing the strait they were in, advised her to go; but the maid, being of a generous and courageous spirit, clasped about her father, beseeching him with earnest entreaties that he would rather see her put to death than that her virginity should be filthily and wickedly violated. Some delay being made, Lucius himself starts up in the midst of his cups, enraged with wrath and lust, and drunk with wine; and finding Mica laying her head on her father's knees, he instantly commanded her to go along with him; but she refusing, he rent off her clothes and whipped her stark naked, she stoutly enduring the smart in silence. When her father and mother perceived that by their tears they could not avail nor bring any succor to her, they turned to imploring the help of both gods and men, as persons that were oppressed by the most cruel and unrighteous proceedings. But this barbarous fellow, drunk and raging every way with madness, ran the maid through as she lay with her face in her father's bosom. Neither was the tyrant affected with these cruelties, but slew many, and sent more into exile. For they say 800 took their flight into Aetolia, petitioning the tyrant that their wives and children might come to them. A little after he made proclamation, permitting the women that would to go to their husbands, carrying with them all their household goods that they pleased. But when he perceived that all the women received the proclamation with pleasure, for the number was above 600, he charged them all to go in great companies on the appointed day, as if he intended to consult for their safety. When the day came, they crowded at the gates with their goods packed up, carrying their children, some in their arms and some in carts, and stayed for one another. all on a sudden many of the tyrant's creatures made towards them in great haste, crying aloud to them to stay, while they were yet at great distance from them. And as they approached, they charged the women to return back. Likewise, turning about their chariots and carts, they forced them upon them, drove the horses through the midst of them without fear or wit, suffering the women neither to follow nor to stay, nor to reach forth any help to the perishing infants, some of whom were killed falling out of the carts, others run over by the carts. So they drove them in, as so many sheep which butchers drive along, hauling and whipping them as they thronged upon one another, till they had crowded them all into a prison, but their goods they returned to Aristotimus. The people of Elis taking these things very heinously, the priestesses devoted to Bacchus, which they call the 16, taking with them their suppliant boughs and wreaths belonging to the service of their god, went to meet Aristotimus in the marketplace. The guards, out of a reverential awe, stood off and gave way to their approach. These priestesses stood still at first with silence, solemnly reaching forth their supplicatory rods. But as soon as they appeared as petitioners and deprecators of his wrath against the women, he fell into a great rage at the guards, exclaiming against them that they had suffered the priestesses to approach his presence, and he caused some to be thrust away, others to be beaten and dragged through the marketplace, and fined them 2 talents apiece. These things being transacted in this manner, one Hellanicus moved a conspiracy against this tyrant. He was a man who, by reason of old age and the loss of 2 sons by death, was unsuspected of the tyrant as being altogether unlikely for action. In the meantime also the exiles waft themselves over from Aetolia, and take Amymona, a very convenient place on the borders to entrench a camp in, where they received great numbers of the citizens who made their escape by flight from Elis. Aristotimus, being startled at these things, went in to the imprisoned women, and thinking to work them to his pleasure more by fear than by favor, charged them to send letters to their husbands, enjoining them to depart out of the coasts. If they would not write, he threatened them to slay their children before their eyes, and then put them, the mothers, to death by torments. Whilst he was long provoking and urging them to declare whether they would obey his mandates or not, most of them answered him nothing, but looked with silence one upon another, signifying by nods and gestures that they were not at all affrighted at his threat. But Megisto, the wife of Timocleon, who both in respect of her husband and her own excellent accomplishments carried the port of a princess among them, would not vouchsafe to rise off her seat to him, nor permit the rest so to do, but as she sat, she gave him this answer: "Verily, if thou wert a discreet man, thou wouldst not after this manner discourse with women about their husbands, but wouldst send to them as to our lords, finding out better language than that by which thou hast deluded us. But if thou thyself despairest to prevail with them, and therefore undertakest to trepan them by our means, do not hope to put a cheat upon us again. And may they never be guilty of such baseness, that for the saving their wives and little ones, they will desert that liberty of their native country. For it is not so great a prejudice to them to lose us, whom even now they are deprived of, as it will be benefit to set the subjects at liberty from thy cruelty and oppression. Aristotimus, being not able to refrain himself at this speech of Megisto, required that her son should be brought, as if it were to slay him before her eyes. But whilst the officer was seeking out the child, that was in the company of other children playing and wrestling together, his mother called him by his name, and said, "Come hither, my child. Before thou hast any sense and understanding, be thou delivered from bitter tyranny, for it would be much more grievous to me to see thee basely enslaved than to see thee die." At which Aristotimus, drawing his sword upon the mother herself, and transported with rage, was going to fall upon her, when one of his favorites, Cylon by name, esteemed his trusty confidant, but in reality a hater of him, and a confederate with Hellanicus in the conspiracy, put a stop to him, and averted him in a humble manner, telling him, "This is an ignoble and womanlike carriage, not at all becoming a person of a princely mind and a statesman." Hereupon Aristotimus, scarcely coming to his senses, departed. Now observe what an ominous prodigy happened to him. It was about noon, when he was taking some repose, his wife sitting by. And whilst his servants were providing dinner, an eagle was seen in the air floating over the house, which did, as it were considerately and on purpose, let fall a stone of a handsome bigness upon that part of the roof of the house which was over the apartment where Aristotimus lay. At the same time there was also a great rattling from above, together with an outcry made by the people that were abroad looking upon the bird. Upon which Aristotimus, falling into a great consternation, and examining the matter, sent and called his soothsayer, which he usually consulted in his public concerns, and being in great perplexity, desired to be satisfied what that prodigy meant. The soothsayer bade him be of good cheer, for it signified that Jupiter now wakened and assisted him. But to the citizens that he could confide in, he said, that vengeance would no longer be delayed from falling on the tyrant's head. Wherefore it was concluded by Hellanicus and his friends not to defer any longer, but to bring matters to an issue the next day. At night Hellanicus imagined in his sleep that he saw one of his dead sons stand by him, saying, "What is the matter with thee, O father, that thou sleepest? Tomorrow thou shalt be governor of this city." Being animated by his vision, he encouraged the rest concerned with him. Now Aristotimus was informed that Craterus, coming to his aid with great forces, was encamped in Olympia. Upon which he became so confidently secure that he ventured to go without his guards into the marketplace, Cylon only accompanying him. Wherefore Hellanicus, observing this opportunity, did not think good to give the signal to those that were to undertake the enterprise with him, but with a clear voice and lifting up both his hands, he spake, saying, "O ye good men, why do ye delay? Here is a fair theatre in the midst of your native country for you to contend in for the prize of valor." Whereupon Cylon, in the first place drawing his sword, smote one of Aristotimus's waiting gentlemen; but Thrasybulus and Lampis making a brisk opposition, Aristotimus escaped by flight into the temple of Jupiter. Here slaying him, they dragged forth his corpse into the marketplace, and proclaimed liberty to the citizens. Neither were the men there much before the women, who immediately ran forth with joyful acclamations, environing the men and binding triumphant garlands about their heads. The multitude presently rushed on upon the tyrant's palace, where his wife, shutting herself into her bedchamber, hanged herself. He had also 2 daughters, maidens of most beautiful complexions, ripe for marriage. Those they laid hands on, and haled forth with a desperate resolution to slay them, but first to torment and abuse them. But Megisto, with the rest of the women, meeting them, called out with a loud voice, will they perpetrate such enormities who reckon themselves a free people, in imitation of the practices of audacious and libidinous tyrants? The multitude reverencing the gravity of this matron, pleading with them so undauntedly as also affectionately with tears, they resolved to lay aside this opprobrious way of proceeding, and to cause them to die by their own hands. As they were therefore returned into the chamber, they required the maids immediately to be their own executioners. Muro, the eldest, untying her girdle and tying it about her neck, saluted her sister, and exhorted her to be careful and do whatever she saw her do, lest, as she said, we come to our death in a base and unworthy manner. But the younger, desiring it might be her lot to die first, she delivered her the girdle, saying, I did never deny thee any thing thou didst ever desire, neither will I now. Take this favor also. I am resolved to bear and endure that which is more grievous than death to me, to see my most dear sister die before me. Upon this, when she had instructed her sister how to put the girdle so as to strangle her, and perceived her dead, she took her down and covered her. And now the eldest sister, whose turn was next, besought Megisto to take care of her, and not suffer her to lie indecently after she was dead. So that there was not any one present that was so bitter and vehement a tyrant hater that he did not lament and compassionate these maidens upon their brave and virtuous behavior. Of the innumerable famous exploits performed by women, these examples may suffice. But as for their particular virtues, we will describe them according as they offer themselves scattered here and there, not supposing that our present history doth necessarily require an exact order of time. Example 16. Of Pieria. Some of the Ionians who came to dwell at Miletus, falling into contention with the sons of Neleus, departed to Myus, and there took up their situation, where they suffered many injuries from the Milesians, for they made war upon them by reason of their revolt from them. This war was not indeed without truces or commerce, but upon certain festival days the women of Myos went to Miletus. Now there was at Myus Pythes, a renowned man among them, who had a wife called Iapigia, and a daughter Pieria. Pythes, when there was a time of feasting and sacrificing to Diana among the Milesians, which they called Neleus, sent his wife and daughter, who desired to participate of the said feast, when one of the most potent sons of Neleus, Phrygius by name, fell in love with Pieria. He desired to know what service he could do which might be most acceptable to her. She told him that he should bring it to pass that she with many others might have their frequent recourse thither. Hence Phrygius understood that she desired friendship and peace with the citizens of Miletus. Accordingly he finished the war. Whence arose that great honor and renown of Pieria in both cities; insomuch that the Milesian women do to this day make use of this benediction to new married wives, that their husbands may love them so as Phrygius loved Pieria. Example 17. Of Polycrita. A war arose between the Naxians and Milesians upon the account of Neaera, the wife of Hypsicrion, a Milesian. For she fell in love with Promedon, a Naxian, who was Hypsicrion's guest. Promedon lies with his beloved Neaera, and she, fearing her husband's displeasure, took shipping with her Promedon, who carried her over into Naxos and placed her a supplicant to Vesta. The Naxians, not restoring her upon demand, for the sake of Promedon and making her devotion to Vesta their pretence, a war arose. To the assistance of the Milesians came in many others, and of the Ionians the Erythraeans were most ready. So that this war was of long continuance, and had great calamities attending it. But as it was begun by the lewdness of a woman, so it was ended by a woman's policy. Diognetus, a colonel of the Erythraeans, holding a fortification committed to his keeping, which was cast up against the Naxians, lying naturally to great advantage and well furnished with ammunition, took great spoils from the Naxians. Yea, he captivated both free married women and virgins, with one of which, called Polycrita, he fell in love, and treated her not as a captive, but after the manner of a married wife. Now a festival coming in turn to be celebrated among the Milesians in the camp, and all of them given to their cups and luxury, Polycrita petitioned Diognetus that he would be pleased to permit her to send some part of the cakes to her brethren. He permitting and bidding her do it, she thrust into a cake a piece of lead engraven with writing, and commanded the bearer to say to her brethren that they alone by themselves should eat up what she had sent. Accordingly they met with the plate of lead, and read Polycrita's handwriting, advising them that night to fall upon their enemies, who, by reason of excess caused by their feastings, were overcome with wine, and therefore in a careless, secure condition. They acquainted the officers with it, and urged them to accompany them forth against the enemies. Upon engagement, the stronghold being gotten and many slain, Polycrita, by entreaty of her countrymen, obtained the life of Diognetus and preserved him. But she, being met by her countrymen at the gate, who received her with acclamations of joy and garlands, and greatly applauded her deed, could not bear the greatness of the joy, but died, falling down at the gate of the citadel, where she was buried. And it is called the sepulchre of envy, as though some envious fortune had grudged Polycrita the fruition of so great honour. And thus do the Naxian writers declare the history. But Aristotle saith that Polycrita was not taken captive, but that by some other way or means Diognetus, seeing her, fell in love with her, and was ready to give and do all that he could for the enjoying her. Polycrita promised to consent to him, provided she might obtain one only thing of him, concerning which, as the philosopher saith, she required an oath of Diognetus. When he had sworn, she required Delium to be delivered up to her, for the stronghold was called Delium. Otherwise she would not yield to go with him. He, being besotted with lust and for his oath's sake, delivered up the place into the hands of Polycrita, and she to her countrymen. From henceforward they adjusted matters so equally, that the Naxians had free converse as they pleased with the Milesians. Example 18. Of Lampsace. There were two brethren, Phobus and Blepsus, twins of the stock of Codrus, natives of Phocaea; of which two Phobus, the elder, threw himself from the Leucadian rocks into the sea, as Charon of Lampsacus hath told us in history. This Phobus, having potency and royal dignity, took a voyage into Parium upon the account of his own private concerns; and becoming a friend and guest to Mandron, king of the Bebrycians, the same that were called Pituoessans, he aided and assisted him in the war against those of the bordering inhabitants that molested him. So that when Phobus was returning back by sea, Mandron showed great civility to him, promising to give him a part of his country and city, if he would bring over the Phocaeans and plant them as inhabitants in Pituoessa. Phobus therefore, persuading his countrymen, sent his brother to conduct them over as planters, and likewise the obligation was performed on Mandron's part according to expectation. But the Phocaeans, taking great booty, prey, and spoils from the neighboring barbarians, were first envied, and afterwards became a terror to the Bebrycians, and therefore they desired to be rid of them. As for Mandron, being an honest and righteous person, they could not possess him against the Grecians; but he, taking a long journey, they provided to destroy the Phocaeans by treachery. Mandron had a daughter called Lampsace, a virgin, who was acquainted with the plot; and first she endeavored to take off her friends and familiars from it, admonishing them what a dreadful and ungodly enterprise they were going upon, to murder men that were benefactors, military auxiliaries, and now citizens. But when she could not prevail with them, she declared to the Grecians secretly what was plotting, and wished them to stand upon their guard. Upon this the Phocaeans provided a sacrifice and feast, and invited the Pituoessans into the suburbs; on which, dividing themselves into two parts, with one they surprised the walls of the city, with the other they slew the men. Thus taking the city, they sent to Mandron, desiring him to join with their own rulers in the government. As for Lampsace, she died of a sickness, and they buried her sumptuously, and called the city Lampsace after her name. But when Mandron, avoiding all suspicion of betraying his people, refused to come to dwell among them, and desired this favor at their hands, that they would send him the wives and children of the deceased. The Phocaeans most readily sent them, offering them no injury at all. And ascribing in the first place heroic renown to Lampsace, in the last place they decreed a sacrifice to her as a goddess, which they continue yearly to offer. Example 19. Aretaphila. Aretaphila, a Cyrenaean, was not of ancient time, but lived in the time of the Mithridatic war. She arrived at such a degree of fortitude and experience in council as might be compared with the conduct of any heroic ladies. She was the daughter of Aegletor and the wife of Phaedimus, both renowned men. She was a great beauty, excelling in discretion, and was not unacquainted with the most naughty pieces of policy. But the common disasters of her native country rendered her famous. Nicocrates, having then usurped the tyranny over the Cyrenaeans, not only murdered many other citizens, but also assassinated Melanippus, a priest of Apollo, with his own hand, and held the priesthood himself. He slew also Phaedimus, the husband of Aretaphila, and married Aretaphila against her will. Unto 1,000 other villainies he added this, that he set guards at the gates, who mangled the dead corpses as they were carrying forth, pricking them with their daggers and clapping hot irons to them, lest any citizen should be carried out privily under pretence of being a dead corpse. Aretaphila's own proper calamities were very grievous to her, although the tyrant, for the love that he bare to her, suffered her to enjoy a great part of his regal power; for his love had subdued him unto her, and to her alone was he gentle and manageable, being very rude and savage in his behavior to others. But that which troubled her more than other things was to see her miserable country suffering such horrid things in so base a manner, one citizen being slaughtered after another, without any hopes of a vindictive justice from any. The exiles also were altogether enfeebled, affrighted, and scattered here and there. Aretaphila therefore supposed herself to be the only hope remaining for the state, and emulating the famous and brave enterprises of Thebe of Pherae, although she was destitute of the faithful friends and helpers which circumstances afforded to Thebe, she laid a plan to despatch her husband by poison. But in setting herself about it, providing the materials, and trying many experiments with poisons, the matter could not be hid, but was discovered; and there being proof made of the attempt, Calbia, Nicocrates's mother, being naturally of a murdering implacable spirit, presently adjudged Aretaphila to torments and then to death. But love abated the rage of Nicocrates, and put him upon delay. And the vigorous manner in which Aretaphila met the accusation and defended herself gave some plausible ground for his hesitation. But when she was convicted by the clearest proofs, and the preparation she had made for the poison was even in sight, admitting no denial, she confessed that she provided poison, but not deadly poison. But truly, O sir, she said, I am contending for matters of great concern, no less indeed than the honour and power which by thy gracious favour I reap the fruit of. I am maligned by many ill women, whose poisons and treacheries I stand in fear of, and therefore have been persuaded to contrive something on the other side in my own defence. These are haply foolish and womanlike plots, but not such as deserve death, unless it seem good to thee as judge to take away thy wife's life on account of love potions and charms, which she has used because she wishes to be loved by thee more than thou wouldst have her. Notwithstanding this defence which Aretaphila had made for herself, Nicocrates thought good to commit her to torments. And Calbia presided in the judicature, rigid and inexorable. But Aretaphila bore up invincibly under her tortures, till Calbia herself was tired, sore against her will. But Nicocrates, being pacified, discharged her, and was sorry he had tortured her. And it was not very long ere he went in again unto her, being highly transported with affection, renewing his favour towards her with honours and courteous behaviour. But she would not be brought under by flattery, who had held out so stoutly under tortures and pains. And an emulation of victory, conjoined with the love of honesty, made her betake herself to other measures. She had a daughter, marriageable, an excellent beauty. Her she presented for a bait to the tyrant's brother, a young stripling and lasciviously addicted. There was a report that Aretaphila used such enchantments and witchcrafts towards the maid, that she plainly charmed and destroyed the young man's reason. He was called Leander. After he was entangled, he petitioned his brother and accomplished the marriage. Now the maid, being instructed by her mother, instigated and persuaded him to set the city at liberty, insinuating that he himself could not live long free under an arbitrary government, nor could he marry a wife or reserve her to himself. Also some friends, Aretaphila's favorites, suggested to him continually some accusations or surmises concerning his brother. But as soon as he perceived that Aretaphila was counselling and aiding in these matters, he undertook the business, and excited Daphnis, a household servant, who slew Nicocrates by his command. In what followed, he attended not so much to Aretaphila, but presently manifested by his actions that he was rather a fratricide than a tyrannicide, for he managed his affairs perversely and foolishly. But yet he had some honour for Aretaphila, and she had some influence with him. Neither did she manage any enmity or open opposition against him, but ordered her affairs privily. First of all, she stirred up an African war against him, and incited Anabus, a certain duke, to invade his borders and approach the city. And then she buzzed into Leander's head suspicions against the favorites and officers, saying that they were not forward to fight, but rather ambitious of peace and tranquillity, which indeed, she said, the state of affairs and the security of his dominion required of him, if he would hold his subjects in firm subjection. And she would effect a cessation of arms and bring Anabus to a parley with him, if he would permit it, before an incurable war should break forth. Leander gave her commission. First she treated with the African, and with the promise of great presents and treasures begged that he would seize Leander when he came to treat with him. The African was persuaded, but Leander was backward to it, only for the respect that he bore to Aretaphila, who said that she would be present, he went unarmed and unguarded. But as he came nigh and saw Anabus, he made a halt, and would have waited the coming of his guards; only Aretaphila being present sometimes encouraged him, sometimes reviled him. But at last, when he still hesitates, she undauntedly lays hold on him, and dragging him resolutely along, delivers him to the barbarian. He was immediately seized, confined, and bound, and kept prisoner by the African, until Aretaphila's friends, with other citizens, procured the treasures promised. Many people acquainted with this ran forth to the parley, and as soon as they saw Aretaphila, they were so transported that they had like to have forgot their indignation against the tyrant, and reckoned the punishing him of no great concern. But the first work after the enjoyment of their liberty was the saluting Aretaphila, between acclamations of joy and weeping, and falling down before her as before the statue of one of the gods. And the people flocked in one after another, so that they scarcely had time that evening to receive Leander again and return into the city. When they had satisfied themselves in honoring and applauding Aretaphila, they turned themselves to the tyrants. And Calbia they burnt alive. Leander they sewed up in a sack and threw him into the sea. But they voted that Aretaphila should bear her share in the government together with the statesmen, and be taken into council. But she, by great sufferings, having acted a tragicomedy consisting of various parts, and at last obtained the reward of the garland, as soon as she saw the city set at liberty, betook herself to her private apartment, and casting off all multiplicity of business, she led the rest of her time in spinning, and finished her days in tranquillity among her friends and acquaintance. End of section 26. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Concerning the Virtues of Women. Part 3. Example 20. Camma. There were two most potent persons among the tetrarchs of Galatia, allied by kin to each other, Cinnatus and Sunorix, one of which, Cinnatus, took a maid to wife, Camma by name, very comely to behold for person and favour, but principally to be admired for virtue. For she was not only modest and loving to her husband, but discreet and of a generous mind. And by reason of her gentle and courteous behaviour, she was extremely acceptable to her inferiors. Yea, that which rendered her more eminently renowned was, that being a priest of Diana, for the Galatians worship that goddess most, she did always appear magnificently adorned in all sacred processions and at the sacrifices. Wherefore Sinorix, falling in love with her, could not prevail either by persuasions or violence, whilst her husband lived. He commits a horrid crime. He slays Sinatus treacherously, and not long after accosts Cama, whilst she abode within the temple, and bore Sinorix's crime not in an abject and despondent manner, but with a mind intent upon revenge on Sinorix, and only waiting an opportunity. He was importunate in his humble addresses, neither did he seem to use arguments that were without all show of honesty. For as in other things he pretended that he far excelled Sinatus, so he slew him for the love he bare to Cama, and for no other wicked design. The woman's denials were at first not very peremptory, and then by little and little she seemed to be softened towards him. Her familiars and friends also lay at her in the service and favor of Sinorix, who was a man of great power, persuading and even forcing her. In fine, therefore, she consented, and accordingly sent for him to come to her, that the mutual contract and covenant might be solemnized in the presence of the goddess. When he came, she received him with much courtesy, and bringing him before the altar, and pouring out some of the drink offering upon the altar out of the bowls, part of the remainder she drank herself, and part she gave him to drink. The cup was poisoned mead. As she saw him drink it all up, she lifted up a shrill loud voice, and fell down and worshipped her goddess, saying, I call thee to witness, O most reverend divinity, that for this very day's work's sake I have overlived the murder of Sinatus, no otherwise taking any comfort in this part of my life, but in the hope of revenge that I have had. And now I go down to my husband. And for thee, the lewdest person among men, let thy relations prepare a sepulchre instead of a bride chamber and nuptials. When the Galatian heard these things, and perceived the poison to wamble up and down and indispose his body, he ascended his chariot, hoping to be relieved by the jogging and shaking. But he presently alighted, and put himself into a litter, and died that evening. Cama continued all that night, and being told that he had ended his life, she comfortably and cheerfully expired. Example 21. Stratonica. Galatea also produced Stratonica, the wife of Deiotarus, and Chiomara, the wife of Ortiagon, both of them women worth remembrance. Stratonica, knowing that her husband wanted children of his own body to succeed in his kingdom, she, being barren, persuaded him to beget a child on another woman, and subject it to her tutelage. Deiotarus, admiring her proposal, committed all to her care upon that account. She provided a comely virgin for him from among the captives, Electra by name, and brought her to lie with Deiotarus. The children begotten of her she educated very tenderly and magnificently, as if they had been her own. Example 22. Chiomara. It fell out that Chiomara, the wife of Ortiagon, was taken captive with other women in the time when the Romans under Gnaeus Manlius overcame the Galatians of Asia in battle. The centurion that took her made use of his fortune soldier-like, and defiled her. For he was, as to voluptuousness and covetousness, an ill-bred and insatiable man, over whom avarice had gotten an absolute conquest. A great quantity of gold being promised by the woman for her ransom, in order to her redemption he brought her to a certain bank of a river. As the Galatians passed over and paid him the money in gold, and received Chiomara into their possession, she gave an intimation of her pleasure to one of them by nod, to smite the Roman while he was kissing and taking his leave of her. He obeyed her commands, and cut off his head. She takes it, wraps it up in her apron, and carries it with her. And as she comes to her husband, she casts down the head before him, at which being startled, he said, O wife, thy fidelity is noble. Yea, verily, replied she, it is a nobler thing that there is now but one man alive that hath ever lain with me. Polybius saith that he discoursed with this woman at Sardis, and admired her prudence and discretion. Example 23. Of the woman of Pergamos. When Mithridates sent for 60 noblemen of Galatia as friends, he seemed to carry himself abusively and imperiously towards them, which they were all mightily provoked at. Polydorix, a man of a robust body and lofty mind, who was no less than tetrarch of the Tosiopai, designed to lay hold on Mithridates, seizing him when he should be determining causes on the bench of judicature in the gymnasium, and to force him, bench and all, into the ditch. But by a certain chance he went not up to the place of judicature that day, but sent for the Galatians to come home to him to his house. Polydorix encouraged them all to be of good courage, and when they should be all come together there, to fall upon him on every side, slay him, and cut his body in pieces. This conspiracy was not unknown to Mithridates, an intimation of it being given him. Accordingly, he delivers up the Galatians one by one to be slain. But calling to mind a young man among them, who excelled in comeliness and beauty all whom he knew, he commiserated him, and repented himself, and was apparently grieved, supposing him slain among the first, and also sent his command that if he were alive he should remain so. The young man's name was Bepolitanus. There was a strange accident befell this man. When he was apprehended, he had on very gay and rich apparel, which the executioner desired to preserve clean from being stained with blood. And undressing the young man leisurely, he saw the king's messengers running to him and calling out the name of the youth. So that covetousness, which is the ruin of many, unexpectedly saved the life of Bepolitanus. But Polydorix, being slain, was cast forth unburied, and none of his friends did dare to come near him. Only a certain woman of Pergamos, that was conversant with him while he lived at Galatia, attempted to cover his corpse and bury it. But when the guards perceived her, they laid hold on her and brought her before the king. And it is reported that Mithridates was much affected at the sight of her, the young maid seeming altogether harmless, and the more so, as it seemed, because he knew that love was the reason of her attempt. He gave her leave, therefore, to take away the corpse and bury it, and to take grave clothes and ornaments at his cost. Example 24. Timoclea. Theagenes the Theban, who held the same sentiments with regard to his country's welfare with Epaminondas, Pelopidas, and the other most worthy Thebans, was slain in Chaeronea, in the common disaster of Greece, even then when he had conquered his enemies and was in pursuit of them. For it was he that answered one who cried out aloud to him, How far wilt thou pursue? Even, saith he, to Macedonia. When he was dead, his sister survived him, who gave testimony that he was nobly descended, and that he was naturally a great man and excellently accomplished. Moreover, this woman was so fortunate as to reap a great benefit by her prowess, so that the more public calamities fell upon her, so much the easier she bore them. For when Alexander took Thebes, and the soldiers fell a plundering, some in one part and some in another, it happened that a man, neither civil nor sober, but mischievous and mad, took up his quarters in Timoclea's house. He was a captain to a Thracian company, and the king's namesake, but nothing like him. For he, having no regard either to the family or estate of this woman, when he had swilled himself in wine after supper, commanded her to come and lie with him. Neither ended he here, but enquired for gold and silver, whether she had not some hid by her, sometimes threatening as if he would kill her, sometimes flattering as if he would always repute her in the place of a wife. She, taking the occasion offered by him, said, Would God I had died before this night came, rather than lived to it, that though all other things had been lost, I might have preserved my body free from abuse. But now seeing it is thus come to pass, and divine Providence hath thus disposed of it, that I must repute thee my guardian, lord, and husband, I will not hold any thing from thee that is thine own. And as for myself, I see I am at thy disposition. As for corporeal enjoyments, the world was mine, I had silver bowls, I had gold, and some money. But when this city was taken, I commanded my maids to pack it up altogether, and threw it, or rather put it for security, into a well that had no water in it. Neither do many know of it, for it hath a covering, and nature hath provided a shady wood round about it. Take then these things, and much good may they do thee, and they shall lie by thee as certain tokens and marks of the late flourishing fortune and splendor of our family. When the Macedonian heard these things, he stayed not for day, but presently went to the place by Timoclea's conduct, commanding the garden door to be shut, that none might perceive what they were about. He descended in his mourning vestment. But the revengeful Clotho brought dreadful things upon him by the hand of Timoclea, who stood on the top of the well. For as soon as she perceived by his voice that he reached the bottom, she threw down abundance of stones upon him, and her maids rolled in many and great ones, till they had dashed him to pieces and buried him under them. As soon as the Macedonians came to understand this, and had taken up the corpse, there having been late proclamation that none of the Thebans should be slain, they seized her and carried her before the king, and declared her audacious exploit. But the king, who by the gravity of her countenance and stateliness of her behavior did perceive in her something that savored of the greatest worth and nobility, asked her first, What woman art thou? She courageously and undauntedly answered, Theagenes was my brother, who was a commander at Chaeronea, and lost his life fighting against you in defence of the Grecian liberty, that we might not suffer any such thing. And seeing I have suffered things unworthy of my rank, I refuse not to die, for it is better so to do than to experience another such a night as the last, which awaits me, unless thou forbid it. All the most tender-spirited persons that were present broke out into tears. But Alexander was not for pitying her, as being a woman above pity; but he admired her fortitude and eloquence, which had taken strong hold on him, and charged his officers to have a special care, and look to the guards, lest any such abuse be offered again to any renowned family; and dismissed Timoclea, charging them to have a special regard to her and all that should be found to be of her family. Example 25. Eryxo. Arcesilaus was the son of Battus, who was surnamed Felix, not at all like to his father in his conversation. His father, when he lived, laid a fine of a talent upon him for making fortifications about his house. After his father's death, he being of a rugged disposition, therefore surnamed the Severe, and following the counsels of Laarchus, an ill friend, became a tyrant instead of a king. For Laarchus, affecting the government for himself, either banished or slew the noblemen of Cyrene, and charged the fault upon Arcesilaus; and at last casting him into a wasting and grievous disease, by giving him the sea hare in his drink, he deprived him of his life. So that Laarchus assumed the government, under pretence of being protector to Arcesilaus's young son Battus; but the youth, by reason either of his lameness or youthful age, was contemned. As for his mother, many made addresses to her, being a modest and courteous woman, and she had many of the commons and nobility at her devotion. Therefore Laarchus, pretending to be her humble servant, would needs marry her, and thereby take Battus to the dignity of being son, and then allow him a share in the government. But Eryxo, for that was the woman's name, taking counsel of her brethren, bade Laarchus treat with them as if she had designed marriage. Laarchus accordingly treating with Eryxo's brethren, they on purpose delay and prolong the business. Eryxo sends one of her maidservants, acquainting him that for the present her brethren did oppose the match, but if they could but accomplish it so as to lie together once, her brethren would cease arguing the matter any farther, and would give their consent. He should therefore come to her by night, if he pleased. An entrance being once made in a business, the rest will succeed well enough. These things were mighty pleasing to Laarchus, and he was much inflamed by the woman's obliging carriage towards him, and declared that he would come to whatever place she should command him. These things Eryxo transacted with the privity of Polyarchus, her eldest brother. A time being now appointed for the congress, Polyarchus placed himself in his sister's bedchamber, together with 2 young men that were swordmen, all out of sight, to revenge the death of his father, whom Laarchus had lately murdered. Eryxo sending at the time to acquaint him, he entered without his guard, and the young men falling upon him, he was wounded with the sword and died. The corpse immediately they threw over the wall. Battus, they brought forth and proclaimed king over his father's dominions, and Polyarchus restored to the Cyrenaeans their ancient constitution of government. There were present at that time many soldiers of Amasis, the Egyptian king, whom Laarchus had employed and found faithful, and by whose means he had been not a little formidable to the citizens. These sent messengers to accuse Polyarchus and Eryxo to Amasis. At this the king was greatly incensed, and determined to make war upon the Cyrenaeans. But it happened that his mother died, and while he was solemnizing her funeral, ambassadors came and brought the news of his intentions to Cyrene. Wherefore it was thought best by Polyarchus to go and apologize for himself. Eryxo would not desert him, but was resolved to accompany him and run the same hazard with him. Nor would his mother Critola leave him, though she was an old woman, for great was her dignity, she being the sister of old Battus, surnamed Felix. As soon as they came into Egypt, as others with admiration approved of the exploit, so even Amasis himself did not a little applaud the chastity and fortitude of Eryxo, honoring her with presents and royal attendance, with which he sent back Polyarchus and the ladies into Cyrene. Example 26. Xenocrita. Xenocrita of Cumae deserves no less to be admired for her exploits against Aristodemus the tyrant, whom some have supposed to be surnamed the Effeminate, being ignorant of the true story. He was called by the barbarians Malakos, that is soft and effeminate, with regard merely to his youth, because when he was a mere stripling, with other companions of the same age who wore long hair, whence they were called Coronistae, as it seems from their long hair. He became famous in the war against the barbarians. He was also not only renowned for resolution and activity, but very exceedingly remarkable for his discretion and providence. Insomuch that being admired by the citizens, he proceeded to the highest dominion among them. He was to bring aid to the Romans when they were in war with the Etrurians, who engaged to restore Tarquinius Superbus to his kingdom. In all which expedition, that was very long, he managed all affairs so as to ingratiate himself with the military part of the citizens, aiming more at the making himself head of a popular faction than general of the army. He accordingly prevails with them to join with him in attacking the Senate, and in casting out the citizens of highest rank and most potent into exile. Afterwards, becoming tyrant, he was flagitious in his carriage towards women and freeborn youth, and exceeded even himself in vileness. For history reports of him how that he accustomed the boys to wear their hair long and set with golden ornaments, and the girls he compelled to be polled round, and to wear youths' jerkins and short-tailed petticoats. Notwithstanding, he had a peculiar affection for Xenocrita, a girl of Cumae, left behind by her exiled father. Her he kept, but could not bring over to his humor by any insinuations or persuasions, neither had he gained her father's consent. However, he reckoned the maid would be brought to love him by constant conversation with him, since she would be envied and reputed very happy by the citizens. But these things did not at all besot the maid, but she took it heinously that she must be constrained to dwell with him, not espoused or married. neither did she less long for the liberty of her native country than did those who were hated by the tyrant. It happened about that time that Aristodemus was casting up an entrenchment about the borders of Cumae, a work neither necessary nor profitable, only because he was resolved to tire out the citizens with hard toil and labor; for every one was required to carry out a stinted number of baskets of earth daily, in order to the delving this ditch. A certain maid, as she saw Aristodemus approaching, ran aside and covered her face with her apron. But when Aristodemus was withdrawn, the young men would sport and jest with her, asking her whether out of modesty she avoided only the sight of Aristodemus, and was not so affected towards other men. She made answer designedly, rather than otherwise, that of the Cumaeans Aristodemus was the only man. This sentence, thus spoken, verily touched them all very near, for it provoked the generous-minded men among them for very shame to the recovering of their liberties. And it is said that Xenocrita was heard to say that she had rather carry earth for her father if he were at home, than participate in the great luxury and pomp of Aristodemus. These things added courage to them that were about to make an insurrection against Aristodemus, which Thymoteles had the chief management of. For Xenocrita providing them safe admittance, they easily rushed in upon Aristodemus, unarmed and unguarded, and slew him. In this manner the city of Cumae gained its liberty, by the virtue of two women; one by suggesting and invigorating the enterprise, the other by bringing it to an issue. When honors and great presents were tendered to Xenocrita, she refused all, but requested one thing, that she might bury the corpse of Aristodemus. This they delivered her, and made her a priestess of Ceres, reckoning that, as it was a deserved honor bestowed on her, so she would be no less acceptable to the goddess. Example 27. The wife of Pythes. It is reported that the wife of Pythes, who lived at the time of Xerxes, was a wise and courteous woman. Pythes, as it seems, finding by chance some gold mines, and falling vastly in love with the riches got out of them, was insatiably and beyond measure exercised about them. And he brought down likewise the citizens, all of whom alike he compelled to dig or carry or refine the gold, doing nothing else, many of them dying in the work, and all being quite worn out. Their wives laid down their petition at his gate, addressing themselves to the wife of Pythes. She bade them all depart, and be of good cheer. But those goldsmiths which she confided most in she required to wait upon her, and confining them, commanded them to make up golden loaves, all sorts of junkets and summer fruits, all sorts of fish and flesh meats, in which she knew Pythes was most delighted. All things being provided, Pythes coming home then, for he happened to go a long journey, and asking for his supper, his wife set a golden table before him, having no edible food upon it, but all golden. Pythes admired the workmanship for its imitation of nature. When, however, he had sufficiently fed his eyes, he called in earnest for something to eat. But his wife, when he asked for any sort, brought it of gold. Whereupon being provoked, he cried out, I am an hungered. She replied, Thou hast made none other provisions for us. Every skilful science and art being laid aside, no man works in husbandry. But neglecting sowing, planting, and tilling the ground, we delve and search for useless things, killing ourselves and our subjects. These things moved Pythes, but not so as to give over all his works about the mine. For he now commanded a fifth part of the citizens to that work, the rest he converted to husbandry and manufactures. But when Xerxes made an expedition into Greece, Pythes, being most splendid in his entertainments and presents, requested a gracious favor of the king, that since he had many sons, one might be spared from the camp to remain with him, to cherish his old age. At which Xerxes in a rage slew this son only which he desired, and cut him in two pieces, and commanded the army to march between the two parts of the corpse. The rest he took along with him, and all of them were slain in the wars. At which Pythes fell into a despairing condition, so that he fell under the like suffering with many wicked men and fools. He dreaded death, but was weary of his life. Yea, he was willing not to live, but could not cast away his life. He had this project. There was a great mound of earth in the city, and a river running by it, which they called Pythopolites. In that mound he prepared him a sepulchre, and diverted the stream so as to run just by the side of the mound, the river lightly washing the sepulchre. These things being finished, he enters into the sepulchre, committing the city and all the government thereof to his wife, commanding her not to come to him, but to send his supper daily laid on a sloop, till the sloop should pass by the sepulchre with the supper untouched, and then she should cease to send, as supposing him dead. He verily passed in this manner the rest of his life, but his wife took admirable care of the government, and brought in a reformation of all things amiss among the people. End of section 27. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Laconic Apophthegms, or Remarkable Sayings of the Spartans. Part 1. Of Agasicles. Agasicles, the Spartan king, when one wondered why, since he was a great lover of instruction, he would not admit Philophanes the sophist, freely said, I ought to be their scholar whose son I am. And to one inquiring how a governor should be secure without guards, he replied, if he rules his subjects as fathers do their sons. Of Agesilaus the Great. Agesilaus the Great, being once chosen steward of a feast, and asked by the butler how much wine he allowed every guest, returned, if you have a great deal provided, as much as every one calls for; if but a little, give them all an equal share. When he saw a malefactor resolutely endure his torments, how great a rascal is this fellow, he cried out, that uses patience, bravery, and courage in such an impious and dishonest case. To one commending an orator for his skill in amplifying petty matters, he said, I don't think that shoemaker a good workman that makes a great shoe for a little foot. When one in discourse said to him, Sir, you have assented to such a thing already, and repeated it very often, he replied, Yes, if it is right, but if not, I said so indeed, but never assented. And the other rejoining, But, sir, a king is obliged to perform whatever he hath granted by his nod. No more, he returned, than those that petition him are bound to make none but good and just requests, and to consider all circumstances of time and what befits a king. When he heard any praise or censure, he thought it as necessary to enquire into the character of those that spake as of those of whom they spake. While he was a boy, at a certain solemnity of naked dancing, the person that ordered that affair put him in a dishonorable place, and he, though already declared king, endured it, saying, I'll show that it is not the places that grace men, but men the places. To a physician prescribing him a nice and tedious course of physic, he said, By Castor and Pollux, unless I am destined to live at any rate, I surely shall not if I take all this. Whilst he stood by the altar of Minerva Chalcioecus, sacrificing an ox, a louse bit him. At this he never blushed, but cracked him before the whole company, adding these words, By all the gods, it is pleasant to kill a plotter at the very altar. Another time, seeing a boy pull a mouse by the tail out of his hole, and the mouse turn and bite the boy's fingers and so escape, he bade his companions take notice of it, saying, If so little a creature will oppose injurious violence, what think ye that men ought to do? Being eager for war against the Persians to free the Asiatic Greeks, he consulted the oracle of Jupiter at Dodona, and that telling him to go on as he designed, he brought the answer to the Ephors, upon which they ordered him to go to Delphi and put the same question. He went, and put it in this form: Apollo, are you of the same mind with your father? And the oracle agreeing, he was chosen general, and the war began. Now Tissaphernes, at first being afraid of Agesilaus, came to articles, and agreed that the Greek cities should be free and left to their own laws. But afterward procuring a great army from the king, he declared war against him unless he should presently leave Asia. Glad of this treachery of Tissaphernes, he marched as if his design was to make an inroad upon Caria. But when Tissaphernes had brought his troops thither, he turned upon Phrygia, and took a great many cities and abundance of rich spoil, saying to his friend, To break one's promise is indeed impious, but to outwit an enemy is not only just and glorious, but profitable and sweet. Being inferior to the enemy in horse, he retreated to Ephesus, and ordered all the wealthy to provide each a man and horse, which should excuse them from personal service in his wars. By which means, in the room of rich cowards, he was soon furnished with stout men and able horses. And this he said he did in imitation of Agamemnon, who agreed for a serviceable mare to discharge a wealthy coward. When he ordered the captives to be sold naked, and the chapmen came, 1,000 bid money for the clothes, but all derided the bodies of the men, which were tender and white by reason of their delicate breeding, as useless and worth nothing. He said to his soldiers, Look, those are the things for which ye fight, and these are the things with whom ye fight. having beaten Tissaphernes in Lydia and killed many of his men, he wasted the territories of the king, and the king sending money and desiring a peace, Agesilaus replied, "To grant peace is in the power only of the commonwealth. I delight to enrich my soldiers rather than myself, and think it agreeable to the honor of the Greeks not to receive gifts from their enemies, but to take spoils." Megabates, the son of Spithridates, a very pretty boy, who thought himself very well beloved, coming to him to offer a kiss and an embrace, he turned away his head. But when the boy had not appeared a long time, Agesilaus inquired after him, and his friends replied that it was his own fault, since he derided the kiss of the pretty boy, and the youth was afraid to come again. Agesilaus, standing silent and musing a pretty while, said, "Well, I will use no persuasions, for methinks I had rather conquer such desires than take the most popular city of my enemies. For it is better to preserve our own than rob others of their liberty." In all things else he was very exact, and a strict observer of the law. But in his friends' concerns he thought that to be too scrupulous was a bare pretence to cloak unwillingness to use his interest. And agreeable to this, there is extant a small note of his, interceding for a friend to one Idrieus, a Carian. "If Nicias is not guilty, discharge him. If he is, discharge him for my sake. But by all means, pray let him be discharged." This was his usual humor in his friends' concerns, yet sometimes profit and convenience was preferred. For once, breaking up his camp in disorder, and leaving one that he loved behind him sick, when he begged and beseeched him with tears to have compassion, he turned and said, how hard it is to be pitiful and wise at once. His diet was the same with that of his attendants. He never fed to satisfy, nor drank himself drunk. He used sleep not as a master, but as a servant to his affairs, and was so fitted to endure heat or cold that he alone was undisturbed at the change of seasons. He lodged amongst his soldiers, and his bed was as mean as any, and this he had always in his mouth. It befits a governor to excel private men, not in delicacy and softness, but in bravery and courage. And therefore, when one asked him what good Lycurgus's laws had brought to Sparta, he replied, contempt of pleasure. And to one that wondered at his and the other Lacedaemonians' mean fare and poor attire, he said, from this course of life, sir, we reap liberty. And to one advising him to indulge more, saying, chance is uncertain, and you may never have the opportunity again, he replied, I accustom myself so that, let whatever change happen, I shall need no change. When he was grown old, he continued the same course. And to one asking him why at his age in very cold weather he would not wear a coat, he replied, that the youth may imitate, having the old men and governors for example. The Thasians, when he marched through their country, presented him with corn, geese, sweetmeats, honey cakes, and all sorts of delicacies, both of meat and drink. He accepted the corn, but commanded them to carry back the rest as useless and unprofitable to him. But they importunately pressing him to take all, he ordered them to be given to the Helots, and when some asked the reason, he replied, they that profess bravery ought not to meddle with such delicacies, and whatever takes with slaves cannot be agreeable to the free. Another time the Thasians, after considerable benefits received, made him a god, and dedicated temples to his honor, and sent an embassy to compliment him on that occasion. When he had read over the honors the ambassadors had brought him, "Well," said he, "and can your country make men gods?" And they affirming, "Go to," he rejoined, "make yourselves all gods first, and when that is done, I'll believe you can make me one." The Greeks in Asia decreeing him statues, he wrote thus to them: "Let there be no representation of me, either painted, founded, or engraved." In Asia, seeing a house roofed with square beams, he asked the master whether trees in their country were grown square; and he replying, "No, but round." "What then," said he, "if they grew square, would you make them round?" Being asked how far Sparta's bounds extended, shaking a spear, he replied, "As far as this will reach." And to another, inquiring why Sparta was without walls, he showed the citizens in arms, saying, "Look, these are the walls of Sparta." And to another that put the same question, he replied, "Cities should be walled not with stones and timber, but with the courage of the inhabitants." And his friends he advised to strive to be rich, not in money, but in bravery and virtue. When he would have his soldiers do any thing quickly, he before them all put the first hand to it. He was proud that he wrought as much as any, and valued himself more upon ruling his own desires than upon being king. When one saw a lame Spartan marching to the war, and endeavored to procure a horse for him, "How," said he, "don't you know that war needs those that will stay, not those that will fly?" Being asked how he got this great reputation, he replied, "By contemning death." And another time, one enquiring why the Spartans used pipes and music when they fought, he said, "When all move in measure, it may be known who is brave and who a coward." When he heard one magnifying the king of Persia's happiness, who was but young, "Yes," said he, "Priam himself was not unhappy at that age." When he had conquered a great part of Asia, he designed to march against the king himself, to break his quiet and hinder him from corrupting the popular men amongst the Greeks, but being recalled by the Ephors to oppose the designs which the other Greek states, bought with the king's gold, were forming against Sparta, he said, "A good ruler should be governed by the laws," and sailed away from Asia, leaving the Greeks there extremely sorry at his departure. And because the stamp of the Persian money was an archer, he said, when he broke up his camp, that he was driven out of Asia by 30,000 of the king's archers; for so many pieces of gold being carried to Thebes and Athens by Timocrates, and distributed amongst the popular men, the people were excited to war upon the Spartans. And this epistle he sent to the Ephors: Agesilaus to the Ephors, greeting. We have subdued a great part of Asia, driven out the barbarians, and furnished Ionia with arms. But since you command me back, I follow, nay, almost come before this epistle. For I am not governor for myself, but for the commonwealth. And then a king truly rules according to justice when he is governed by the laws, the Ephors, or others that are in authority in the commonwealth. Passing the Hellespont, he marched through Thrace, but made no applications to any of the barbarians, only sending to know whether he marched through the country of an enemy or a friend. All the others received him as friends, and guided him in his march. Only the Troadians, of whom, as story says, even Xerxes bought his passage, demanded of Agesilaus 100 talents of silver and as many women. But he scoffingly replied, "Why then do not you come presently to receive what you demand?" And leading on his army, he fought them, and having destroyed a considerable number, he marched through. To the king of Macedon he sent the same question, and he replying that he would consider of it, "Let him consider," saith he, "and we will be marching on." Upon which the king, surprised at his daring temper and afraid of his force, admitted him as a friend. The Thessalians having assisted his enemies, he wasted their country, and sent Xenocles and Scythes to Larissa in order to make a treaty. These being seized and detained, all others stomached it extremely, and were of opinion that Agesilaus should besiege and storm Larissa. But he replying that he would not give either of their lives for all Thessaly, he had them delivered upon articles. Hearing of a battle fought near Corinth, in which very few of the Spartans, but many of the Corinthians, Athenians, and their allies were slain, he did not appear joyful or puffed up with his victory, but fetching a deep sigh, cried out, "Unhappy Greece, that hath destroyed herself men enough to have conquered all the barbarians." The Pharsalians pressing upon him and distressing his forces with 500 horse, he charged them, and after the rout raised a trophy at the foot of Narthacium. And this victory pleased him more than all the others he had won, because with his single cavalry he had beaten those that vaunted themselves as the best horsemen in the world. Difridas bringing him commands immediately upon his march to make an inroad into Boeotia, though he designed the same thing in a short time when he should be better prepared, he obeyed, and sending for 20,000 men from the camp at Corinth, marched into Boeotia, and at Coronea, joining battle with the Thebans, Athenians, Argives, Corinthians, and Locrians all together, he won, though desperately wounded himself, the greatest battle, as Xenophon affirms, that was fought in his age. And yet when he returned, after so much glory and so many victories, he made no alteration in his course of life. When he saw some of the citizens think themselves brave fellows for breeding horses for the race, he persuaded his sister Cuniska to get into a chariot and put in for the prize at the Olympian games, intending by that way to convince the Greeks that it was no argument of bravery, but of wealth and profuse expense. Having Xenophon the philosopher at his house, and treating him with great consideration, he urged him to send for his children and have them brought up in Sparta, where they might learn the most excellent of arts, how to govern and how to be governed. And at another time, being asked by what means the Lacedaemonians flourished above others, "Because," says he, "they are more studious than others how to rule and how to obey." When Lysander was dead, he found a strong faction, which Lysander upon his return from Asia had associated against him, and was very eager to show the people what manner of citizen Lysander was whilst he lived. And finding among Lysander's papers an oration composed by Cleon of Halicarnassus about new designs and changing the government, which Lysander was to speak to the people, he resolved to publish it. But when an old politician, perusing the discourse and fearing its effect upon the people, advised him not to dig up Lysander, but rather bury the speech with him, he followed the advice, and made no more of it. Those of the contrary faction he did not openly molest, but by cunning contrivance he got some of them into office, and then showed them to be rascals when in power. And then defending them or getting their pardon when accused, he brought them over to his own side, so that he had no enemy at last. To one desiring him to write to his acquaintance in Asia that he might have justice done him, he replied, My acquaintance will do thee justice, though I do not write. One showed him the wall of a city strongly built and well fortified, and asked him whether he did not think it a fine thing. Yes, by heaven, he replied, for women, but not for men to live in. To a Megarian talking great things of his city, he said, Youth, thy words want an army. What he saw others admire, he seemed not so much as to know. And when Callipides, a man famous among the Greeks for acting tragedies and caressed by all, met him and saluted him, and then impudently intruding amongst his companions showed himself, supposing that Agesilaus would take notice of him and begin some familiar discourse, and at last asked, Doth not your majesty know me? Have not you heard who I am? He looked upon him and said, Art not thou Callipides, the merry Andrew? For that is the name the Lacedaemonians give an actor. Being once desired to hear a man imitate a nightingale, he refused, saying, I have often heard the bird itself. Menecrates, the physician, for his good success in some desperate diseases, was called Jupiter, and priding himself in the name, he presumed to write to Agesilaus thus: Menecrates Jupiter to King Agesilaus wisheth good health. Reading no more, he presently wrote back, King Agesilaus to Menecrates wisheth a sound mind. When Conon and Pharnabazus with the king's navy were masters of the sea and wasted the coasts of Laconia, and Athens, Pharnabazus defraying the charges, was surrounded with a wall, the Lacedaemonians made a peace with the Persian, and sending Antalcidas, one of their citizens, to Tiribazus, they agreed to deliver into the king's hands all the Asiatic Greeks for whose freedom Agesilaus fought. Upon which account Agesilaus was not at all blemished by this dishonorable treaty, for Antalcidas was his enemy, and clapped up a peace on purpose because the war raised Agesilaus and got him glory. When one said, The Lacedaemonians are becoming Medized, he replied, Rather the Medes are becoming Laconized. And being asked which was the better virtue, courage or justice, he said, Courage would be good for nothing if there were no justice, and if all men were just, there would be no need of courage. The Asians being wont to style the king of Persia the Great, How, said he, is he greater than I am, if he is not more just or temperate? And he used to say, The Greeks in Asia are mean-spirited freemen, but stout slaves. And being asked how one might get the greatest reputation amongst men, he replied, By speaking the best and doing the bravest things. And he had this saying commonly in his mouth, A commander should be daring against his enemy, and kind and good-natured to his own soldiers. When one asked him what boys should learn, That, said he, which they shall use when men. When he sat judge upon a cause, the accusers spake floridly and well, but the defendant meanly and ever now and then repeated these words, Agesilaus, a king should assist the laws. What, said he, dost thou think, if any one dug down thy house or took away thy coat, a mason or a weaver would assist thee? A letter being brought him from the king of Persia by a Persian that came with Callias the Spartan, after the peace was concluded, offering him friendship and kind entertainment, he would not receive it, bidding the messenger tell the king that there was no need to send private letters to him. For if he was a friend to Sparta and meant well to Greece, he would do his best to be his friend. But if he designed upon their liberty, he might know that, though he received 1,000 letters from him, he would be his enemy. He was very fond of his children, and it is reported that once toying with them, he got astride upon a reed as upon a horse, and rode about the room, and being seen by one of his friends, he desired him not to speak of it till he had children of his own. When he had fought often with the Thebans, and was wounded in the battle, Antalcidas, as it is reported, said to him, Indeed, sir, you have received a very fair reward for instructing the Thebans, whom, when ignorant and unwilling, you have forced to learn the art of war. For story tells us, the Lacedaemonians at that time by frequent skirmishes had made the Thebans better soldiers than themselves. And therefore Lycurgus, the old lawgiver, forbade them to fight often with the same nation, lest the enemy should learn their discipline. When he understood that the allies took it very ill that in their frequent expeditions they, being great in number, followed the Spartans that were but few, designing to show their mistake about the number, he ordered all the allies to sit down in one body, and the Lacedaemonians in another, by themselves. Then he made proclamation that all the potters should rise first, and when they stood up, the braziers next, then the carpenters, next the masons, and so all other traders in order. Now almost all the allies stood up, and not one of the Spartans, for their law forbids them all mechanical employments. Then said Agesilaus with a smile, See now how many soldiers we provide more than you. When at the battle of Leuctra many of the Spartans fled, and upon that account were obnoxious to the laws, the Ephors, seeing the city had but few men, and stood in great need of soldiers at that time, would free them from the infamy, and yet still keep the laws in force. Upon that account they put the power of making laws into the hands of Agesilaus, and he, coming into the assembly, said, I will make no new laws, nor will I add anything to those you already have, nor take therefrom, nor change them in any wise. But I will order that the laws you already have be in force from tomorrow. Epaminondas, rushing on with a torrent and tide of force, and the Thebans and their allies being puffed up with this victory, though he had but an inconsiderable number, Agesilaus repulsed them from the city and forced them to retreat. In the battle at Mantinea, he advised the Spartans to neglect the others and fight Epaminondas only, saying, The wise alone is the stout man and the cause of victory, and therefore if we take him off, we shall quickly have the rest, for they are fools and worth nothing. And it happened accordingly, for Epaminondas having the better of the day and the Spartans being routed, as he turned about and encouraged his soldiers to pursue, a Lacedaemonian gave him his death wound. He falling, the Spartans that fled with Agesilaus rallied and turned the victory, the Thebans appearing to have much the worse, and the Spartans the better of the day. When Sparta had a great many hired soldiers in pay, and wanted money to carry on the war, Agesilaus, upon the king of Egypt's desire, went to serve him for money. But the meanness of his habit brought him into contempt with the people of that country, for they, according to their bad notions of princes, expected that the king of Sparta should appear like the Persian, gaudily attired. But in a little time he sufficiently convinced them that majesty and glory were to be gotten by prudence and courage. When he found his men discouraged at the number of the enemy, for they were 200,000, and their own fewness, just before the engagement, without any man's privity, he contrived how to encourage them. In the hollow of his left hand he wrote Victory, and taking the liver from the priest, he put it into that hand, and held it a pretty while, pretending he was in doubt and perplexity at some appearance, till the characters were imprinted on the flesh. And then he showed it to the soldiers, telling them the gods gave certain signs of victory by these characters. Upon which, thinking they had sure evidence of good success, they marched resolutely to the battle. When the enemy much exceeded them in number, and were making an entrenchment round his camp, and Nectabius, whom then he assisted, urged him to fight, I would not, said he, hinder our enemies from making their number as small as ours. And when the trench was almost drawn round, ordering his army to the space between, and so fighting upon equal terms with those few soldiers he had, he routed and killed abundance of the enemy, and sent home a great treasure. Dying on his voyage from Egypt, he commanded his attendants not to make any figure or representation of his body. For, said he, if I have done any brave action, that will preserve my memory. If not, neither will 1,000 statues, the works of base mechanics. Of Agesipolis, the son of Cleombrotus. Agesipolis, the son of Cleombrotus, when one told him that Philip had raised Olynthus in a few days, said, Well, but he is not able to build such another in twice that time. To one saying that whilst he was king, he himself was an hostage with some other youths, and not their wives or children, he replied, Very good, for it is fit we ourselves should suffer for our own faults. When he designed to send for some whelps from home, and one said, Sir, none must be carried out of the country, he replied, Nor men heretofore, but now they may. Of Agesipolis, the son of Pausanias. Agesipolis, the son of Pausanias, when the Athenians appealed to the Megarians as arbitrators of the differences between them, said, It is a shame, Athenians, that those who were once the lords of all Greece should understand what is right and just less than the people of Megara. Of Agis, the son of Archidamus. Agis, the son of Archidamus, when the Ephors gave orders, Go, take the youth, and follow this man into his own country, and he shall guide thee to the very citadel, said, How can it be prudent to trust so many youths to the fidelity of him who betrays his own country? Being asked what art was chiefly learned in Sparta, To know, he replied, how to govern and to be governed. He used to say, The Spartans do not enquire how many the enemy are, but where they are. At Mantinea, being advised not to fight the enemy who exceeded him in number, he said, it is necessary for him to fight a great many that would rule a great many. To one inquiring how many the Spartans were, enough, he replied, to keep rascals at a distance. Marching by the walls of Corinth, and perceiving them to be high and strong and stretching out to a great length, he said, What women live there? To an orator that said speech was the best thing, he rejoined, You then, when you are silent, are worth nothing. When the Argives, after they had been once beaten, faced him more boldly than before, on seeing many of the allies disheartened, he said, Courage, sirs, for when we conquerors shake, what do you think is the condition of the conquered? To an ambassador from the Abderates, when he had ended his long speech, inquiring what answer he should carry to his city, he replied, This, as long as you talked, so long I quietly heard. Some commending the Eleans for exact justice in determining the prizes at the Olympian games, he said, What great wonder is it that in 4 years they can be just one day? To some that told him he was envied by the heirs of the other royal family, Well, said he, their own misfortunes will torment them, and my own and my friends' success besides. When one advised him to give the flying enemy room to run, he said, How shall we fight those that stand to it and resist, if we dare not engage those whom their cowardice makes fly? When one proposed a way to free Greece, well contrived indeed, but hard to be brought about, he said, Friend, thy words want an army and a treasure. To one saying, Philip won't let you set foot upon any other part of Greece, he returned, Sir, we have room enough in our own country. An ambassador from Perinthus to Lacedaemon, after a long tedious speech, asking what answer he should carry back to the Perinthians, he said, What but this, that thou couldst hardly find an end to thy talk, and I kept silent. He went by himself, ambassador to Philip, and Philip saying, What but one? He replied, I am an ambassador but to one. An old man, observing that the ancient laws were neglected, and that new evil customs crept in, said to him, when he was now grown old himself, All things here at Sparta are turned topsy-turvy. He replied with a joke, If it is so, it is agreeable to reason, for when I was a boy, I heard my father say that all things were then topsy-turvy, and he heard his father say the same, and it is no wonder if succeeding times are worse than the preceding, but it is a wonder if they happen to be better, or but just as good. Being asked how a man could be always free, he replied, If he contemns death. Of Agis the Younger. Agis the Younger, when Demades said, The Spartans' swords are so short that our jugglers can easily swallow them, replied, Yet the Spartans can reach their enemies with these swords. A base fellow, often asking who was the bravest of the Spartans, he said, He that is most unlike thee. Of Agis the Last. Agis, the last king of Lacedaemon, being taken and condemned by the Ephors without hearing, as he was led to the gallows, saw one of the officers weeping. Do not weep for me, he said, who, being so unjustly, so barbarously condemned, am in a better condition than my murderers. And having spoken thus, he quietly submitted himself to the halter. Of Acrotatus. Acrotatus, when his parents commanded him to join in some unjust action, refused for some time. But when they grew importunate, he said, when I was under your power, I had no notion of justice. But now you have delivered me to my country and her laws, and to the best of your power have taught me loyalty and justice. I shall endeavor to follow these rather than you. And since you would have me to do that which is best, and since just actions are best for a private man, and much more for a governor, I shall do what you would have me, and refuse what you command. Of Alcamenes, the son of Teleclus. Alcamenes, the son of Teleclus, being asked how a ruler might best secure his government, replied, by slighting gain. And to another enquiring why he refused the presents the Messenians made him, he said, because if I had taken them, I and the laws could never have agreed. When one said that though he had wealth enough, he lived but meanly, he replied, well, it is a glory for one that hath abundance to live as reason, not as appetite, directs. Of Alexandridas. Alexandridas, the son of Leo, said to one that was much concerned at his banishment from the city, good sir, be not concerned that you must leave the city, but that you have left justice. To one that talked to the Ephors very pertinently, but a great deal too much, he said, sir, your discourse is very good, but ill-timed. And when one asked him why they let their Helot slaves cultivate the fields, and did not take care of them themselves, he replied, because we acquired our land, not caring for it, but for ourselves. Another saying, desire of reputation causes abundance of mischief, and those are happy that are free from it. Then, he subjoined, it follows that villains are happy. For do you think that he that commits sacrilege or doth an injury takes any care for credit and reputation? Another asking why in a battle the Spartans venture so boldly into danger. Because, said he, we train ourselves to have a reverential regard for our lives, not as others do, to tremble for them. Another demanding why the judges took so many days to pass sentence in a capital cause, and why he that was acquitted still remained liable to be brought to trial, he replied, they consult so long, because if they make a mistake in judgment and condemn a man to death, they cannot correct their judgment. And the accused still remains liable, because this provision might enable them to give even a better judgment than before. Of Anaxander, the son of Eurycrates. Anaxander, the son of Eurycrates, to one asking him why the Spartans laid up no money in the exchequer, replied, that the keepers of it might not be tempted to be knaves. Of Anaxilas. Anaxilas, when one wondered for what reason the Ephors did not rise up to the king, since the kings made them, said, it is for the same reason for which they are appointed Ephors, or overseers. Of Androclidas. Androclidas, a Spartan, being maimed in his leg, enlisted in the army. And when some refused him because he was maimed, he said, it must not be those that can run away, but those that can stand to it that must fight the enemy. Of Antalcidas. Antalcidas, when he was to be initiated in the Samothracian mysteries, and was asked by the priest what great sin he had committed in all his life, replied, if I have committed any, the gods know it already. To an Athenian that called the Lacedaemonians illiterate, he said, true, for we alone have learned no ill from you. Another Athenian saying, we have often beat you back from the Cephissus, he subjoined, but we never repulsed you from the Eurotas. To another, demanding how one might please most men, he replied, by speaking what delights and doing what profits them. A sophist being about to read him an encomium of Hercules, he said, why, who has blamed him? To Agesilaus, when he was wounded in a battle by the Thebans, he said, Sir, you have a fine reward for forcing them to learn the art of war, for by the many skirmishes Agesilaus had with them, they learned discipline and became good soldiers. He said, the youth are the walls of Sparta, and the points of their spears its bounds. To one enquiring why the Lacedaemonians fought with such short swords, he replied, we come up close to our enemies. Of Antiochus. Antiochus, one of the Ephors, when he heard Philip had bestowed some lands on the Messenians, said, well, but hath Philip also given them forces, that they may be able to defend his gift? End of Section 28.